Well, hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders and everyone else. You made it back here on a beautiful Tuesday. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you'll find anywhere on this planet, with an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators who give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show out there like ours that offers everything in one, such as education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. I'm Rocky, and he's Bullwinkle. All right. We have an exciting and informative educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader. And yes, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, moose are the squirrels of Frostbite Falls. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, is your game plan ready?
All set. Hope so at this point.
Good. Checklist checked?
Checked.
Journal ready to go?
Already.
That is. Anything up your sleeve?
No, but watch while I pull a rabbit out of my hat.
There you go. Better your hat than your... Never mind. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, that market moose of mentorship and trading mentor, the Hogue, Johnny Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. It's great to see you as always, and it's great to see everybody as always. Our focus is on accurate context, good risk management, and patience every day. Today is Tuesday, April the 9th already. It's almost tax day, Eddie.
And Michelle does taxes, and she can't wait until the 15th comes, because you got now everybody's like calling her, hey, I got to get my taxes done. Done. The push to get it in before the 15th. The 15th, which is Robert's birthday, I believe. Yeah, I think so. We got to remember that. It's a good day and a bad day all in one. All right.
Yes.
Let's get to some news. U.S. stock futures were largely unchanged today amid the cautious trading ahead of the release of key consumer price data. We did see the Dow down about 30, S&P climbed, which is 1 point, NASDAQ rose about 14. The main Wall Street indices closed near the flat line yesterday. with traders sort of weary of placing bets ahead of Wednesday's inflation print. Fed, big talk about Fed again. I tell you, they get priority here. Fed speak remains in a key force this week in the wake of Friday's red hot. I said red hot jobs report ahead of Wednesday's release. The latest data on U.S. consumer prices. Recent evidence, yes, evidence of a healthy U.S. economy, despite the Fed's prolonged rate hiking cycle, has resulted in traders drastically reducing bets on how much the Fed will cut this year. We don't know. I tell you, it's been a clusterfoo. But anyway, it seems like they're turning more dovish this week with former Fed President James the Bull Bulliard stating he's expecting 3 interest rate cuts this year towards the central bank's target. And Chicago Fed President Goolsbee also stated that the U.S. Central bank must weigh how much longer it can maintain its current interest rate stance without damaging the economy. All right. Yes. All right. But Johnny, they're all clowns
just
in the
juggling.
circus. Yeah. Artem and Bailey Fed circus. All right.
Yes.
Johnny, what else you got there in that wonderful thing we call the news?
Well, as I'm sure we're all aware, we do not have a lot of economic information. Yesterday, of course, was a very quiet, low volume day. Today, we're still awaiting Wednesday's CPI numbers. At 5 o'clock this morning, Central Time, the NFIB Business Optimism Index came out. They were looking for 89.9. It came out 88.5, a little bit lower than expected. At 7:55, the Red Book came out. At noon today, there is a 3-year note auction, and at 3:30, of course, the API crude stocks numbers come out. So again, another day without a lot of known economic information. Markets are, like Eddie said, pretty much keeping things pretty close to the baseline here from yesterday. Getting a little bit of action, in the last couple of hours here, but nothing tremendous. I'm going to be probably expecting to stay relatively patient today as we anticipate hedge and position ourselves for the CPI numbers tomorrow.
Okay. Dude, where's the crude? Dudette, where's the crude at? Oil prices edged a bit higher, and looking at it right now, it just took a nice little bounce off its low. Looking at 86.46. That's almost my address right now. So we're watching crude here. It regained some of the previous session loss raised on uncertainty over a possible, this is, once again here, just a bunch of clusterfoo repeating of things, a possible ceasefire in the Israeli-Hamas conflict. U.S. crude futures traded 0.5% higher, 86.87 a barrel, while the Brent climbed 0.5% at 90.85. And oil prices remain close to the 5-month highs, supported by the notion that any cuts to production from the oil-rich region would furtherly tighten global oil markets. Now, still gains in minor Tuesday ahead of the release today. Key inflation data from both U.S. and China later this week. And as John said here a little later on, we will have a release here in the afternoon. And now here's something I hope you really like. If you had UConn in your March Madness, congratulations. UConn delivered its latest and its suffocating basketball beatdowns Monday night. Sorry if you're a Purdue fan. I'm just reading what is written here. Smothering Purdue 75-60 to become the first team since 2007 to capture back-to-back national championships. We had Tristan Newton scoring 20 for the Huskies, who won their 12th straight March Madness game. Not a single one of them decided by fewer than 13 points. So congratulations, UConn. And Purdue, you guys did a great job also. I mean, getting to that point, be proud. And I enjoyed watching a lot of those kids play basketball. That's where you really learn. If you're teaching your kid how to play basketball, let them watch college basketball because they will learn the correct way. All right. James, how about that tip of the week? Tip of the week. What do you got? Oh, yeah, take breaks. All right, we're going to be right back. We're going to take a break. Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine right now. Take a break. Hey, folks.
Sounds good, Eddie.
Financial markets can be emotionally taxing. Yes. You know it. We've all experienced the stress, the anxiety, the emotions, especially when taking a loss or when the market's going apeshit. Taking breaks provide traders with the opportunity to step away from emotionally charged situations. Make it a point. If you're not seeing clearly, if you're out of focus, if you're in doubt, close everything out. Double check. I'm flat, nothing working. Get away. Step away. It's only healthy. And we want you to be healthy because we love you. Yes. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, a lot of what you said, whether it's during the day or over a longer stretch of time, it is important to take breaks, look away from the markets to replenish that mental capital. It's not only real capital that we're trading here. We are really trading our own mental capital, our own inner market. So make sure you stay fresh, stay rested, give yourself a little bit of time every day throughout the day to just take a walk, look around, do something else. Have a ham sandwich, do something, and try and stay fresh. It's a long day. These markets are open 23.5. That's a lot of time to be sitting looking at these markets. Sometimes we might get a little bit too close to a tree to be able to see the actual forest. So make sure you look away once in a while and take breaks.
Yes, indeed. I agree. And now, here to tell you everything about anything is Mr. Know-It-All. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today? Let's take a look at the charts, boys and girls.
Oh, if only that were true. If I only knew it all. Oh my goodness, that would be tremendous. And I would share with all of you. All right. Well, what I do know is in the daily, we've got an inside day after an inside day. These markets, the equity markets at the very least, are really seeking new information, and they're going to get some of that information tomorrow for the CPI. The markets seem to be telling us that they are awaiting new data. So we have to listen to what the markets are saying. You see the volume yesterday? Volume was putrid. It was a very low volume, even on the New York Stock Exchange and futures. That it's just indicating that people are hedging, positioning themselves, liquidating positions, whatever it is that they need to do before that CPI number comes out tomorrow. Open interest, we lost 10,000 in open interest. Another indicator that traders are liquidating or hedging themselves for whatever happens tomorrow. So the big focus is going to be on tomorrow, of course. We got to keep our eyes and ears on the news. We don't know, and when unknown occurrences are going to happen, if there's things that happen, we certainly want to be aware of that, and we certainly want to be using stops so that we are that we're protecting ourselves for any unknown influences in these markets. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart here. Let's take a look. Oh, wait. All right, here we go. All right. Last week's high and low are the high and low from Thursday. We ranged inside of that on Friday. We ranged inside of Friday's range yesterday. And overnight, we're basically ranging inside of yesterday's regular trading hour session range. Market is relatively range bound, wouldn't you say? In short time frame and kind of falling into range bound in longer time frames as well. Overnight inventory, was looking at this earlier this morning. It didn't look like we were going to be having any overnight inventory. Looks like we may be getting a little bit to the long side. Remember, these are shorter time frame, weaker hands, new longs coming into the market. If they don't get what they're looking for, and what are they looking for? They're looking for help to continue the move to the upside after the open. If they don't find that, we could easily come back and close the settlement gap, right? We have gaps away from ranges, and we have settlement gaps. We've got a settlement gap. I would say the probabilities, if we can't take out yesterday's high or our overnight high, there's a pretty good probability the price will eventually come back and test back to that settlement price, which is 52.53 quarter. Look at what we did here. Yesterday's settlement was one tick above Friday's settlement. One tick. Very little change in the perception of value. Market is looking for new information. As far as the profile is concerned, in the S&Ps. It was a normal variation trading day. It has a relatively weak high. In other words, there's no real excess on the high here. It kind of makes sense to me that the market is coming back to retest this high here. And, if we can't take this out, if we can't open with a gap, if we can't leave the gap, if we look above it and come back inside, I'm looking for, a largely a smaller range, lower volume day. Looking at the dome, it already looks a little bit thin. We're seeing double digits for about 10 points either side of the last price. It looks like another kind of low volume, low liquidity grinder perhaps today. But again, we're testing to this week high already in the overnight session. If we can't take that out, if we don't open with a gap, and if we can't, if we do open with a gap and we can leave the gap, then I could see this market continuing to push higher. I don't see that there's any real impetus to do so. So I'm going to be patient. The market this morning when I sat down was inside range, inside value. That suggests to me to stay patient. I saw somebody in the chat saying, no trades till the initial balance is established. That might be a good idea. So the profile, normal variation day, neutral with an unfinished high, no excess on the high, a weak high, already kind of coming up to test that level. Take a look at the NASDAQ. All right, on the daily chart, we talked about this yesterday. This market really kind of fell into a new market state. Back in the beginning of March, we've got, some pretty even highs here. We've got a couple of even lows down here. The market's really been sideways since the beginning of March. We're already almost halfway through April, and the market still remains inside that range. It seems as though the market has broken this trend line just through simple attrition and nothing major happening to break the upside market state. But I'm calling this still an upside long time frame market. But in medium time frame, this market is very, very balanced, and the price is right in the middle of that balance range, which further complicates day time frame opportunities, if you ask me. Looking at where we're at today, we've got another inside day after an inside day. Our little tennis player, and sometimes you might hear me talk about this, when we're range bound, our little tennis player tries to get to the center of the court. So if the next volley is up here, it can get there quickly. And if the next volley is down here, it can get down there quickly. So our little tennis player is awaiting new information. We added 2,000 open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ, which, could be just another function of open interest increasing or decreasing according to positioning and hedging. Positioning and hedging. Take a look at the 30. All right. So we're going to squeeze in here a little bit. Thursday's high and low. Friday's high and low. Yesterday's high and low. Inside day. Another inside day. Well, it's looking like a little bit more like we may see the opportunity for us to open with a gap here at 8:30. Overnight inventory is getting a little bit to the long side. This might make things a little bit more interesting here. Pardon?
S&P NASDAQ making new highs here.
Yep. And let's go take a look at crude and gold quickly. Crude is still struggling with last week's weekly kickoff high. That is 87 even. It's the gray line here that I left on here because I felt as though it is still impactful and important. And yesterday's high, today, the overnight high, pretty much ending up at that level. So the market really kind of falling into balance up here, maybe a 2-day balance, 3-day balance being established. We lost 19,000 in open interest yesterday. Volume, let's get the volume up here. Here we go. Volume was a little bit higher. We lost open interest. The upside auction, because of that loss in open interest, is getting a little bit lower grade today. I'm giving it more of a C plus because it has become maybe even a C because it's largely become range bound. It needs new business or some sort of impetus for any kind of continuation to the upside. I'll be watching that 87 even level if it is approached at all today. Here's the 30-minute chart. So overnight inside yesterday's range. excess on the high, no excess on the low from the profile yesterday. Overnight inventory is flat. It's already returned back to settlement. The settlement gap has already been taken care of. The market is in range in value. Stay patient. Just be patient. Opportunities will come. We had that test yesterday up to 87. That failed to continue. Overnight, we traded up to 87. That failed to continue. This market, this level here, 87, still looks like an important level for us. We're seeing a little bit of excess in the day time frame up there yesterday. Now, let's take a quick look at gold. I know we've got we're getting the band back together today, Eddie. We're getting the band back together.
Mervin the Magic Zone.
We've got gold continuing its route to the upside. How did it do yesterday? Volume was pretty good, but it lost 4,800 in open interest, an indication that this move might be getting a little bit tired. I'm not going to be stepping in front of it by any stretch. Just kind of monitoring open interest and volume over time to see if the market is still bringing in business at these higher levels or if folks are starting to get out at these higher levels. And yesterday was an indication that we may be seeing, some liquidation or profit taking. What did the market do yesterday, though? What was the day like? What was the direction? Well, the direction was nowhere. We just kind of hung around, excess low, excess high. We did put sort of a late spike at the end of the day after the settlement price came in here. Okay, now remember, gold settles at 1230, but sometimes things happen after that. And after the settlement came in, settlement 2351 even, we saw a pretty good move to the upside. The volume wasn't all that tremendous, but I'm kind of viewing this as a late spike. Overnight inventory was long. Is it adjusted or isn't it is subjective. We have not been able to close the gap from yesterday's range to the current range today. Looking like we found some buyers here in this congestion area. What was resistance, now maybe has become support. The profile was a normal variation neutral day with that late spike. The base of that late spike I'm calling at 2354.80. 54.80, that's a long ways away. I'm not thinking we're going to be necessarily seeing price at that level. That's going to take a gap close, a range gap close in order to do so. Market really kind of finding some support here. And it did leave the opening range at the high of the session, which would have me really looking for shorts. But in the longer time frame, this market is continuing its route to the upside. I'm still giving it a grade B as far as the upside auction is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Please remember every day, all day, to pray for peace. Let's have an interesting and challenging trading day, hopefully profitable for us all.
Yeah. I'm all for that. Hopefully everybody else is. We got a lot going on today here. I think Rips is pulling up here. I can see his, let's see here. Driving a Tesla. Here he comes. Parked it, and he's walking up. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Oh, listen to that doorbell. There he is. Little Jetsons doorbell.
Is that a new doorbell? Oh, my goodness.
It's a new one.
What's up, Rips?
What's up, Rips?
What's going on? How you folks doing?
Good, my friend. Very nice to have you here today. Like you said, got the band back together. We got Dolby, Jack, Rips, Andre, Hogue going to be joining us for Fast Markets. How was your morning, Rips?
It's going pretty well so far. Just had a huge move there in the NQ that, I missed that one myself. That was a incredible move here to the top side that just went straight on up. I totally missed that one myself, but I was trading earlier, and we did make about $900 copied across 3 Topstep combines, which is, it's a nice start to the day. I'm not going to complain about that, but we just had a massive squeeze there above 365 quarters, and by golly, it looks like it might be a little bit exhausted up here. I did see on the offer some thicker liquidity there on the offer up top. So I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to serve as a point of rejection today. That could be the high of today. all the way up at 395. Today is a very light schedule in the way of news, as you heard John and Eddie both talking about here. Very light session in the way of news. We do have CPI tomorrow, which is where most of the big players are going to be waiting to deploy their capital. So we do have the economic read that's going to be coming out, some consumer confidence, a little bit of consumer confidence read. It's economic optimism. That's going to be out 30 minutes after the open here. But the big news today, the big release is going to be around that 3-year note auction at 1 p.m. Outside of that, I don't really see much the activity in the market. I do think that we have some liquidity coming into the market open, some liquidity at 1 p.m. Eastern and 12 noon Central for our Chicago traders for the 3-year note auction, and then some liquidity coming in towards the close in preparation for the CPI print. So outside of those three kind of areas of the market, I don't expect to see a lot of volatility. I expect to see a session that was similar to yesterday's session, could even be a very docile power hour like we saw yesterday. Not expecting a lot. I do think that it's best to be bringing in that type of hungry eyes feel tomorrow for CPI, which is going to be out at 8:30. And then we do have 7:30 Central. We do have Michelle Bowman, who's going to be speaking 15 minutes after that release, which should, again, inject some volatility into the market. But I think that the market participants, the larger players, are waiting for that CPI print. Would you folks agree?
I would certainly agree.
Sounds
Certainly
good.
agree. Look at the volume yesterday. It was just very, very low. Very low.
I think, the NYSE ended up... Volume. Yeah, the NYSE ended up being 15% below its 1-month average in trading volume. And I think the NASDAQ was about 8% below its 1-month average. So we did see a little bit of movement, but very low volume. And again, we talk about this often here on Topstep TV. When you have low volume, low liquidity, it makes for a very difficult trading session. So those sessions, you want to be trading sparsely or not at all. And you want to be keeping an eye on relative volume. You want to be looking at session volume, seeing where we relate to other sessions in average months at the time. And just keep that in mind today, that we're likely going to see low volume outside of those three events. Again, the open, the bond auction, the 3-year note auction, and then the close. I don't think we're going to see much volatility. However, that doesn't mean that we couldn't have a big news release that happens today. If there's some kind of world event that happens, that can definitely spike volatility. So you always want to be on your toes for that. Make sure you're running positions that all are using stops so you're not caught off guard if you're trading without a stop. Please don't do that. Please trade with stops today, as any kind of news can move around the market.
All right. So, well, we got a minute here. We're going to have Andre jumping in here. I missed him from yesterday, but let's get our mooses or mises in the gates and get ready for today. And we'll get ready. But I think we've got Andre. Can we bring Andre in? James he's on the outside looking in.
Whoa.
There he is.
Whoa.
He's got a welcome back, my friend.
Hello.
The show that never ends.
I've been found. Yes, I've been found. I'm back.
Andre, I saw you actually yesterday when I was having my breakfast cereal on the side of a milk carton, believe it or not.
Well, I guess the reward was large enough that they found me and returned me to my rightful owner here. So I'm back. Yep. I'm glad you guys got the seat more for me. Yeah.
Andre, we were at the airport checking trunks of cars that have been parked there for a while. Here in Chicago, that's how they do it.
United lost the baggage. I got lost in baggage claim over there. But yes, I'm back. I'm back. Much needed a little rest there, but I am back in these markets. I forgot.
It's a good thing we had you chipped. We were able to find you.
They got me. That's awesome.
Right.
Awesome.
I'm going to pull out of your guys
for me.
I did. I did some skiing. Did skiing with Michael. It was good to see everyone out there in the mountains, but it is very good to be back. And I was like, come back. I see prices haven't changed that much since last Thursday.
No.
The pretty good non-farm reading there, right? But yes. Right. So I'm playing a little bit of catch up. It's been a minute since I've been in the market. So if I do make a trade, which I'm probably not going to, it's going to be light and tight, dip a toe in the market. Rips, you were saying that it was light volume yesterday. And we got CPI tomorrow, so you kind of attack this day, gingerly, lightly, and we'll see how things go. But yeah, Johnny, what have I missed? Give me up to speed here, Johnny.
Well, you really didn't miss anything. I mean, yesterday's range was inside the previous day's range. Looked like we were going to be staying inside yesterday's range, but now it looks like we're going to be opening with a slight gap in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. But you can see all that here. Here's Thursday's range, Friday's pullback, yesterday's range, today's range. Volume was very, like Rips and I were saying earlier, the volume was very low. A lot of people just hedging and positioning for whatever is going to happen with that CPI tomorrow. And, as Rips and I both kind of iterated, just because there's not a lot coming out known, there can always be events that we don't know about that might come in and shake these markets up. So if you are in a position, make sure you're using stops. Realize, it's a slow day. You may be thinking, well, nothing's going to happen, so I don't need to put a stop in. But yes, you do.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's get back into this, man. I missed these markets. This is
Dolby time is coming up, and I'm going to jump in the trunk, and you guys can go for the ride.
Knock if you need anything, Eddie.
We'll be very sure. You guys, thank you very much.
Let him in.
He's in.
What's up, Dolby?
Hey, Dolby time.
What's up? I heard you missed the markets, but did you miss me, Andre?
I did. What do you think I was thinking about from 2 p.m. Central to 3 p.m. Central every day, man? I was thinking about Dolby time and Power Hour, man. Were you cleaning up or what?
Oh, we were doing. Yesterday was a day.
Opening bell coming up.
Fortunate day.
Coming up,
and we're off.
Holy smokes! Wow.
Here we go. Dolby time.
I'm ready.
Andre, if you missed Dolby, maybe you should work on your aim.
Oh, wow.
Goodness.
And I missed the dad jokes. I missed all you guys. Good stuff, man. Let's get in these markets, though. Look at 5271s in the S&Ps. Looks like the whole lot's changed since last Thursday. I know it was a good non-farm reading, over 300,000 there, but same prices here, though, Johnny. How we trade? How's volume yesterday? I mean, I see oil's trading around. Terrible. Okay, very good.
Volume. I mean, crude volume was better.
Okay.
Gold and crude were doing their thing. Just in the equities, the volume was very, very low.
Gotcha. Nope, it's not a clone. It really is Andre. This is really me.
It's the real Andre.
The real Andre. Please stand up. Here I am. All right.
Welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, Rips. Much appreciated. All right, let's get after this trading, guys. Rips, talk to us. What are we looking at today? I heard you trade a couple combines today. So what are you looking at on a day like today? Help catch me up, get me up to speed for those shares that may be getting back in the markets today for the first time, taking a 3-day weekend. What are you looking at? How do you get yourself back up to speed in markets like this?
Well, really the biggest clue is going to be CPI this week. We did have some consumer confidence reads that came out, and it was, I talked about this a little bit, but basically we had consumers that are worried about debt repayment, but also very strong with their finances. So a little bit of the right hand not talking to the left. But again, there's not really any kind of messaging that's getting the market to change what we've seen in the last 2 weeks, which is basically coming off of the heels of the last FOMC meeting, which again, we're right about to hit that May 1st meeting. And, it's one of those things where we're waiting for big data to kind of complement and give us more of the picture of what we've seen lately. And if we don't have any new information that's coming out, the market's just going to be in this holding pattern and sort of digesting the current state of where we are with FOMC and rates and everything. But basically, the market has been a little bit spooked, thinking that we may not have any rate cuts at all this year and maybe potentially be looking at a rate hike. Which is a big turnaround from what we saw in December, which was 7 rate cuts on the table. Now we're pricing in about 2. The market is pricing in about 2 rate cuts on the year here. So it's a very big about face from what we've seen lately. Just trading the opening range here, looking for a breakout above a 407 quarters to the top side. And this is the trade I want to be managing here, looking for a potential breakout because we are seeing some strong moves right now in Meta and Google across the board, but not seeing that big breakout that I want to see in Apple above 169. So just seeing if we can get this nice breakout above 407 quarters right now.
Okay, Johnny. Did you take the trade, Johnny? What were you looking to do? No. Have you been taking it at all?
Yeah, we took it on Thursday.
Yeah.
With a 2-lot, we raked in about $1,200-$1,300 on that.
Okay.
Didn't trade. Oh, that was on Friday. Didn't trade it all yesterday. I really just didn't see a reason to get in the markets pretty much at all yesterday.
All right.
This morning, the opening range broke to the downside in the S&Ps, took out the high, It's about 1 or 2 ticks from closing the session gap to yesterday's session high. NASDAQ has traded both sides of the opening range. It's now coming off a little bit. It's already closed the session gap to yesterday's high. Okay, right here. Yesterday's high was, let's just call it 18,376. Market has already closed that gap. We've got some overnight inventory. In other words, price has moved away from the opening price from last night, approximately that opening price last night. We're just going to call it 18,314, about there. You can see it's at 6 o'clock. The market kind of looked up, looked above yesterday's high. It's already closed the gap. It's already pulling back. Overnight inventory seems to have taken over. We may see a settlement gap close, which could take us all the way back down to settlement in the NASDAQ. That's 18,295. In the E-mini S&Ps, 52.53. Quarter is settlement. So we may see these markets come back to where they pretty much opened last night, or the settlement price. Cool. In just in overnight inventory. Remember, Andre, there's not a lot of longer time frame participants in these markets right now. They're hedged. They are positioned for protecting whatever's going to happen tomorrow during CPI. So we're looking at a market that is largely short time frame controlled. You can see that whenever the market is range bound, volume is lower, participation is lower, liquidity is lower. The longer time frame just sits and waits for something to change and to cause them to change their inventories. If their inventories are where they want them to be, we're going to see a lot of short time frame control. And that is what I believe we're seeing here this morning. Closing the gap, pushing back towards settlement is an overnight inventory where, you think about who's trading overnight. Volume is very low. We're going to see shorter time frame traders barreling into a move that on the open, they're looking for that move to continue. They're looking for help from regular trading hour session traders, bigger traders. If they don't get what they're looking for, they'll unravel those positions relatively quickly. And I think that's probably what we're seeing in this pullback right here. So just keep in mind that, when we're in short time frame control, if short time frame is all one side, an opposite move is likely. So that's what I'm looking at here.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Okay. Goldie, time, what markets have you been flirting with since I've been gone? You been a crude guy, Dow guy? What have you been doing?
Well, a little bit of everything. I don't know if you know, so we got some new products, Trey, in Topstep X. We got some platinum.
Oh, yes, we do.
We got platinum. And we got micro gold, micro Dow. Nikkei was added, I think, last week. And then there is one more, I think, micro Russell. So four new micros and platinum.
Man, miss a little, miss a lot.
Yeah, right?
Okay, great. Good stuff.
We did try a platinum trade yesterday, but ended up taking it for flat. But it seems like one of those markets right now that you just press the buy button and it just goes up. It is just cruising to the upside. It finally cracked like $1,000 a ton, whatever they measure it in, but over $1,000 now. I don't even know when it's done that. It's like actually done it before. What do they use for platinum even for? Like in industry? Use it like in cars or something?
Jewelry,
yeah. Jewelry. Lil Wayne always rapped about his platinum. I know he liked his platinum a lot.
Platinum records, that's kind of cool.
Platinum records, yeah. You got that too. Man, I'm taking a look at gold prices around $23.77, man.
Yeah.
On the march to 2,400. Gold is on the move
new
up.
Session highs.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Gold is moving to the upside here. Here we go.
Yeah. But Power Hour was really slow yesterday and Friday. I mean, Hogan rips are right. Markets are waiting for some action. So I'm going to be doing what I normally do. We're range bound trading today.
You got it. Thank you.
I originally took a long off the open there, Andre. I did get stopped out on a one contract position. Then we flipped short and we're up $1,600 covering.
Beautiful.
Right around 52 or so. They're off the lows and now we're back to flat here.
Man, you do that all the time, Rips. You get a trade, you never get married to it. You unlock your bias and you'll get with the market movement. That's a very veteran move. That's not easy to do, especially in these markets, but you seem to be really good, have a good handle on doing that. You will take the trade. it doesn't go the way that you thought it would, you will unwind. I don't know if you hit the reverse button like Dolby Time wants everyone to, but man, you know how to get aboard that momentum. It's really good to see. It's a very veteran move. Takes a lot of experience and screen hours to get on board something.
Yeah, platinum is used in catalytic converters as well as palladium.
Okay.
Oh, that's palladium. That's pretty cool. Good enough.
Yeah,
thanks for
platinum,
dropping that info, chat. Yeah. I'm gonna work some shorts in NASDAQ at 18,409 and 18,420. What's up, Eddie? Those are the kind of like the daily range high and 4-hour range high that I'm trying to shorts. Markets have been ridiculously range bound, so I'm just expecting it to run up, do some stop runs, and head back down again. Maybe it rallies all
violently range bound.
Violently range bound. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, crude oil is not doing a whole lot. I mean, I had a 4-hour range at 86.20 that bounced. That would have been worth, I mean, not even that much. I mean, that's kind of the thing with crude. It's like if it's range bound and it's tight, like even a perfect entry only would have netted you 25 ticks maybe. Mm-hmm. So that's not a ton of opportunity there. And just kind of rotating through all these markets and just trying to find opportunities. And it's pretty tough on a day like today, but maybe NASDAQ with its inherent volatility will provide something for us to trade and have some fun.
Gotcha.
Or maybe one of the other markets, platinum, crude, gold.
Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. So, guys, all right. Well,
putting alerts.
We got CPI. What else we have this week? Reps, we got CPI. I assume we have PPI then this week as well.
We also have FOMC minutes being released on Wednesday as well, which should be very interesting to see. Although I don't expect there to be much deviation from what we've already heard, and it would take a lot for those Fed heads to kind of about face on what they've already said. So I'm not expecting a lot from those FOMC minutes myself. We're back in the longs here, looking for 407s to trade. Go ahead.
No, get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Back in the longs. Get in there. I got some questions for you in a little bit.
Yeah, we're seeing Apple perking up tremendously strong here. Average is 30.97 quarters here. And we want to see continuation. I'm looking for a breakout in Microsoft right now, and I'm looking for Apple continuation all the way up through 170s here.
I see.
I'm going to stick with these shorts and see what happens.
Okay.
There's your breakout in Microsoft.
Yep, Microsoft is tooling up to the top side here, looking for Apple to have a small little pullback here, but continuation on that trek up towards 170. That's what I'm eyeing here.
I have a little bit of a pullback in crude, which might have some opportunities for a little scalp. We're going to try to work one at 86.05, just below the previous low, and see how that pans out. And it's funny, YM is kind of rolling over right now, whereas NASDAQ is perking up a little bit. See how long that correlation stays inverted for.
S&Ps are kind of having a struggle to the upside here as well.
Yes, they are.
Peculiar. Andre, so what'd you do in Colorado?
I got lots of skiing in. It was great. The snow was good, actually. Closing weekend out there. There's a lot of the mountains are starting to shut down, and everyone's got to go back home. The employees are done for the season. Got a lot of laps in. I didn't get a whole lot of skiing in this year on the whole, but I was able to make up for it a little bit over the weekend. It was beautiful weather. We did have a snowstorm on Saturday, but the other 4 days or 3 days around it were just all bluebird sunny days. So kind of the best of both worlds. And I still remember how to ski. Came back in one piece, so I was super happy about that. But, man, something about those mountains can just really heal you. Nice little reset for the body, for the mind, and get back in front of these screens and start trading it up. But we'll miss the mountains and hopefully see them a little bit this summer and definitely next winter. But good to get out there for a few days. Say what's up to Michael. It was his birthday. It was his birthday over the weekend. So if we do see him on TV, make sure to wish him a happy birthday.
We had the opportunity yesterday.
Was he on? Was he on here?
Yeah, he popped in for a little while.
Good.
A little cameo.
Good. Yes. I got to see his new trading setup out there in the Snowmass office. I haven't seen the new setup, but it looks like he's got everything dialed in.
What's the new one? Because I was out there a couple months ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen this. Oh, it's just
newer.
Just like the microphones and the cameras and all his screen setup. I want to see how his setup was compared to my setup.
What was the verdict on that?
It's a little bit more dialed in mine. I like where he's got all like the YouTube chat or where he's got his chats and graphs and Slack and stuff like that. So I'm going to change it up. Tilt as well. Some kind of change up. Show me I call it eye progression. We do it here in trading, eye progression. Like from what chart do you read to what chart do you read to what ladder do you read? And so I kind of got that. Some minor adjustments to make, but for the most part, we're pretty much on the same page.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
YM has really just touched the top and has rolled over so much harder than I think. RTY rolled over too. I think it's just only the NQ that's kind of putting up a fight in indices land right now.
Yeah, S&P is pulling back here at 52.66, but we are kind of holding the line here at these 90s here in the NASDAQ. We did just break lower though. I ended up getting stopped out there on my long. We were fighting there for that breakout at 400s. It just didn't come.
I wanted it with you, Rips. I wanted to be on the other side of your trade.
Were you long?
No, I wanted to go short. I wanted to. You were long, right? I wanted to.
Yeah, I was long looking for the breakout of 400s there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to get short 409 and 420. Then it didn't happen yet.
Yeah, we're having some trouble. The exhaustion at the top side of the S&Ps is likely what did it. But I'm going to try another attempt here since we are kind of bouncing there at 375 or so. So looking to get back into these longs. And again, looking for that range breakout. Seeing a nice hold above 90 would do it for me.
Yeah, I want it. I want all of these things for you to all these things to happen, right? Every single one of them.
Oh shoot! I just see we got like
one of them.
We got a little power hour action right here, right now. As I see, boys, here we go.
The band's back together. I love it.
The band is back together. Let's make some music. How was all right? Hey, Rips, real quick. If you're flat, I got a question to ask you about the Fed and rate cuts.
We're working this position right now. I'll be back with you probably in about 2 minutes here.
Do that, because I want to know how we're changed from 7 rate cuts coming into 2024. Now we're kind of going to do 2, maybe 2.5. So let's talk about that when you get a chance. I feel like the dynamic has changed. What's up, Andy? Good to see you too.
6 contracts.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're trying to get this breakout above 400 here again. We really need to see this strong above 95 for that to have a fighting chance. And we'll see if we can add on any dips here back down towards these 80s or even low 70s here.
All right.
You're trying to add more too, huh? Wow. All right, cool.
Love it, Rips.
Yeah, we want to rip this thing all the way up through 400s, even though it's kind of getting a little cappy here at 90s. But there's a lot of stops above these 90s that we can start to tickle into if we get the juice here to the upside. If the S&Ps are starting to bounce here at 65s, that would give me a lot of confidence in this trade here. And I want to see Microsoft continuing that excursion back up to the upside here. But right now we're seeing exhaustion. So not seeing what I want to see yet to get this position even larger.
YM, on the other hand, has had enough of 39,300 and is already down almost 100 points.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. RTY, rolling over, platinum, doing platinum things. The NASDAQ is torturing everybody.
Yeah, NASDAQ is the only one that doesn't get the memo to go short here. We are just going back into these bands of consolidation, 85 to 91 or so.
Yep. My CL order is not doing anything right now. These are tough.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it's a little choppy right now, guys. Gonna sit on your hands for the time being. Oh, here we go. You got to sell off S&P, selling down to VWAP. I got VWAP at 52.61. I don't know if all roads have been leading to VWAP since I've been gone. George, I'm looking at you in the chat for confirmation on that. But we did sell off here in the S&Ps. Like Rip said, NASDAQ still waiting for the memo to sell off. And being a bit
we had a dip down there to the 70s, which stopped me out. But looking for, again, this entry over, if we get above 95s here, I mean, this can be tremendously strong. So that's what I'd be looking for here. If we're looking over at TradingView, what that looks like is if we're rejecting here at 65s, we do have a chance to get that excursion back up top. But we are seeing these indices starting to roll now. We are seeing a heavy roll here. So I'm back to flat, letting this trade develop here. Apple is rejecting, Microsoft rejecting. So seeing some heavy sellers across the tape here.
Here we go.
Damn, Rips. We missed it. We missed it by like 10 ticks.
How about that?
Heading back
story
to
of my life yesterday.
Seems like we're heading into yesterday's area of value, which could put the value area special situation play in. But if you want to go to my charts, yeah, we're on there. Okay. So we opened outside the range from yesterday. We're coming back to value. That's basically VWAP right here at the high of value from yesterday. So there's a little influence there. But if we do reaccept value from yesterday, the move isn't worth the risk. I don't think that, as we say, the juice is worth the squeeze, because the value area from yesterday is 10 points. 10-point value area. And, you know, we've got to show some signs of reacceptance of it before I can even take the trade.
YM is getting to a level that I find pretty interesting. So YM is approaching my 4-hour range low area. A lot of momentum going to that. So I wouldn't want to hop into a long right away unless it starts kind of consolidating a little bit. But the 1 minute is just like driving straight towards it. So if we can get a little bit of a small range around this area, I'd consider longs, because we're just gonna range trade all day until proven otherwise.
This is an overnight inventory adjustment.
Okay. What do you mean by that, John?
Heading right back to settlement. Overnight inventory got a little bit long from 6 o'clock till the open, about 2.5 hours there. It rallied, but there was nothing behind it. There's no longer time frame traders adjusting inventory here. This is short time longs, and they're bailing out on those longs right now. I think we've actually traded right back down to where the market opened last night. Let me find that level for everybody. The open was 52.58. Where do we just trade down to? 56?
Yeah. 50, 58,
so
56.
Overnight inventory is now adjusted in the S&Ps. Maybe not so much in the NASDAQ. There may be more to go in the NASDAQ, but it's got to take out VWAP before it can do that. But this is Amory was talking about gap closes yesterday, and there's two ways to look at them. If you ask me, there's range gap closes, which we already did. And then there's a settlement gap closes. So we've opened away from settlement. The short time frame longs are currently unraveling those longs and taking us, guess what, right near settlement. So we could call this, in essence, a settlement gap close. What else was I gonna tell you? So I mean, we're coming right back into range, right back into value from yesterday. I think it's a good idea. For those of you that wait for the IB to establish itself, the initial balance, the first hour of trade, I think it's a good idea to do that today. I think we may see better trade locations. And John Jones, I saw your question. Value high, TPO value high yesterday in the S&Ps, 52.61.5. TPO value low yesterday, 52.51.50. So a 10 handle range value area from yesterday. Is it worth taking the trade? If you're going to be risking 5 points to make 10, yes, but I'm going to be patient, wait for the initial balance to establish itself, and go from there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna work some orders here in the YM, but it's going to be kind of further down the ladder. 39,116 and 39,122. I'm going to see if we can get a stop run of the lows that we had on April 8th. It's called yesterday. Yesterday, I'm trying to see if we can get below those, and I would be interested in becoming a buyer. I think it'd be a cheap trade, and we love cheap trades.
Those are the best.
See if we can nibble on those.
Theme last week. Very successful strategy.
Crude oil is doing absolutely nothing. So I don't know if I can even trade crude. The range is awful. It's between it's like a 20-cent range, which is like $200 on a on an E-mini. So it's very, very small. We actually might get filled on these YMs on the stop run here.
S&P still seems moving to the downside here. Yeah.
Dolby, you're looking for a long down there?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, we're range trading until proven otherwise. So we're in the 50K account.
Right. And we get value low from Thursday right here, 39,140.
140.
I like
Okay,
it.
because I think we actually have started to see some buying come in a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna try to nibble on 2. I think 2 contracts is about the most I'm comfortable with in YM for a 50K account. We had 4 on yesterday, and it was a little bit much. Nice. A little bit much. So we'll stick with the 2 for the 50K account. I haven't traded this account a ton, so it's a little bit of like an adjustment period with appropriate risk and which markets I like. I'd probably do like 1 E-mini in crude oil or maybe 2 YM. I think even platinum could be interesting. I just don't know how viable it is in a live market.
It's a little thin.
So we're getting down there.
Yeah, it is, John.
It's very thin. It's very thin down on these levels here.
Yeah. Why? Where's the volume at? Come on, guys. Ribs, you said we got an auction today. I'm trying to look on the. Oh, we got the 3-year. Gotcha.
3-year note auction.
That's about right. It. Okay. All right. No number Tuesday then. Let's get in there.
No number Tuesday. I like that.
No number Monday.
You're long.
You're taking longs here, Dolby? I think we're going to have dueling positions again.
I like it.
I don't understand how you just take shorts at the lows. I'll never understand that.
Well, I'm looking for continuation here, especially since Meta's off the low end of the range here. So if we did have a breakdown, we do have a lot of stops to pop below that. So if we do start auctioning below these 50s in the NASDAQ, we do have 30s on the table for us here.
Okay, nice. Well, we got filled at 39,122, and our target is going to be middle of range, which is 39,212. We did start a discipline challenge on Power Hour yesterday, Andre. So I've committed myself to sticking to one exit strategy and no waffling. And I encourage chat to also find something that they wanted to work on for this week so we can all kind of keep score together and improve. And maybe if someone's having issues, they can drop that in chat and maybe it becomes a topic of conversation for Power Hour. If someone is struggling with, say, daily loss limit or finding a strategy or something like that. So it's a little way to... Oh, Anne-Marie Band's along with me? I'm good.
Very nice. So Dolby, the discipline challenge, you say. So what exactly are you working on? What is your one thing that you're working on for your discipline challenge? Your exit strategy?
Yeah, we've had so many wonderful guests on recently, and something I've noticed is that they are their trading plan is so complete that they just don't really feel any like anxiety in their trading. So I'm looking at you, Max Maserati, right, holding that big ES trade that he had, and he was cool as a cucumber the whole time. And it's because he believed in his like profit taking system and his exit system, and I don't have that yet. And so that's what I want to work on, is to get really consistent with that, because I feel like I kind of switch between multiple systems and I'm not getting an accurate take at just like what one system can give me. So we're gonna try this one for like probably till May, and then for that, so see how it goes. Might make money, might not make money. We'll see what happens. But I just gotta do something consistently. So that's the goal. We're gonna try that.
I like that. I'll start looking introspectively, and I'll start figuring out what my discipline challenge, what it will be. Something to think about. That's good stuff, Dolby. I like that. How's it been going so far? I know we're only a couple of days into it, but are you able to kind of hone in on an exit strategy?
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to do like a range-based exit system. So we're just going to basically try to take one off in the middle of the range and one off at the top of the range. We're probably going to sit in trades for a real long time. We'll see how it goes. I know we had David Green on Power Hour yesterday, and he was a huge fan of constantly taking profits. I did have an idea for a system that was like that, but we might run that in May. So that system would be more base hits, less home runs. This one probably be more doubles and more home runs. So, but we'll see how it pans out.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But so
Rips,
far,
how's your trade
good.
working?
Very, very little risk.
Just closed for about $1,600 in profit there.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
Bad. So value high in the NASDAQ from yesterday, TPO value high. If this is going to help you, Rips, 18,330. We've yet to even get to it. We're almost through the value area in the S&Ps to the downside here. So
yeah, I'm looking for that 332 halves level myself. So we're right in line with that one.
How does that happen all the time? I have no idea.
It's the power of auction theory.
Yes, it is.
So we get into that and we accept there may be some more downside down to 18,278 is a TPO value low from yesterday in the NASDAQ. You got to watch these apples getting a nice little pop here.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely seeing some consolidation down here. Some big consolidation here. It looks like it could potentially be some accumulation here from Anne Marie and Dolby's trade. Could definitely be
love it.
High five, Anne Marie. Pretty strong here
from across the internet. Yeah, so we only got filled on the one. We never actually got filled on the second contract. I think we missed that one by a hair, which has kind of been the theme of my trading session yesterday. We got bottom ticked on a 4-lot in YM, and then we got stopped out by a couple of ticks again on the shorts. Left a lot of money on a lot of unrealized gains in CL. It was just like a little bit of everything kind of happened. I think the problem was that I was thinking about like the winning streak I was on, and the market was like, let's put an end to that.
Not so fast, my friend.
Let's put an end to that one. Yeah, not so fast.
NASDAQ's having a real hard time here at VWAP 18,340.
Yeah, it is holding up there right now, but I still think that we can trade these 332 halves to the downside here. Having that top of the hour liquidity coming in, we do have a little bit of a, I think there's the TIPB economic optimism read is coming out now, so that can definitely shake things up a little bit here.
Okay.
I think Eddie will have that for us, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he will. Yep, hovering around VWAP here in NASDAQ. See how we react to that. Crude taking a peek to the downside. We are in that range, Dolby, here in crude, like you said. Looking at the 5-minute at least.
Everything's in a range.
Yes, it is. Interesting. Yep. Didn't miss a whole lot.
But I'll still buy 86 evens in crude oil.
Okay.
And I still want to try it. I still think
we're still waiting for that number
in the crude oil market. Which one?
What do we got?
The TIPP economic optimism.
Oh yeah,
it's lagging.
The business, the small business optimism, NFIB earlier today at 6 o'clock this morning, 5 o'clock this morning, I think it was. It was due out at 88.8. It came about 88.5, at least on investing.com.
Okay.
I don't even see this number on Financial Juice.
On the Juice, yeah, I don't see it either.
It's not on there, so I'm looking at investing.com.
Nice backup.
Yeah, nothing's hit the wire yet. They're looking at around a 44.2, prior 43.5. So I'll give them a little kick in the ass and see what's going on.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Let them know what's up. Taking a look at Tilt here. I haven't looked at Tilt yet this morning. Not a whole lot going there either. So pretty quiet morning, I'd say.
50-50.
50-50. It's all right.
Gold long, 74%.
Yes, it is. Hey, front month in crude is, John? What's front month in crude or Dolby? What's
It's K.
Pretty sure it's May right now.
From May?
Thank you. Yeah. I got June up. That's not going to give me what I need.
TopstepX takes care of all that for me, so I don't even worry about it. Looks like our YM trade's doing okay. We might get filled on this crude at 86 here. We're below the 4-hour range low right now. Doesn't mean... do a little stop run of that one. Okay. I think we're in good shape. So we're going to put it at 86. The other low that I'd want to get would be like 86.05. Crude can be a little bit wily, though. And I do think that, like, if you are trading crude, 86 evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s can kind of be targets. So since we already are so close to 86, I just kind of round down to that area because that typically is... If you're already so close, why not just stop by and say hi?
In the neighborhood. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. YM's doing okay. We want to see a push above 39,158 for YM as we make our way back to the middle point of the range, which would be our take profit 1. It's also our only take profit because we only have one contract in right now.
NASDAQ holding VWAP and rejecting value from yesterday.
Yeah, 365 quarters is the level I have, John. What's your level?
Call.
For
the value high yesterday.
Oh, from yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got TPO value high at 33. 33. 18,330.
Gotcha.
18,330 is now TPO value high. Geez, that was hard to say.
Too many dang numbers.
Yes, it was.
I swear, it's a little bit of dyslexia sometimes when it comes to numbers with me. How I was a filling broker, I have no idea.
Don't let them know that. Yep.
Of course,
well, this is kind of funny now. Everything else is
never an exact science.
Oh, I thought Anne-Marie flattened her YM position, and I was like, no way. Anne-Marie, you can't sell yet.
Oh, Rip's covered. Anne-Marie covered at 365. Very, very prescient cover there, Anne-Marie.
Nice. Yeah. Covered
very nice.
YM is still rolling.
Mm-hmm.
So 5 minute is starting to tighten up a little bit. Starting to tighten up a little bit on the 5 minute, which is what we do want to see. Because we're trying to playing like a 4 hour range, and so it can take a little minute to turn around the boat because the range is so big. So I am still going to keep in another buy order down here at 39,116 to see if we can still push down and then rip higher again, just in case they have to find some more liquidity to get us back to the upside. But I am fully trading ranges today, just based off of what is going on in the markets and what we're waiting for.
Yeah, S&Ps are back where they were auctioning basically since yesterday here, and we're in that exact same area.
Yeah.
And really not much has changed. It really is going back to the same thesis that we discussed at the top of the call here, where it's going to be a pretty range-bound day and not much happening. There's definitely some opportunities, but you have to be seeing profit, taking profit. It's very much a scalping market.
Yeah. It really is. It really is. It's very tough.
I'm such a bad scalper.
I think these are the days that, Yep. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dolby, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying that these days like trading, new traders and trading combines can get, kind of chewed up.
Yeah.
Because, if you're expecting volatility and you're stuck in a range, then you're probably, you might be buying highs and, short and lows and just getting chewed up constantly. But, that's where doing a little bit of research on Sunday night can kind of help you, because you can, like, hey, it's going to be a range bound day today, so let me get my range bound strategy and, freshen up on that one. Because it's a different mindset, right? If you wanted to short, 39,300 earlier today at highs, that's going to take a different brain than trying to buy that at highs.
It's like a different brain, isn't it?
It is.
It is. I mean, listen, I love Rips dearly. I could not spend a single minute in his trader brain because I just don't see the market like he sees it.
Yeah, we did just have a breakdown back into that 32 area that we're talking about, 330s, basically where John was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And we did end up having a little flush low there. And now it looks like the S&P could potentially break down a little bit more here. So be looking for a target of potentially 319s to the downside if those 330s are not holding.
And now YM's catching a bid. So I don't. YM seems to be the one indice that's kind of like, I'm doing whatever I want today.
Sure does.
I might do what you're doing, but it's going to take me like 10 minutes to get there. I need to assess and see if this direction's legit. We still can't get over 39,158. And if we can't get above it on this push here, then I probably would go to break even and pull my second ad. Because if we want this to go higher, then we got to go through 39,158. So we do not want to see this turn into resistance in the slightest. I mean, our entry was bonkers. Really, really good entry.
Walk right through it. Yeah, that was a great entry.
Yeah,
I like that trade.
but we gotta get through this. And if not, we'll pull this extra buy. Like if we get back down to like 39,000, if you get below 39,130, I'll probably just go to break even and then maybe reassess. But we really should be pushing higher here. Ooh, crude. What are you doing? So crude is actually.
I do agree with you there, Dolby, on your assessment.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to. Certain things have to happen if you want your position to do certain things, right?
Usually that's how that works.
Dolby, that was profound.
This is advanced. This is advanced. Put that in the.
Get that put on your
Yeah,
headstone.
that's a Dolbyism right there.
Yeah,
Yes.
put that in the glossary.
Yeah, looking good there, Dolby.
I'll stay in bid.
Nope, we're gonna hang in there.
I'll stay in bid.
So you got above 30. Okay, we touched 39,158. We'll pull the adder, and we'll go to break even, and then watch this reverse and touch my stop, and then go higher. Okay, so let's see what happens.
Now, is that your discipline?
Oh,
Yeah, I do one rule. I do
straight.
one touch. One touch.
And then
If it touches my
after it touches
entry
it once, then you can move up?
And bounces. Then I'll move up.
Got
Yeah,
it.
I always allow one touch of the entry. And I guess vice versa, also one touch of, the exit too. It's like if we need to get out of a range, we test it once and we pull back. I'm okay with that. We test it again and then we pull back again. It's like, no, we need to have a little bit more action. Crude oil, I'm glad it didn't take that long. It looks like it's kind of just rolling through. So there might be more opportunity in crude if we can get down to 85. It might be playing a much bigger range than we think. But let's watch YM, much more exciting because that's actually at the market I'm in.
Yeah, YM's holding that bid. NASDAQ hovered around VWAP, not doing a whole lot there, chopping there. S&P still trying to figure out which way it wants to go. Dow showing some strength.
Mm-hmm.
Crude, taking a look to the downside here, bottom out of that range if you're looking at the 5-minute.
Yeah, I mean, I did have an order sitting there at 86, and I pulled it, and we went to 86.02.
Yep, got close.
But it's just a problem with crude oil right now. It's just all lower highs and lower lows on the 5-minute. It's like there's not a single thing that's telling me that this is going to be like all of a sudden a bullish place, other than it's in a nice range. And typically that's like, a cheap trade, but are we going to get enough follow through to actually take profits on it? You're just going to be like, oh, you bought the lows, now you get 10 ticks, and if you don't take it in the next 2 minutes, it's a losing trade.
And you're dead.
Yep. Cool. Rips, what do you got? Any trades on?
I was just working this bid
12ers.
off the low here.
Rocking 6 right now? Wow.
Yeah, we were at 12. We flipped out half the position up top.
Damn, son.
Nice. Yep. Just waiting.
Yeah, looking for this breakout above 40s here.
Okay.
We go crude
bullish. I'm happy
there.
with that.
Crude trading 86.03. Dolby, I don't know if you got those bids still in at 86 evens, but we're getting close. Into the top of the chat here. Everyone, we got our daily levels. Please make sure you have that up when you're trading. They're pretty damn good. Refresh them daily, so make sure you have those in there.
86 has got destroyed. So I think we're going lower. Something with crude that's kind of interesting is that the range, crude could be up a lot in the overnight, and you could be like, oh, there's no way crude is going to retest the low of the day or whatever, the low of the range. And it is one of those markets that can do that and has no problem going from range to range, even though it looks like it would be impossible. And, you pull up a 1 hour chart and it's like, well, 85.50 is not all that far away, and neither is 85 evens. So it could still do all of that and still be bullish even long term.
Yes. Dolby, just for your information, the value low from yesterday, which in essence, I mean, we've been trading inside value from yesterday, all the entire session pretty much today. Value low is 85.64. That's TPO value low.
Okay.
Does that give you any good reference levels?
For a crude, can I get the number again?
85.64. The year I was born.
Hey.
Very nice. Let me see. A little bit. I mean, I probably would round that number down to 85.43 because we have a lot more bounciness down there on the 30-minute. Yeah. So we could maybe see a stop run of that. That would be cool to see us get down to maybe 85.50, 85.40, maybe run some stops down there and then head higher again. I think that'd be very, very nice. But we'll keep an eye on it. I mean, there's still some action.
Speaking of action, we got gold ripping to the upside here, up $8 in the last 15 minutes or so. About $4 off the overnight highs here, but currently trading $23.80, almost $23, $22,381. Wow, gold is moving to the upside. I wonder what the deal is there. Any ideas, Rips? I don't know if you're flat. I'm
just about to close about $1,600 in profit there. I'm just going to close that. All right. Man. Yeah, we just took that NQ off the lows there, closing up $1,600 on that little leg of that trade there.
You get long off VWAP there?
Back. Yeah, we're back in the green now. We're back up $2,800 on the day.
Beautiful.
Well done, Rips.
Nice.
Very exciting. Very exciting watching it.
Trying to do something out of these ranges here. And the hint there was the fact that those bids were holding above 330s. And you talked about that level, John. You were very clear on that level. And when I hear that your levels are intertwined with the same areas that I'm looking at in the chart, I use that confluence to my advantage. And even if it's, take the trade and it's a losing trade, it's a lower risk trade. I'm maybe going to give back $600 to $900 on a trade like that. But I mean, like the profit right there, $1,600 on that leg up. So, it's one of those things where if you give me that confluence, and this is why folks out there who tune into Topstep TV, when John gives his levels and they line up with some type of trading strategy that you're employing, use that to your advantage. His levels are fantastic. And I mean, when I hear, and that's why I'm always asking you, John, what's your level? What's your level? Because you announced around those 330s, 18,330. My level's down there at 332 halves. So when we have that interlocking level like that, I got to take that. And I'm watching the tape too, looking for if we're seeing bid support down there, and we were. So
that's what we saw.
And YM is turned out to be so far pretty favorable. We are about $100 away from take profit. So we're getting into the most anxious.
Nice trade.
The most anxious part of the entire trade is the last 10 ticks to your take profit.
Well, 10% it.
What's the 10% rule, John?
When it's 90% to your profit target, you can take the profit and call it a full profit target hit.
Yep. So what is? Let's see.
Yep. Down turning around. Nice calling those longs in the NASDAQ there, Rips. Holding the bids.
Well, thanks to John. Thank you. Yep. Thank you for John for the confluence there.
Trading.
Oh my God! It just touched my. Oh my goodness.
You not get a fill? You got touch no fill?
It touched 4. I think it got to like 211, and I wanted like 212.
Do you use MIT when you're doing your exits? Are you use MIT or are you using limit orders? Market of touch?
I don't even know.
MIT.
Oh, market of touch. No, I don't think I even got touched. This is just whatever the Topstep X order is.
I'm curious. I'm wondering if by default it's MIT or if it's limit.
I would think it for a market order. I think it'd be MIT for an exit.
Limit.
Is it limit?
It's limit for an exit. I didn't even get there. Yeah. Hug was literally talking about the 10% rule. I looked over and then it runs up and misses me by a tick. So the 10%
today is one of those markets where, if you're really not quick today, the market can go really close to your TPs and then just skitter on away. So it's one of those days where if it gets close, you should be slamming in a market order to get that fill close to where your area is. It's one of those days. Like when Andre was asking me that question, I was up $1,600 in that trade. And we started to hit that first level of kerfuffleness, which is, by the way, key word there. Yes. And the moment I see that, I'm marketing out. I'm not even going to wait to get filled on a limit order there.
Right. We'll keep it. We'll keep this in there.
You're longs, right? Long in the YM?
Yeah, we've been long in this trade for a minute, actually. Let me see when we started this.
We'll get it right now. We'll get it.
Yeah, I should just take the profit.
Take a look.
We're talking to the market here. I love it.
Yeah, been there before.
It's one of those days. We got filled the YM at 122 at 850. So this has been going on half an hour for this trade.
That's sometimes the way that it goes, right? When you have limit orders out and you're looking for your price to get tagged. we live in a society right now that's that Amazon Prime, DoorDash, overnight, I need it now, Uber me here in 5 minutes kind of society. And when you're trading like this, 20 minutes seems like a lifetime because we're used to Amazon priming our trades, right? And sometimes it's just, you just have to be patient. You have to let the trade develop. The market will never move in a straight line. And more often than not, you're going to see the price go up a whole bunch and then come back down a whole bunch. And it's one of the things as a futures trader specifically that you just need to get used to unless you're a hyper scalper. But you just have to get used to it. And for you newer traders out there that are watching, it's something that you're going to have to get adjusted to. If you're coming from a different asset class, if you're maybe a long-term trader or maybe a scalper, whatever asset class you were trading before futures, you're going to have to get used to this. And one of the hardest things, I think, as a futures trader is that you're rarely ever going to see your position closing at MFE. That's maximum favorable excursion. MAE is maximum adverse excursion, but you're rarely ever going to see your trades closing at MFE. And it's one of the hardest things as a newer trader to see your profit, say, let's use whole numbers here. You're up $1,000 in a trade, and then you only, air quotes here, only close it for $800 in the profit. And you say, well, why didn't I close it for $1,000? Well, number one, you don't have a crystal ball. And number two, you're rarely ever going to close at maximum favorable excursion. So you need to get used to it as a futures trader.
Thank you.
If you do, it's luck.
Exactly right.
Yeah, so I moved my stop up in YM. So I'll lock in at the very least $300, which is
beautiful.
Great. So we get 60% of our profit target, and it's still kind of moving to the upside a little bit here. So we'll just let this play out, and it's in the market's hands at this point. If it wants to make new highs, that's fine. If it wants to come stop me out, and that's fine too. I do want to switch to crude oil though, which seems to be kind of an interesting market right now.
Yeah, it is, Dolby.
Kind of breaking down some structure a little bit. So I wonder if there's going to be opportunity there to make some trades. We did touch 85.80s. I did mention earlier that evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s are kind of like standard bouncy levels for crude oil. So that was a 0.80 touch right there. I can just chart on the chart. I think these are kind of important. And I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I would still like to see 85.40. We're probably going to get stopped out of YM, if I had to guess. But yeah, to the tick. I think, YM and I really developed kind of an interesting relationship recently where we like putting on great entries and then, having fun with the exits. It's been a fun relationship we've had the last 2 days. Yeah.
Have you thought about front running yourself, Dobie, by maybe 4 or 5 ticks?
Front running yourself.
I mean, it sounds crazy, but it works. If you get into that, you have a stretch of trades and you're always getting missed by a tick, and it's like, how do they know? How the heck do they know? And I'm even front running an area of liquidity, and you run like a group of trades where you getting stopped out at break even or whatever the case. You start front running yourself. Maybe I'd be 5 ticks under where I'd normally take it. Now we take it 10 ticks lower. And before you know it, you're trying to take a 1 tick profit on every trade.
If I have a profit target, I'm always short of it.
We're out.
Yeah. There you go, John.
We're out. We got plus 312 on that one. So nice trade. So we got long 39,000. Here I can try to get a bigger chart, but we got long 39,122. And then held it for about half an hour and took profit approximately up here. We wanted to get the halfway point, but it missed it by a tick. Thank you so much, YM. So cool trade. Basically just another cheap trade playing the range. So we were looking for a stop run below here. We didn't get the full stop run, but we did get filled on 1 contract. So we were able to get 312 on that. So just a range bound play, right? I'm taking range trades until otherwise.
It's a great trade. Dolby. Good
All right, guys, while we're being patient here, I missed this guy's voice and his news package. Jack, what do you got for me, man? How you been?
You missed wow, it's a weird day for you to miss my voice. It's a little bit off, but
he also missed your package, he said.
Hey, a news packages. News packages. Come on.
Here we
That's
go.
What I meant. We're all talking about the same thing here. Come on.
Here's a big old news package coming down the pipe.
My goodness.
JP Morgan.
Jesus.
I always love stories like this on Bloomberg because you guys know I'm a connoisseur of vibes. I don't think I've seen before something like this where it's like use cheap options to bet on Chinese stocks. Okay.
What?
Cool. Seems a little risky. I
Okay.
don't know why, but JP Morgan is saying that. So that's the thought process that they are in right now. As we know, yesterday it was the eclipse, the best eclipse content I saw. There's an update on this too.
Whoa.
Here saying this photo is even funnier when you realize the pyramid is a Bass Pro Shop.
Oh,
now,
come on.
Here, I will explain. First of all, this got community noted. That first picture was actually the Washington Monument. But more importantly, I always take the opportunity to bring up that one of the 10 biggest pyramids in the world, counting old, new, everything else, is a Bass Pro Shop in Memphis.
God. Of course.
I want to go there.
I'll go with you, Ho. Great content.
Yes,
and
it would be.
Speaking of fantastic content, we got something from Jim C., who Jim C. was on TV yesterday for the eclipse and doing the model plane flying club. I'll post the article in the chat so you can see it, but you'll notice he's got the Topstep TV hat on.
Yes.
So,
wow.
That is awesome.
Cool.
So something for all you out there. We'll set you up if you ever get onto something public with a Topstep TV hat or shirt. We'll work something out with you. Now, don't rob a bank or something like that. Make it a positive experience. But thanks, Jim. And it's pretty cool what he's doing with those airplanes.
Wow,
those planes are cool.
Very nice.
Shout out to Jim C. If you're in the chat, say what's up, man. That's cool.
That is
Thanks,
cool.
Jack. All right, taking a look here. NASDAQ still chopping around VWAP.
VWAP.
Crude trading below $86 even. We're hoping for that to hold there, Dolby. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a bounce. Might take a couple minutes. Give the old college try, as Michael likes to call it.
I don't know. I still think we're running lower. There's still, I think, a time frame to look at if you're trading crude oil right now is the 10 to 10:30 hour. So that's when the European session closes for crude. You can kind of get some volatility. I wonder if we're going to make a run to 85.40 between 10 and 10:30 and then get back within range. That is kind of what I'm thinking might happen. Just because
Carlton is in the chat.
Oh, hell yeah.
Jim.
What's up, Jim? Shout out, man.
Yeah.
Maybe we can throw a Topstep sticker on one of his planes.
That's cool.
That'd be fun.
Your Topstep TV.
So Dolby, if you're thinking crude,
typically I am.
We have got 4 minutes left. If we close this 30-minute bar back inside the initial balance, that creates the potential for a failed downside auction. If we open the next 30-minute bar in this auction and we can't close the single TPOs, or we do close the single TPOs back to the IB low, it's probably more looking to the downside.
So what's that upside number you were talking about?
So
or like the rejection number where it goes back down?
The IB low is 86.08.
86.08.
All right.
Right. So we'll put this away for about 3 minutes and I'll watch and see how this opens. And if it does give the implication of a potential failed downside auction, then we might look for opportunities for cheap longs. But it's going to be, there's nothing finite in futures trading, right? I mean, we could open back inside the IB in the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then it can still take out those single TPOs. So if we do leave this buying tail here, failed downside auction, we can take out a few of them. We can Pac-Man a few of these TPOs, but we don't want to take them all.
Yeah.
All right, we got some selling action here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. Sellers are coming in. Finally broke through VWAP in the NASDAQ, and we are cruising down to the downside. S&Ps as well. S&P's trading 52.50 even right now. NASDAQ selling off as well. Yeah, we are.
Gold is going to the moon.
Gold is going to the moon. Hoop asks, will gold hit 2400s? And Hoop, we will find out, but I'm thinking we will sooner than later. We're on a bull run in gold. We are still selling off here in S&Ps, still selling off in the NASDAQ. I want to say it's a
I would consider NASDAQ long. I would consider NASDAQ longs at sorry, you said 24.40 for gold?
Yeah, his weekly kickoff high in gold.
Nice. And then I would look at
that was a great trade right there.
18,256. Damn. Yeah, just nailed a short on that Momo.
Yeah, I'm up 5,300 now after nailing
Nice.
That. Wow.
That was a huge flush. We had a level at 319 halves, and once we broke those 330s, I was waiting for a pause in the action to get back in short. And 319s down to 293s. Super nice.
Still selling here.
Yeah, we broke a key level in the S&Ps. Did you see that, John? You were just talking about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we broke down that level here.
We took out the low of the value from yesterday, TPO value, 52.51.50. If that doesn't bring support, then, we're currently below yesterday's range.
Okay.
In S&Ps. Do we short it?
I was going to say our friend Austin Silver would be looking at getting short right now.
Nice.
The NASDAQ is a little bit different. The NASDAQ hasn't traded the value low from yesterday. Value low in the NASDAQ, TPO value low, that is 18,278. 18,278.
Still selling.
There it is. There it is.
Still selling.
All right,
here we go.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Wow, we are selling hard.
Unwinding like crazy here. Meta's off a cliff and NVIDIA are both off a cliff here. Completely off a cliff. Meta's looking for 500s to trade. We're currently at 510. We've given up 10 points here in Meta in a jiffy. We're down at 844 in NVIDIA. NVIDIA was trading about 875. So we're cratering about 30 points
I'm going to try this.
NVIDIA.
I'm just short one S&P, just sticking a toe in here below yesterday's low. Let's see if this plays out.
Taking a short down here. Wow. I would want to get long NASDAQ at around 18,241.
I would too, because we're still in range where we just took out the low of value from yesterday.
Dow's seeing some sellers now. Wow,
yeah,
we are selling hard.
Seeing this thing flush.
Heads up,
I'm pulling
everybody.
that out.
News.
Wow.
I'm looking at financial news. I do not see anything. Eddie, if you're looking at the headlines, please let us know. I'm not seeing anything. I've been looking. It is feeling a little bit.
Wow.
They're just running.
We're up almost $6,000 now. This is still going. This is insane.
I just below 500 on a one lot there.
Let's go.
Nice
work there, John. This is insane. So I'm looking for 224.5 here for our next level, but this is rolling completely hard here.
Yeah, it is. Feels like news, Henry. I agree. I'm not seeing anything though.
It does seem like news, right?
Yeah.
It does feel like it. But
somebody got the CPI leak early.
The old tap. I'm with you, Rips. There's always someone out there that gets the number early.
Somebody got the number early and pressed the button.
Yes, they did. All right, still selling.
Curious to see how much volume comes in here down at these levels. But if we can tighten up here,
I keep missing an entry here because it's just moving so quickly.
Yeah,
this is just nuts.
This is why you stay patient, folks. The moves will come. This is why you stay patient. It took almost an hour into the trade. Chop around, then the market falls out of bed, and this is when you capture that opportunity.
They just got short again.
New trade, or did you add?
No, this is a new trade.
Gotcha.
I didn't even get a chance to change my profit target. I hit it so fast. I've got a 500.
Wow, man,
a 500 bracket on it, and it just went and took it.
Wow.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Eddie. Let's go. All right.
Oh, God.
Nothing showing a tilt. Toast with 50-50 across the board. Although, here we go. Dow heavy short, 85% short as we move to the downside. Hopefully all those traders are capturing those profits. Man.
We got ours just in time.
Dude.
That was, yeah.
I'm taking off that one too. So, wow. Up 6,500, 6,400, and $11 now.
Wow. That's how you wait that sucker out.
Crazy move.
I'm going to try.
We dumped 20
longs,
points in.
Probably in like a minute or two if we can stay down here.
Dolby time calling the bottoms. I love it.
We're in the range. Like, this is how ranges work.
It is very much so. That's your strategy.
Dolby time.
I mean, I had an order in at 230 and I pulled it. It's like that would have been 20 points right there.
Yes, I would have.
I pulled out of that trade at a very small loss because it started coming up through the low volume node here at 52.35 approximately. So that took me out of that trade. I think we could see a little bit better pullback off this. And we got to see. Well, we got a long time to see if we can leave a failed auction down here, or if we see continuation. Nasdaq did take out the low from yesterday, but just by 10 or so handles, and it's coming back into towards the IB low right now.
Dolby, did you grab that long?
No, I should have just trusted myself. I thought too much about it.
You call it. You gotta take it.
Discipline, Dolby.
What did I cancel? I had 30. I canceled 18,233. That was the order I had.
That would have been the fill right there.
8 points of risk on that.
Nice fill. Yeah, that would have been cheap. Real cheap trade. Might come back. It's okay. We're only on a 1 minute chart. You know what I mean? Like the 5 minute hasn't even been done printed yet, so we got a lot more going on. I could easily come back and test again.
Definitely.
And in fact, it probably will, because there's probably a lot of people who got long down at 230 who probably moved their stop to break even. And they're
just grab more of that short there. People. That puts us up.
Oh, nice.
7,200. Nice. Let's go.
Man, we are carving this thing up.
Yeah, that was great. We had hesitation up there towards 65s. Took that short from 65s down to 40s.
And I'm going to try a long order at 18,227 and see if they just come back down and get all the break-even longs out. Crude oil.
Yeah, this is actually a lot more opportunities than I thought that we would have had today. I mean, this is a beautiful move.
Yeah.
This is how it happens, right?
Exactly, Rips. Exactly. You just got to wait and wait and wait and wait, and then the moves come. The moves come. Like Dolby says, you cannot stay in this range forever.
You cannot.
Sure enough. Point, click, and pray worked right there. Well, I mean, those sellouts, that's what you do in these sellouts.
What a strat.
Yeah, these sellouts, you point, click, and pray. I mean, those markets, when they tank, they tank. Don't overthink it, right? We're looking.
Yeah,
I'm
it just shows how
for
the
headlines.
week they've been.
I'm sitting here looking for headlines, and the market's just making new lows. So, who cares why the market's moving? The market is moving. So get on board. Ask questions later.
Never check the depth of the pool. Just dive in head first.
I mean, sometimes just cannonball, maybe cannonball, but first.
Head first. Come on, let's go.
Head first is a little sketch. Crude new lows. Thank you, Eddie.
If crude gets down to 85.50, and I don't say it, someone please remind me. Because I don't have alerts in this platform. There's no alerts in Topstep X yet, or else I'd have it in there.
So Dolby,
I'm eagerly awaiting.
We do not have a failed downside auction in crude.
You do not. Okay.
No. If you want to see it here, put it on my.
Here we go. More lows. Haven't seen a damn reason why. Don't matter. We are breaking.
Left one single
TPO
224,
here. 224 halves. It lines up with what you're talking about here, John. In the NQ. I mean, I did not expect a big move like this in the S&Ps either.
All right, we're long NQ 18,227. And our take profit's going to be half of range, which would be 18,244, risking 300. And we wait. And please go back up.
Just broke below 39,000 in the Dow.
Yeah, we might get rocked on this one.
Yeah, if you ask nicely,
18,200 in the NASDAQ. Closing on 5,200s in the S&Ps, about 25 points from that, but we are moving finally to the downside. So
I'm trying to ask as nice as possible. I mean, yeah, it's not great. Well, let's go to a different market. Anyways.
Very thin on the ladder in the S&Ps, John.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh, YM's getting close to daily range low at 38,913. This is where being a range trader can kind of get you in trouble, because if the market decides it wants to trend today and get out of it and you're on the wrong side, it's not a great feeling. And all your trades look really stupid. But otherwise, your trades look really good. Really, really good. There's like no in between.
There's no news here, huh?
Still no news. Yeah.
Headline, John.
They're just running stops before this. That's all they're doing.
We're getting cheap prices for CPI so they can buy it up really, really low and send it to the side.
Right.
Ritz, I love it.
Probably.
I love
Think
it.
like a market maker if all else fails.
I love
They're
it.
setting us up.
It's the algorithm.
Exactly right.
Someone hit the sell button on the
You don't need to
algo.
watch that trade anymore. You can just watch it based off our P&L on the screen here. Oh, it's God. I don't know how you trade NASDAQ, dude. That thing moves so fast. So fast.
You got to buckle in.
You really do.
Makes me crazy.
I mean, we almost got bottom ticked. I might have lost my mind if I had gotten bottom ticked for 2 days in a row.
Nothing worse, man.
But so far, the momentum is actually not that bad. I do want to try to move my stop up a little bit because 300 is a little bit rich. So we'll risk 245 instead. It really shouldn't be coming back down here because when you are range trading, you really want buyers and or sellers to step in immediately and start pushing price higher. So the longer it takes, it's not great. So we'll slowly walk the stop up, but our target is 18,241.
Yeah, I'm looking for 225s to give out. We have that level at 224 halves. So if that gives out again, we have room down to 205 here. That's what I'd be looking for on this breakdown. We do see some bidders stepping in right around 224 here, but if we get this sweep of liquidity low, should be looking at 205s on the print.
Yeah. And the ladder's just going, zooming around in NASDAQ. Kind of.
Back in, John?
Pushing it, yeah.
New sellers.
No, not right
Sellers covered it.
Not right now.
Yeah, this whole take profit system I got in NQ might not be the... Actually, I'm not going to say anything. I should stop talking. Let the trade play out.
Yeah.
Nothing I do or say is going to change the result of this trade.
What would bring you into longs, Dolby?
It looks like
I am long.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that you were actually in.
No, yeah, I bought... what did I buy? God, it's so violent. I bought 18,227.
Gotcha.
And it's just zooming around.
This is violent.
It's
Yeah,
quite
extremely violent. If these 224s break down, I want to be hitting this heavily here. Looking for 205s as the target to the downside.
I mean, we almost...
Here comes that break.
So we're probably stopped out of this one.
we go.
Yeah, we're out. Just a little bit of a haircut on that one.
Violently.
JD, we're going to come to you. We're going to wait for these markets to settle down a little bit, JD, but stand by there.
There we go. Covering half. Got two as a runner.
Coming off.
Downside rip.
Coming off.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Looking for those 205s to trade. There's 205 on the print. Boom.
More sellers. Come up to 18,200 in the NASDAQ.
Baby.
Wow, what a round.
There's news.
Just like that. So what does that bring us up there on the day?
Uncle Mo.
10,700.
Jeez.
Dude, sack lunch gang, bro. Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Damn,
There's
son.
news.
Well done.
Something
You
happened.
catch the momentum.
I know.
Well,
What?
I've
This
seen
is so weird.
I haven't seen a headline.
No headline.
Nothing. Maybe some geopolitical tensions escalate. Blah. I mean,
Remember, no headline. Think like a market maker.
That's right.
Okay.
Heavy short YM still 81%. I haven't really peeled off that much. John,
Very,
when we
very
get a
short.
chance, John, when we get a chance, more sellers. Boy. Andre, just shut up. Get out of the way. Let the market do its thing. More sellers.
Just said, geez, wow. Now this is wow.
This is getting intense.
We're coming down towards those lows that we were printing on the big 500 point roll in the NAS. So we're coming close. Yeah, we're getting down there for sure.
And buckle
We might
up.
be trading 5200s again here in a jiffy in the S&Ps.
Yes, sir.
At the daily range low for YM. If it can consolidate, I'm taking longs. I know it sounds crazy, but it's what we do as range traders. We're at the bottom of a daily range, so this is the cheapest trade.
And you're looking for a scalp, right? Just a scalp, or are you looking for a complete reversal here?
It would be a complete reversal.
Roger that.
It would be, yeah. I mean, that's the
Sellers got to
range.
exhaust themselves. Volumes picked up. This move to the downside. We've seen spikes in volumes, at least in the ES. I guess NASDAQ as well. I'll see to pick up in volume, but definitely spikes in volume in the S&Ps and NASDAQ with this move to the downside. So there is some conviction behind this sell-off.
Oh, my God. I like
There
CO.
certainly seems to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say. Conviction, definitely the right word.
I can't believe that there's nothing behind this. It's just
I'm looking.
falling apart.
Like Rip said, they got the number early.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything here.
That's all it takes. Just get the number early.
Oh yeah, man. We had the conspiracy theories. We had it all figured out. Yep, they got the number. I'm assuming Mag 7 getting hammered as well.
Oh yeah, I'm back in here looking for this to close below 170s now. Every bounce up, I'm kind of watching too to see how much displacement there is in liquidity, and they're still just selling a lot of this. A lot of the buyers are met with heavy selling here. So still liking this short, especially if we break down these 170s to the downside here. You can see here, this is what it looks like on Bookmap. If we were to break down below those 70s, we have a huge move, basically down to, I mean, we should settle right below 66s if we have that push to the downside, potentially getting all the way down to 147s there. So let's see if we can have any kind of rejection back down here below 170. That's what I'm watching for.
Man, did not
Some
expect
liquidity
this
stepping into the long side here. What'd you say there?
So did not expect this in the slightest.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people did.
Gold has pulled back. Yeah, even gold has pulled back a lot, almost 20 bucks in gold.
Yeah, seeing a little bit of a bounce here, but we need to see, for a big confirmation in this bounce, we would need to see S&Ps over 5220 again, and the NASDAQ over 220s as well.
Yeah.
If you were long the S&Ps, would you add over 5220?
I would have to see a retest and confirmation if that was the case.
So you want it to go over, come back, hold, and then add.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah, but I'm still seeing weakness in the market here as we are going up. I'm still seeing it being a little bit weak, just because we're seeing some heavy offers there. So like 224s are where we'd probably show a little bit of reversal, I think, back to the downside there.
Hey, there's Lacey. Sorry.
Hey, just on time.
Seen a bit of a bounce here, yes. Above 18,200 in the NASDAQ, just barely. See if we can keep our head above water. If not, we might see another push lower. Dow not catching the bid. Dow just gets sold.
Yep. Let's see if we get below 38,844. And I would try to nibble at a long. And that would be a daily range play. So we could be in that trade for a very, 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 very long time.
Yeah, I'm still looking at this from the short side here.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right play. But I'm trading ranges, so we got a big ass daily range, and if we're gonna run stops, then that's gonna be the cheapest trade on the daily. It's just have to accept a lot of risk because it's gonna have a lot more volatility.
Just remember, if these 70s give out to the downside, we would see this really start to crater. I mean, we've already cratered, but I mean, I would see more downside if we see 70s start to give out in the NAS.
70s in the NAS. Let's take a look.
170. If 70s start to give out, I do think that we have another leg to the downside here.
And that's just from what, Bookmap?
Just looking at the liquidity and prior day interaction with that level. It's where we had some thick liquidity, so we do have some stops that are looking to get ran below those 70s.
Got it.
So there we go into those 80s, some big heavy sellers.
Wow.
And now looking for these 70s to sweep low here. That's what we're looking at on the trade.
More sellers. We got.
Oh, we got the answer?
Have some news.
Yeah, I just contacted Financial Juice, my buddy Jamie over there. And I said, what's going on? And he says, no news catalyst on this. Not seeing anything at all on their end, perhaps technical or positioning ahead of the CPI tomorrow. So that's the answer from Financial Juice.
Cool.
Okay,
Thanks,
here's
Eddie.
the 70 pull now. Seeing if these 70s break. We're seeing some bid support stepping in pre-70s here. But if we have those 70s break, it will get extremely speedy back to the downside here again. You can see 70s rejecting initially. And Microsoft is coming down still. Meta is still coming down. Apple's kind of pumping the brakes here, but still think we have more room to the downside.
I'm going to put bids in NYM at 38,874 and 38,863.
Yeah, I think we can auction this back down to 118s if we get that move through the 70s, actually.
Yeah, I think it's time to step in and see if we can get filled on these.
Time is now, Dolby says.
Daily range low. I mean, you don't get these opportunities that often. And it's like the risk reward is really, really good. So maybe it only pans out like 1 out of every 5 times. But, you know, if you do happen to nail a daily range trade, there's just a ridiculous amount of upside to the trade. It's much more valuable than, say, like a 15-minute range or a 5-minute range. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you look really, really stupid if you're a range trader and your range just gets ripped through. Does not look like a good trade. But over the long run, I think it is, it's a good way to do things.
Yeah, there's definitely some bidders that are showing up down here, but the more bid support that we show, the harder it's going to flush through these 70s because those stops will get popped. Any of these early knife catching traders will get blown out here on this move through the 70s.
Mm-hmm. Are you short now?
Here we come, testing those 70s again. Some front running into those 70s as well, which again gives us more fuel to the downside if we do break that level.
Are you in a position now, Rips?
Yeah, I'm just looking for those 70s. I have an average of 205.5 here.
Got it. That's nice level.
Looks like NVIDIA has cautious comments from UBS. So maybe UBS did a little warning statement on NVIDIA. Maybe that sent NVIDIA lower. I mean, that seems... I don't know if that would sink the entire market. Just one NVIDIA? One bad news in NVIDIA?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. Even Platinum sold off. Waved goodbye to 1,000.
All right, buyers stepping in here. NASDAQ, S&Ps, Dow as well.
Yep. Let's see if we can even...
Did you end up taking that trade there, Dolby?
No, we ended up not getting filled.
Gotcha. We got almost 4,000 people watching right now. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. We got some real action in the markets today. I know yesterday was a bit slow. First hour of trading here was slow. My golly, we picked this up, and the market fell out of bed. And we were trading right around the lows. Buyers have stepped in. Maybe a little profit taking. Maybe some new longs entering the market before the CPI. Cheaper prices. Let's see how this plays out. Dow as well, catching the bid. See if we get some push to the upside, or if these buyers will just fuel the move to the downside with their stops. Let's see how this plays out. This is good stuff.
Yeah, did not get filled on that one. I mean, even if we did get, I'm going to move these down a little bit just to kind of accept a little bit more.
All right, big flush down into these 70s potentially again. We're looking for these.
There we go.
You can see that. Look at big sellers coming in, and they are front running into those 70s. But again, if we actually snap that 70, we should see a violent move here to the downside. There's a lot of front running going in above those 70s. The level that I have is 66, so I'd be pretty hard-pressed if we don't tag that 66.
66s.
So watching here right at these 70s again. Seems to be a very heavily trafficked area down here.
Little tug of war.
A lot of volume here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is stacking up here. Rips, did you hear about
Mm-hmm.
Taiwan Semiconductor? They were awarded a $6.6 billion grant by the U.S. Commerce Department for a plant in Phoenix.
Yes, and that did make. There's the roll through 70s. There we go. Flush through 70s. Beautiful. Exactly what we're looking for there. Absolutely gorgeous. Getting a nice fill here. And I'm just going to cover that out there. So that will add a little bit more juice to our total here.
You're just crushing this right now.
Getting with Mo.
Yeah, we're up 12-6 now.
Shit.
What'd you say? Get with Mo?
Getting with Mo, momentum. Uncle Mo.
I like momentum. That. Get with Mo. Yeah, I love
that. We got some liquidity downside. 5208, John. See a 350 lot sitting on the bid, and the S&P is 5208. 350 bid.
Yes, there is.
Oh man, very interesting level on the YM right here. I think we're close to getting filled on a long.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, this is the opening range from Friday. Friday was a pretty good up day, right? We cracked it on Thursday. We opened and drove right from this level where we're currently at in the S&Ps, and
prices
we drove. That was a big move to the upside. So. If we've still got buyers in this area, that's kind of what I'm hawking for, but I'm not going to step in front of this. Rips, I've been kind of watching tick charts, like this 1,000 tick chart here.
Oh, yeah.
If we start to see higher lows and higher highs, that might mean that buyers might still be present down there. We could turn this thing around. But again, I got to be patient and wait for the right opportunity there. What do you think of that idea? I mean, looking at that 30-minute chart, and this is, based in the S&Ps, opening range. We're right in that opening range right now from Friday. That's where buyers really came in and recovered us after that, that dump on Thursday. What do you think of that?
So, well, what I'd say is you're watching on the tick chart, right?
Yeah.
Watch for compression as we get down to these areas. The more compressed we get, the more we get to this consolidatory area. Like that break of 70s, we were compressing, but you'd notice if you're even looking at a tick chart, you're not making higher highs. Instead, you're seeing ceilings of compression, and it's bringing it down lower and lower and lower. And that's why I was so confident for that break of 70s, is because if you're going up towards that volume and they're capping it off with heavy orders, it means that they're defending those levels. We got as high as 95s. We didn't even see 200s. The fact that we didn't see 200s gave me the confidence, and I'm just talking about the NQ here. The fact that we don't see above 200 there, or even entertain into the 200s, says to me that we have adamant sellers that are still on the tape here. If they're not leaving the table, then they're going to take this lower, and we're going to get through that liquidity to the downside by popping those stops. So you can see it on a tick chart. You can see it on a regular liquidity chart like Bookmap. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing, and it's an in the moment trade. It's not taking much of yesterday or the day before's price action. It's looking even further back at the 5th. Looking at the price action that we saw on the 5th, seeing how those levels were conducted around there. And if we're not breaking that quickly, I'm looking for a quick scalp. We're breaking 70s through 66s. I had an average of 205 on that trade, so I had room to the downside. And you heard me announce that I'm looking for 66s. The low we tagged there was 61 quarters. I'm not looking for hungry eyes. I'm not looking for a flush to 118. I'm just using what the data that we're currently producing in that 5-minute, 10-minute range to guide me through that flush.
Good stuff, Rips.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really, really good setups for Rips, because Rips are more of like a momentum trader. So this is just printing money for you, right?
Yeah, this is my bread and butter here. Like this is what I really like to be trading.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
And again, we talked about this at the top of the call. Mm-hmm. Even though there was no news that created this move, this is why we recommended trading with stops. And just to remember, I mean, I was long to start the day, and I was looking for longs, and I was completely wrong on that. We flipped short. We were scalping shorts on the way down, but then once that big flush of CETO started to come to us, that's where we really started to lock in, and that's where I feel like we got a little bit more dialed in our trading there.
Yeah, that was awesome. Still going to work these orders. Still going to work the longs and the YM.
Yeah, I think you're looking good here, especially since we had that. Now we're back above 70s here. We have probed that liquidity down to the 66 level. We have compressed before we came to that level. And you'll often see that after a big sweeping move like this, you're going to have to find shorts to cover. And now we're ripping up. We're going 75s to 200s now in a jiffy. Now, here's the part where we didn't get on the first try. We're now tapping into 200s. We've auctioned slightly above it. We're currently tickling around in that area, but we didn't see that strength on the first run up. So that to me is it's an old momentum trick that you're looking for, is that if we're not going back to nice whole numbers like 200s when we're auctioning very close to it, and we already just flushed through that level, if we're not coming back to entertain that liquidity, it's pretty likely we're going to find at least a small little gap down into the prior day's liquidity, which is what we saw down there at 66.
Yeah, nice calls. So I think, let me grab my NASDAQ chart, but I thought that, yeah, so it just, the thing with NASDAQ that I find difficult to do with range-bound trading is that it just kind of finds random levels to bounce from. I pull up a daily chart, and I guess I could draw a line here because we had some stuff in the middle around, early March, but it just, the structure is not nearly as tight as, say, crude oil, even YM. So that's why I find it very, very tough to trade.
Well, if you caught those longs right there, good on you. Good on you.
Yeah, beautiful longs there off the lows. I didn't catch a lick of it. I know Dolby was looking for longs. Dolby, did you get any fills on those on the way back up?
No, we missed longs by like a couple ticks, basically. I think we wanted to see new lows in the YM, and I think it just barely, just a couple ticks above the highs, and then buyers started stepping in. But yeah, I mean, that's the range trade, right? You try to find the biggest range you can. In this case, we had a daily level that we were looking at. We had a lot of support there previously. Even the last like 2 or 3 days, we bounced it at 38,880. So a really nice range. Like I said, you don't get to these like daily levels all that frequently. So when you do, it's really important to kind of hop in there and make sure you take those, because the risk reward is so good. You can get some really cheap trades, and if you do nail that, like you're sitting so pretty because you have such a good entry relative to the range structure that's formed. But it's 9 o'clock, and I have to go. See you guys later.
Oh, is that it?
Time flies,
Just like
baby.
that.
Time flies. Just like that. I know. I mean, I wish I could stay for longer. We'll be back for Power Hour. I think we'll be back here for Power Players as well. But
nice. Yes, you will.
A safe scratch today. So I know it felt a little bit awkward, but in the end, we still ended up $64.40.
Hey,
not that bad. Not that bad.
Good trading today, Dolby.
Yeah, great job.
We tried. It was a tough day. It was a very, very tough day for range traders. I'm very glad that Rips got the filet mignon plate with momentum today.
You know what I like the most about what you're doing today, Dolby, is that you stuck to your plan the entire day. You didn't give in to any kind of temptation, and that's what's always going to serve you, is that type of consistency in your trading. So, I mean, you killed it today.
And that's the goal. And when you start testing discipline like that, it's not going to feel comfortable. You're going to have to fight a lot of demons, whether externally or internally. So it is going to feel weird, and I'm just going to have to embrace that weirdness like Max Maserati does, because all he does is never smile, and that's where I want to get. But I'm heading out, so I'm gonna rotate out. Rips, pleasure, Hogue, Andre. I'll see you later. Great.
In a bit, Dolby.
Manage your risk and take profits.
My man. Happy traders make better traders.
Yes, they do. I'm trying to get there. I am a pretty happy guy. See you guys.
Yeah, you are.
There goes Dolby.
All right, so Rips, if I'm looking on this 1,000 tick chart and we've put in a low here, I'm going to see we put in a higher high now. I want to see a higher low, and if we can get a good level, I'll take a look for a long.
Yeah.
So I am long. Hi, I'm the new Dolby in here. 2 yes from what's up, Toke? 52.12, and now I'm just going to try and let them run. I've moved the stops up. We will see what happens there.
What was your average, Jack?
I got in at 52.12.
Okay, gotcha. So, beautiful trade. Gorgeous.
Well, yeah, we'll see how it turns out. I mean, it was, when it's selling way off like this, you don't want to be doing like the moron or bottom picking, but I was really just giving myself 3 shots to either lose a couple $100 or get the runner. The first 2 I missed, this one is looking good right now. And now I just got to see how much I believe in this.
I think it's a really nice setup, really nice trade.
Let's see what we got. Hey, Andre, good to see you again.
Jack, what's up, my man?
Not too much. There was a lot of rumors flying around while you were away. I think we have a photo of what the chat was suggesting.
Oh gosh. Oh wow. Wow. He's holding me up like Bernie. Wow. I mean, what do you do with that? I am alive.
Art department needs a raise. That's amazing.
Yes, they do. Yes, I am back.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
I peeled
usually
off
they do
one.
Amber alerts here in California. They had an Andre alert go out.
We was here in Chicago. Yes, chat loved that one, Jack. Good job.
Yeah,
Good
they
job.
did.
Yeah.
That's funny.
What would the Andre alert be? Do they just like barricade the doors a towel?
They text everybody.
I've been to town.
They text everybody a picture of George Costanza on the couch.
Oh, so gross. So gross. This is the real one. Yes, this is the real one. All right, guys, let's get this trading. But there are some rumors. I love that. 80. Wow. All right. Well, we just saw the YM flip big time. We were 85% short. Now we're 85% long. That's a massive flip. I don't know that I've seen something like that. NQ 72% long. We also got ES 69% long. But yes, big flip in the YM. We were 85%. We are now 85% long. That is a big time flip.
Yeah, we are for the last basically since the top of the hour, we have seen this kind of tighten range bound here between 203 and 224 now.
Okay, I'm a coward, so I did take that off for now. See if I can get better if it comes back in.
Reload.
Yeah. I'm fine either way. It's the day before CPI.
Mm-hmm.
Not a coward, Jack.
How many? You're running a one lot, right, Jack?
Oh, I just took it all off right now. Like,
you did? Okay. I mean, that's an awesome trade. You took that. What was it? 8 points? 10 points?
Yep.
That's a great trade.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Take them where I can get them.
All right. What else we got going on here? We got crude continuing its kind of push to the downside. Gold looking a little bit consolatory around VWAP here. Looking to see what we can see here in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. I think we're all currently flat, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, what kind of levels are we looking at here? Now we're kind of hovering around 5220 in the S&Ps, 18,200-ish in the NASDAQ. Still below 39,000 in the Dow. But are we looking for kind of a rebound here in the equities back to the upside? I'm not. I mean, feels like the sellers have kind of taken a breather for the time being. So if we can kind of run it up a little higher with no one looking, what do you think the play is here, guys? Rips, what kind of levels are you looking at here in NASDAQ?
So we have 224 as a level here. We do have 224 as a level in the NAS. So if we do break above that level, next level to the top side is 261. Do remember, we've gathered a lot of downside liquidity here. So a squeeze back up to the top side is more than likely. But again, a reversal back down, we'd have to see 166 breaking down to the downside. But this is looking like it could get pretty poppy above these 224s here. I just do want to give a quick little update on the market internals here. The NYSE volume is at 121 million shares, which is very low. It's 18% below its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners today, 1.4 to 1. The NASDAQ volume is at 1.42 billion shares, which is only about 2% shy of its 1 month average. And advancers are leading decliners by 1.5 to 1 there. The VIX is inflated. It's up 5%, and it's currently at around 15.89 here.
Nice. Thank you. Hey, John, while I got a minute, how's Delta looking? We've seen a lot of market movement today, a lot of action. What are we looking at for Delta? You're on mute.
Of course I am.
Still moving the upside.
Minus 9,000, basically, in the S&P's delta, and then NASDAQ minus 4,200, congruent with direction.
Cool. 10:07. All right. So keep an eye on that. See how that plays out through the day.
Andre, the level that I was really kind of focusing on, and the level I'm looking for opportunity, if we can get a pullback towards it, was this opening range from Thursday. That's where buyers really took over after that big break on Thursday. You were gone on Thursday, right? Yeah, you were gone.
Yeah.
And then this was the opening range the next morning. And this is where buyers really started to come in and try and push price higher. So where do we get to in the S&Ps? That opening range.
What's the price?
So, opening range. Well, I mean, take a look at the day session low here, 52.08 quarter.
Yep.
And that's in the opening range. So, there's nothing finite in futures trading. So just the fact that we've put in our day session low there right now, we get an opportunity to come back down to that level. It cheapens the trade. And if it holds, we may see a pretty decent reversal back to the upside today, because that's where buyers came in on Thursday. Price ran through it, but we opened above the low here on Thursday. Opening range, the low of the session. Buyers took over right away. We come back to that level, it's an opportunity. So, I mean, it's we'll see what happens throughout the rest of the day, but that's really kind of where I'm focusing for an opportunity right now. And I told you I've been kind of hawking this 1,000-tick chart, and this is what I was looking for. We put in lower highs, lower lows. Now we put in a higher low, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. I want to see a decent pullback to that good level. If we don't get one, that's okay. But that's basically what I'm looking at here in the S&Ps.
Good stuff.
But man, that move below the previous day's lows, that's been two good trades we've taken off of that, Andre.
2 for 2.
2 for 2.
Isn't that awesome, man? We learned from one of our guests here that came on TopstepTV.
Yeah.
There's
always more to learn.
When it gets short, it's been tricky getting short in these markets, as the bulls have been definitely dominating, I'd say, in the last 6 weeks, and hell, all year for that matter. And then, new guest comes on and kind of puts different things in perspective. And sure enough, we cherry pick some of that strategy, and boom, 2 for 2, man. That's the good stuff here at TopstepTV. It's all free. It's all free. All the shit. You saw Rips carve it up. John, get on board with the sell-off, man. I mean, this is where it gets really good here at TopstepTV. Yes,
I've been trading 35 years. I don't have anything inside of me that says I know everything. I'm learning every day from Rips, from you, from Dolby, from chat. I mean, there's so much out there to know. If you stop learning, you stop living.
Hey, I love that. So badass, man. So badass.
It's a great hogism right there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. What's up, Jack?
It is mine, I think.
Jack, what are we looking at over there? We're trying to get some time here get JD in for chart of the day and some streaks, but the markets have been rocking and rolling.
Yeah. No,
Jack, what do you think? We can squeeze it in.
We'll get JD in. We'll do the stats pretty soon. I was actually in the background just doing some research because I'm always curious about kind of how option stuff plays into this. We talked before about all the crazy NVIDIA calls and kind of snowballs. If it starts going down, the market makers got to keep hedging by selling.
Right.
Just something I'm looking into.
Okay, cool. Jack, always getting down in the weeds and getting to the bottom of this stuff. All right, here, crude making new lows here because we continue to sell. Trading 85.38. I did see gold just tagged a new low. Thank you, Eddie. Well, that was a big turnaround. Boy, markets did end up turning around last hour. Last hour or so have been seeing some good trading going down.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, while we have a mini break, JD, are you there? Are you there, Doherty?
Doherty.
JD is present. What's up, guys?
Okay, there he is.
I can hear you, Jack. All right, let's get through this real quick. We'll rip through these hot streaks. Way to carve it up, by the way, guys. This is really entertaining. All right. Hot streaks, starting from the bottom. Kyle is back after taking about a week off. Picked up right where he left off. Took about $250 out of the ES yesterday to continue his streak. The rest of the list is pretty much the same as yesterday. Gabriel, 21 days. Dan, 23 days. Jay, 25. And Jacob holding strong with a nice 32-day heater.
32 days.
All right, let's look at yesterday's best live P&Ls.
Wow.
Okay, we're going to start with Julio down on the bottom. Julio picked up $1,800 trading the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ yesterday. Then our boy Isaac picked up $2,000 in the ES. Corey with close to $3,700 trading the ES. Solomon with $5,800 out of the NASDAQ. And Pin. We kept talking about Pin yesterday.
Yeah.
What a day for this trader. Pin took home a total of $18,300. Broken down, he took $13,400 out of the gold market and $4,900 out of crude oil. So Pin is definitely spreading it around nicely. Well done. All right. I'll be back at the next break for the top 10 list. We'll hold off on the chart pattern while the markets are moving. So I'll get back to you guys in a minute.
Thanks, JD.
Thank you, Jay.
32 days straight. 32 days. What a hot streak. Hey, 87% long now in YM. It's pretty heavy. We haven't really rallied that much. So keep an eye on that. But yes, we did see 85% short to the downside as the market did go lower. Now we're seeing 87% long. So the majority have been hopefully getting paid as they have been getting with momentum.
We are seeing volume steadily decline as well here, Andre, which is indicative that the move that was architected for this whole flush of Zito to happen has probably come close to the conclusion here. So this is kind of where everybody battles for scraps. I don't think that we're going to see a large move out of this unless it's towards the close or towards that bond auction, the three-year note auction.
That's right.
Where then we would have potentially a reversal of this move coming right back up to say 5240s in the S&Ps, maybe 18,300s in the NASDAQ here. But this is the area where it's really easy to get chopped apart. And from a psychological standpoint as a trader, we're used to seeing things repeat itself. So if you're playing a sport, you're playing tennis or you're playing golf, you're really used to just repeating the process. You go up and you tee up a golf ball, you practice your swing. The swing is trying to be better and better on everything. Trading is not like that. You don't really have control over repeating the same movements. Trading is much more like surfing, where we can't control the tides or the waves. You have to wait for the waves to become a good break in order to catch a nice big wave. And when it comes to markets, our brains have a hard time figuring that out, where after a big move's happened, we try to chase a big move where we don't have that opportunity. So when the market is giving us a lack of opportunity like this, it's good to remember that the waves have crashed, the market has made its move. And if you're trying to force the issue in this type of market, it's likely you're going to get chopped apart. So taking a breather and observing, going back and studying the chart, looking for what could have got you in for that bigger move is going to serve you a lot better than trying to dial in a move where it doesn't exist here.
I like that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, we were looking for those 224s in the NASDAQ. We can push through maybe to target the 260s here in the NASDAQ. 224 to 260 in the NASDAQ. See if we can get some follow through here. We are 89% long YM. It is growing. 71% long ES. We still got the tilt up for free, folks. Preview is not going to last forever, but take advantage of it while you can. Crude chopping around those lows right now.
90% makes me want to short it.
We're almost there, Jack. We're at 90%. We're at 90%. 90.21%. YM. 90.21%. See if it grows.
I don't think the world has happy stories like that. I wish it did.
Yeah, that would be nice. 91%, Jack. Wow. 92%. YM.
It's still rallying, though.
It is still rallying. They're right. They're on the right side of this move. Yes. All right. 224s to 260s. They're rips. Let's see if we can get pushed to the 260s in the NASDAQ. We're keeping an eye on those levels. Nice little call there. If you did get along those 224s, you are 20 points in the money at the very least. 92% long.
All right. I took short one quick. I'll explain why in time. We're keeping it very tight.
Stay tuned. That's called a tease.
This is just taking a shot at it. Yeah.
What's your target to the downside? Stop. Right?
Oh, yeah. I took that super tight. I'll give myself maybe a shot at it if I see it again. But we're kind of going back into this like pseudo gap that's been formed. Like the reason I bought before is because we got back to work. It had consolidated a few days earlier in the ES, so there were some buyers there. But yeah, now I'm going to stay hands off for a little bit. That's okay.
Still looking for that push to the upside here, Rips.
Yep, looking for those 261s to trade. Once we get up to that level, that's where we saw the first rejection this morning. We flushed down into that level and we found bidders ready to buy the price at 261. So that would be a pretty decent level that we could watch for an overhead supply. If that does flip and we do find those same aggressive buyers that we saw early in the pre-market session today, then we could potentially make our way back up into those 300s like we said, but it's pretty unlikely. A lot of liquidity is going to have to take us to get us to that push. This is where we had rejected right along here, right there. We rejected off of that. So we're looking to see whether or not that is going to serve as a point of overhead supply. If we did break above and we retest that area, there is a potential that we could blow and go back up to where we had sort of most of the volume being contracted here up at those 355s. But that is usually going to be the most unlikely scenario here that we're working with.
We just see a bit of a peel back here. Only 86% long in the YM. Jack, are you still short?
No. That was a heat check.
Heat check. And are you hot
I
or
lost,
no?
I lost $100. Well, like, it was kind of hiding out there. I just didn't want to like move. Now it has pushed even higher. I'm looking at the ES.
Gotcha. Still no news. People are in the chat asking, what was the catalyst behind that sell? Still nothing. Algos,
somebody got
technicals.
CPI numbers early. That's the rumor on the streets.
Doubt, man. My man.
We're going into the conspiracies. I love it.
I love it.
Well, there's really only, in my mind, there's really only a handful of opportunities that would create a move like that. One, somebody has access to the news early, or there's some displacement that's being seen in the options market. So you see a big hedge taking place and everybody's rushing to go and fill where we need to re-hedge the hedge. And then that re-hedges add into the momentum of hedging the hedges and so on and so on. It could be that, or it's a large fund is directing that and maybe bluffing, which happens. I mean, a lot of people don't realize how much bluffing is actually done in the stock market. There's a lot of bluffing that can happen, especially before a print, that if they're anticipating for this print to be favorable for the market, they can bluff to bring the prices down and then buy up all of that liquidity that we've seen on that big flush to the downside. So, I mean, there's a multitude of options, but none of them are news driven. It's more so institutions playing with big money here.
Indeed. Okay. What next?
Crew chopping around. Let's take a quick peek at gold. Haven't given that much love. Oh, yeah, big sell off there. Ranges have gotten wider for sure, but that little creep higher to about 23.84. We saw a massive sell off, trading 23.67s now. Gold's seen some volatility lately these days. So for all the gold shares, good luck to you. It's the market is not as sleepy like it was a couple months ago. There's some good opportunity in the gold. Hoop was saying we're going to see 2,400 soon. Might see it this week. See what happens tomorrow with the inflation numbers coming out. But for the time being, go take a peek at the YM. Things are starting to tick back higher. Eduardo, I don't know what that number is.
Okay, doke. I'm just hanging out here
I love
right
that 61 level.
It's not a bad one, right?
61 level in the NASDAQ.
Right.
Yep.
It's the low of the initial balance, 70.
Right.
And that's where we ran all those stops. It hit that down to 61. And that's when sellers really started to come in after we got down below that level.
Yeah, it caused me to be a little bit of a deer in headlights on the way down. I was waiting for a little pump fake at that level. We just blew right through it. So it was, we got the first pause just under it. But yeah, it was moving very, very fast today. Sometimes those levels just blow right on through.
Yep.
Yeah. But I moved back to that initial balance low again, that level 18,270. And we, that's our sweet level, because if we reject IB low, we head back lower. If we accept above that level, then we could see that unlikely scenario that you were talking about, Rips, back up to what?
355s, perhaps?
350?
Yeah, 355s. It's where we have a lot of liquidity resting, and it's where we, there was an agreement of price up there for a little bit of time, and we like to transact where we have agreement in price. If you're remembering that, John is very much well versed in the auction theory and Jim Dalton's teachings, and you participated in that auction in real life. You were a fantastic pit trader yourself, and so when you're focusing on this, not so much as looking at charts and technicals, and you're looking at where was their value acceptance in price, where did the auction agree that we should be transacting in price, that's generally where the auction is comfortable going back to. So could we make it back up there? It's unlikely, but sure, the price would like to auction there because we found value there earlier.
Yeah, there was an agreement there. I mean, that's a volume point of control, 18,349.
Somebody asked about the caption contest. We'll be emailing the winners, and throughout today, we'll show a couple of our favorite submissions. But the market's been moving a bunch, so we're a little behind on that front.
Yeah. S&P's thin right now. It's okay.
I was just going to mention that too. When we're talking about this auction here, you have to remember that, there's larger hands that are playing the market here. And it's not so much retail players that are moving these big sweeping moves. It's large institutional players that are doing this. So when we're looking at that sweep liquidity to the downside, you have people who are filling large orders there, and then they control the flow of inventory back up to the upside. So when you say clues like what you just said, Andre, where we're seeing a very thin market, either up or down, those players are not offering that liquidity to the upside because they want it to run back to that value acceptance price that we're talking about, potentially up at the 350s that John and I were discussing. So, if you're controlling the inventory and you can pull back from the inventory, and that inventory is topside resistance, you're able to caress or give the price a little nice caressing back up to the top side if you're not offering a lot of inventory there. And the thinner you're making that top side liquidity, the more likely it's going to run. And as I'm saying that, we're pushing up. We just pushed up from 226s there up to about 46, a 20 handle move on very thin liquidity there. Looking over at the book map, I mean, that's on thinner liquidity, and it's because they're controlling the inventory. Imagine if you were an institutional player and you wanted the price to come back to that topside acceptance area of 350, would you be sitting there offering inventory on the way up, or would you be waiting until it gets higher to that price and then starting to unload your contracts?
Exactly.
All right, Andre. I think we have JD in the wings.
I think we're ready. I think we're saying after looking at volume, volume's tapering off a little bit. I think we got JD. Let's bring him in for the top 10. Let's good call it, Jack.
What's up, guys? All right, we've got our XFA P&Ls from yesterday first, real quick. Let's check on those. Here we go. Nothing but big numbers coming from the XFA traders these days. Starting from the bottom, Charles with more than 11,000. Thomas with close to 12,000, Tevin over 12,000, Paul with 12,700, and Dylan with a whopping $26,800 yesterday.
Ooh, damn!
All these traders were carving it up in the Nasdaq too. Every single one of these traders traded in the Nasdaq. $26,800.
A day like yesterday. That's just amazing,
right? We're going to be seeing Dylan's name again in just a little bit.
Oh,
all right. Here's the bottom half of our top 10 list.
Okay.
There he is.
All right. We'll start at the bottom again. Johnson dropped from 7th down to 10th after dropping about $6,000 across 2 XFAs yesterday. Stephen B is back on the list. Stephen jumped from 13th up to 9th place after spreading $5,400 over 3 XFA accounts. Then Firuz. Firuz didn't move from yesterday. He made about $1,000 and has settled nicely into 8th place. You moved up to 7th from 9th after picking up about $2,000. And Dylan, who we just mentioned, he was on the list a couple weeks ago, and we just mentioned him in that XFA P&L list. Dylan spiked up. He was in 36th place yesterday, moved up to 6th place after that huge $27,000 day.
Nice.
Trade in the Nasdaq.
Nice month yesterday.
That was real nice.
Nice month in a day,
yeah. All right, Eddie, hit me with that drum roll.
Ooh, snare. Oh. It's the remix.
Okay.
Nicely done. All right. Isaac, we mentioned him earlier on the live funded P&L leaderboard. He held on to 5th place with that nice $2,000 winner yesterday. We also mentioned Pin earlier. Pin had that big day trading gold and crude oil, held on to 4th place. Shangjing is still in third despite a $3,000 drawdown yesterday. Our boy, Mr. Slow Markets, the dad is getting more correct. It's not perfect yet, but he's moved up into second place. He did take a hit yesterday, but he's maintaining a high account balance in the live funded account. And he was up pretty big overnight. I don't know if we ever mentioned that, but I think he was up $8,100 before the open this morning.
Dakota.
So shout out to Coach Dakota. Then our leader, Raj. Raj took another $9,000 drawdown yesterday over 3 XFAs, but he's still not giving up that top spot just yet. Dakota's hot on his heels, though, so we'll see what happens going into the end of the week.
Oh, yeah.
All right, folks. That's what I got. Don't forget to fill out that group coaching form pinned in the chat. We need some questions for Coach Robert, guys.
Nice plug, JD.
Hey, you're very good.
Nice plug, JD.
But
Very
next
impressive.
time what? Okay.
Rips, I think you're going to be on that leaderboard tomorrow, man. If you hold this balance, I think we're going to see your name on there.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll see how that all shakes out.
We're kind of drifting a little bit higher. But that was some good action there, fellas and ladies, for those trading it up. Hopefully you're able to capture some of that profit. But, man, still no headlines. That was just strictly, maybe someone did get the number, Rips. I'm not sure, but I do.
Almost got us up to that 61 level there in the NASDAQ, Rips.
Very close. Very close.
Almost.
I mean, you could look at the fact that we rejected off of that level as some weakness, but with volume declining as much as it has, it's really leading me to not want to take any more trades for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Well, you've already had a really good day.
Yeah, not too bad.
Lock it up.
Lock it up. Exactly right.
Lock it up. Lock it up.
It would take an extraordinary level of confidence for someone to want to come in right now, like big players. Like the move's been made. CPI is coming in less than 22 hours or something like that. And who's going to place that bet in front of it? Unless they know it, which we have discussed. So
Jack, I saw you nodding your head in agreement when we're kind of talking about they have the number, but then Rips also alluded to the fact that some major options action was going on. You started nodding your head in agreement. What made you agree with something like that in terms of this move?
I mean, you can see it, especially a purest example would be in individual stocks, right? Like if you look at NVIDIA right now, NVIDIA was selling off hard. It still is. I think it's bounced back a little bit. Let me check real quick.
Okay.
So
yeah, we're trading 840s in it right now.
Right. It got as low as like 830, I think, but it's still off 4 or 5%. Especially with NVIDIA and Tesla are kind of the kings of the retail option trading market. And market makers, if people are buying all these crazy out of the money calls in bulk, as the price goes up, the market makers have to buy more and more of the underlying to hedge the position. So that's what can create like a gamma squeeze, like having the Tesla, probably having the NVIDIA too. But the same thing applies when it goes down, right? So if it starts selling off, it adds fuel to the fire as they unwind these long positions to hedge the options.
Good stuff. Taking a quick look. All right. Go ahead, Johnny.
If I can, I want to show Dolby and everyone why when we were looking at crude oil, this is the crude oil profile, right? So yesterday's range value, we left the opening range at the low of the session. When we took out the low of the opening range and the initial balance, we had left a potential failed auction to the downside, right? We talked about that a little bit earlier. So what we're looking for is if we're going to continue the move lower, we don't want the market to come back inside and reaccept inside the initial balance at some point here. So D, here's that potential failed auction, right? The C line of TPOs. D opened in the line of C TPOs, did not close or come back into the initial balance. That's going to be a short. when we leave a single line of TPOs, even one single TPO here, we don't get back inside the initial balance. That's a short, and we can see how the market has really been kind of continuing to push to the downside, or at least attempting to try and push to the downside. Now we've got another little line of TPOs here that might act as resistance. You got to remember that a lot of traders are going to be looking at this level as a potential short. So you're going to run stops. If you're thinking about getting short here, don't get short here. Let the stops get run. And then when the stops are run, then you look for your short. Now, of course, these are basic general nuances and rules. Nothing works the same way exactly twice. So, but that's why, when we were, looking at the potential failed downside auction, and it did not come back inside the initial balance. Sometimes it'll test into it and then reject, but we never even got back into it. So that's what makes this opportunity a short in crude oil. And we see that it's, again, that it's played out nicely.
And what is that number, John? I can hear a disturbance in the force of MP in my ears.
Yes, I'm sorry. I try and remember, and I think that everybody can see them, but they can't. So the initial balance low is 86.08. So when C period, that's the third half hour of the session, D period opens in the spike to the downside and does not close back to that initial balance low again, 86.08. We left a single TPO there at 86.07. No sign of acceptance of the initial balance again. And then the market has continued to try and push to the downside. And thank you, Jack, for reminding me of that. I'm trying to get better at calling out all the levels that we're looking at, because it's difficult to see. And again, I apologize for that.
I think I did it a bit more amiably too. You'll notice that I did not go,
It's okay.
MP's not watching right now. God damn it, Hope, the levels.
I know. And I know I'm bad at that, and I'm trying to get better at it. So again, when I do that, call me out. No problem. I'm not going to cry, because, these are, it's important to kind of put those levels out there, not just here and here. Damn! Oh, here. Okay. We just did it. Look at this.
Yep.
We just ran the stops. Oh, wait, that's not the same. Oh, that's not the right level. Oh, yeah, it is the right level, because we had single TPOs here between 85.77 and 85.79. Okay, we said if we're going to short here, we want to catch the stops, which we just ran those stops. Now we can look to take the short. The problem is, where is
I just did a little snipe as you were talking there, John. I did a little snipe myself there. You're guiding my trades today. I got to tell you, the information that you're dropping today is absolute pure diamonds.
Oh, good. Well, good. I'm glad to help. Were you trading crude?
No, I was trading not crude. I was trading the NQ, but we're looking at the exact same structure that you're discussing right now.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Exact same structure.
Good stuff.
Awesome. That made my day.
Very nice, Hope.
Well, Jack, taking a look at that YM, still 84% long, so they haven't really come off that much. We're drifting higher. Short, oh boy, NASDAQ catching a big as well as the ES. But John, you were right, hitting those stops. That's when you get in there and get that short.
Mm-hmm.
But looks like the buyers are saying, "Oh, buy as a pullback."
Yeah, looks like they are. That'll be truly done. I got short one as well there. Probably get stopped now, but once again, not for a lot.
And this is Jack.
Yes, but I'll get stopped out here, and that's okay.
Focus him. I like that. All right, Rips. What's the count? What's the count at P&L wise? Haven't checked in with you in a minute.
13.7.
My man. Picking and choosing his spots.
Very nice.
Well, aren't you glad you didn't lock it out?
Yes. I mean, there was just that little move to the downside, tucking below 224s that I just had to go for, and that was that last little scoop down that we caught. But yeah, I'm seeing volume declining here. We had big volume in that scoop down, and that's why I closed that, because we didn't have continuation. We scooped it, and not even into the 200s. We're talking about the 200s on the way down. Same thing works on the way up. If we're auctioning down to those 200s and we don't trade 200s, the market should rebound off of that. And sure enough, we traded 207 halves all the way back up to basically 237. So a 30 handle bounce here. But you can see we're kind of creating the these are the triceratops spikes on the back here.
Yes.
Kind of spiking across the triceratops here, and it makes it a little bit difficult to find continuation when we're creating that. So.
Yeah. And that is an industry term.
Yes. And excuse me, but as the father of a 2-year-old, I believe it's Stegosaurus, right, that has the things on its back, right?
I knew I had the wrong dinosaur.
And the brain the size of a walnut. Hey, listen, I hear more about dinosaurs every day. I become an expert. I'm like Sam Neill in Jurassic Park at this point.
So what is your favorite dinosaur?
Oh, great question.
Ooh, that is a good one. You'll never guess what my son would say.
Don't say Hogue.
Oh, John. Oh, dude.
The kids all love T-Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. That's a cool one.
I think I like pterodactyls just because that's crazy. Flying death birds.
I mean, if you're shorting, I love the Stegosaurus.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Oh, ribs. Oh.
Stegosaurus.
I mean, I could keep going. Triceratops.
Yeah, I'm feeling this. I'm feeling this.
Dark drinker with the Hogosaurus. Hogosaurus.
Hogosaurus. I love it.
I like the velociraptors.
Yeah.
The point is,
we are still chopping around here.
You're still alive when they begin to eat you.
Clever girl.
I like turtles.
Yeah, they're cool too. I agree.
All right, guys. We got about 17 minutes left here in fast markets. Markets have indeed been fast today. It's good to be back. See the markets jumping around. And
Andre, you did that.
Yeah, I did for sure. The markets listened. They knew I was back. That kind of trading's been a little bit sideways right now, which is okay. We just see the action, and you saw Rips carve it up. John's levels. John got on board the trade to the downside as well. We're saying sometimes we still don't know why. I mean, maybe there was some options activity that did trigger this, but sometimes just, like I said, get on board, ask questions later. Rips levels, John's levels were coming in nicely. And now we're just going to kind of wait and see. We do have that 3-year auction at noon. Rips, if you don't mind, I wanted to kind of pick your brain on something you said really early this morning before the opening bell and before all those profits were had.
Yeah, I'm all flat, so
cut.
I'm all yours.
Cool. The rate cuts, all right? Rate cuts. So we're talking coming in this year, we're talking about 6 or 7 rate cuts coming into 2024. 7. Then we picked it back to 3, and now we're talking 2. I mean, or should we?
2 is basically solidified now. We're at 2, so we were at 3. Now we're at 2.
So the trajectory of where this thing is going. Why are we not seeing more of a sell-off in equities if we're peeling back these rate cut projections? You know what? Where's there's a disconnect here from what I'm gathering, and how do you wrap your head around something like this? With now we're at 2 rate cuts, right? So where do we go from here?
Well, it has a lot to do with the idea that we are, as Jerome Powell says every time, we are dependent on the data, the Fed being we. The Fed is dependent on the data. He says this every single meeting. We're always going to be looking at the data points, and he clues everybody in, all of the market participants, all of the traders out there. He clues everybody in exactly what we're looking for. And in the case of 2 meetings ago, we said that we're looking at the employment numbers. This last meeting that we just had, he kind of said, well, the employment's hot, but who gives a flip? And let's kind of look at where CPI is landing, where inflation numbers are landing. And the jobs data came in a little bit hot, the ADP jobs data that we had, and it came in a little bit too robust for what we're looking for. And we had some commentary out of Cash Gary, and we had commentary out of V. And that's what kind of really spooked the market, all as well as, we've been going up and up and up, and the structure has been looking for some type of opportunity to have some type of pullback, right? As I'm saying this, CPI could bring us into new all-time highs tomorrow. Nobody really knows. Given the price action today, you could argue it either way that we're going to go lower or higher from here. But the Fed is specifically looking at the data of where we are with inflation and keeping inflation under control. And as we keep pushing that number back, saying that we're going to reach that the 2% target in 2025, 2026, now we're talking about 2027. And they've said that now, talking about voting members of the Fed, they're saying that they're not afraid to raise rates if that's what we need to do to keep inflation from running out of control. Because remember, rates are kind of the lever of whether or not we're keeping inflation under control. And even though the data has been suggesting that inflation is slightly ticking down, we've kind of reached this point where it's no longer ticking down, but it has the opportunity to now spike up. And that could be a violent spike up if the Fed doesn't have this under control. Because if inflation stops coming down, based on the data, then they're going to be in a world of hurt, especially if let's just say we had a rate cut in this last meeting and inflation is ticking up. That doesn't mean that the Fed is doing its job. So they have to pull that lever of bringing the rates higher, which will restrict the amount of money that's available in the economy, because you're going to see big players rotating out of equities, going into fixies, because fixies are going to give you a much better yield than equities. And the potential of even more than one rate hike from here would bring people into that. And we're seeing the yield curve right now suggesting that might be the case. And smart long-term investors might be looking to go into fixies now and out of equities after we've had this big boom in equities. So there's a lot of different variables on the table right now. We do have a next FOMC meeting on May 1st. That's going to give us more information on things. But right now, the Fed heads are telling us that there's a potential that we may not even cut this year and that we may be looking at rate hikes on the table. By the way, we are pushing up here again on no news.
Yeah, we are rallying. Yeah, rallying. Yes, we are. 92% long YM, 92% long with this rally.
There's your level, Rips.
There it is. Finally, we found it.
Okay.
And a nice rejection rate off of it there. And I love when our levels line up there, John. You had a very similar level to that, right? You were 60 evens.
70 evens was IB low.
Gotcha. Very nice. Anybody catch that to the long side? I was just yapping away, missed that whole move there to the long side.
No, it was just very, very rapid.
It was.
Out of nowhere today. It's been both ways. Out of nowhere up, out of nowhere down.
Mm-hmm. Rips, with the recent employment numbers, they say that they blew the numbers out of the water, but it's all short. It's part-time work, and there was zero expansion in manufacturing jobs. How do you think that the market is digesting that?
Well, I think that's going to lean into what we're seeing on Thursday. That's going to be the PPI print that we're going to see. So we're going to see how much that intermingles with that print. I would be concerned that if we start to see the industry names like industrial stocks and starting to cool off there, if we start to see that really be a threat, that can start to kind of bleed into the GDP numbers as well. Because the PPI read kind of is a forward-looking guide, whereas the CPI is kind of a rear-looking guide. So if the producers are paying higher prices for things, that means inflation's out of control and those costs are going to be passed to consumers. So even if the CPI read comes in cool, we could see a reverse if the PPI comes in hot. And when we're seeing people out of when we see people in those jobs, that's more money in the economy. That's more money being paid out to those people. That's stronger industry. And if we have that, that's trouble for the economy. Well, trouble for the Fed, good for the economy. And the Fed doesn't, again, want that to run rampantly. We're trying to restrict the amount of credit. We're trying to restrict the amount of money that's available in the economy. And the more restrictions that we have in that money available to regular consumers or even businesses, the more prices should cool, because that's what's worked in the past for the Fed.
Okay. And I mean, when it comes to inflation, we have to really call it what it is. It's not lowering, it's slowing, or that's at least
Correct.
what they're still trying to do now.
Agree.
It's still higher.
Yes. And their target has been lofty. 2% is a lofty target. We may run into an environment where they kind of put the kibosh on 2% being a target and say, hey, 2.5% is the new inflation target, which again, still is very lofty. We've seen the Fed do that very often, and they can move that goalpost all day long. They're in complete control over everything here, and we're just the suckers who have to sit back and watch the show unfold. But thankfully, as traders, you know, you don't really get tied into this stuff in the way that you get emotional about it. You just look at it day by day. As top step traders, we can't hold positions overnight. So you just want to look at the landscape day by day. How is this going to affect the price action today? And if the answer is not at all, then who cares? But you know, long term, if you're managing your 401k and you're self managing your own portfolio, yeah, there's a risk that you're running there. But as a trader on TopStep day by day, you're just looking for the price action for the day. None of this stuff should really matter to you in a way that you're getting emotionally tied up in it. So enjoy the show. I think it's a fantastic show to be a part of, and we get to interact with it every single day. But take all of these clues and use them to your advantage as a trader. Don't get emotionally tied up in saying that, the price shouldn't be doing this, or the inflation's not even real. The numbers they're telling us are complete lies. You get wrapped up in that type of emotionality with these trades and the numbers that are coming out, you're not going to be able to trade it effectively.
You create a bias by doing that, right? And you don't want to trade a bias. You want to trade what you see.
Correct. Lacey agrees too.
Absolutely.
Yes, she does.
Well said, Rips. Well said. George, I saw you in the chat. I know you're thinking what I'm thinking here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. We are creeping towards that number, but I don't want to jinx it just yet. Still 87% long, and YM, keep an eye on that the entire time. It's been strong long bias. Nothing really showing in the other markets around there. But yes, that was quite some action. Rips with the number, with the levels. Nice call there from 24s to 61s. Did take some time. Was like pulling teeth, but they didn't have to take too much heat on the 24s, I don't believe. And we are still moving to the upside here.
Yeah, it seems to me, based on what I'm seeing on the tape here, is that we're popping a lot of these early shorts, because you have institutional shorts that can take a lot of heat, and then you have late shorts that were probably shorting under 261 here that are now kind of saying, okay, let's reject and pull this out until we have the CPI print. There's a lot of folks going into that where, the trade's simple. If we're looking at the S&Ps, you're shorting under 35s there, looking for 5200s to trade. On the NASDAQ, you're shorting 260s. You're looking for maybe 200 evens or 195s, 175s to trade. And once that's negated, you're just taking the trade off, and that's what's fueling these little pops to the upside. And we're seeing, again, we talked about this about 40 minutes ago, the liquidity is being controlled by the same market makers who are selling this down to the downside. And if they're controlling the liquidity to the upside, they're those buyers that are collecting all of that bid side liquidity off these lows, and they're just not offering any kind of offers. They're not providing thick offers to the upside here.
Yeah,
just
those thick offers.
In the NASDAQ.
Thick offer.
Thick offers. Drifting back towards, after all that, drifting back towards VWAP. Yes. 6 points away.
Just ripped all those stops at the IB low in the NASDAQ. We haven't gotten back to the IB low in the S&Ps, which is 5240. 5240 is the IB low in the S&Ps. 18,720 was the IB low in the NASDAQ. We took out those stops right there. Let's see if this thing can turn around or if it reaccepts inside the IB in the NASDAQ.
John, initial balance is determined the first hour of trading, right? First off the opening bell?
Yes. If it's not currently being extended at that hour level, sometimes it can expand a little bit that way. Yeah. But most of the time, the IB is going to be just pretty much the first hour of the day.
First hour.
We got all roads leading to VWAP.
I mean, George has been hinting at it in the chat. I know he's watching intently here.
I see that.
It's crazy. It's been working.
Yeah, just think all you had to do was just buy those lows and just sit back and collect your check.
I wish it was that easy all the time. Yeah, just buy the lows. Yeah, buy the lows.
Buy those lows and just kick back, put the feet on the desk.
I wish it was.
I did that, as a matter of fact.
Actually,
but
did.
Then, wasn't kicking back. Therein lies the rub.
Yes, it does. Gold's still selling off here. Thank you for that hoop.
A little confluence with the VWAP currently in the S&Ps. I have it here at 5241.
Yeah.
And where is the IB low? 5240.
if that's on a level.
Little confluence there.
John, quick Delta update. About 50 minutes ago, it was minus 9,000 in the ES, minus 4,200 in the NASDAQ. We've kind of been pushing a little bit higher, so I want to see where Delta is at now.
Right now, regular trading hour session only minus 6,100 in the S&Ps, minus 2,100 in the NASDAQ.
Okay, so
and that's rounded to the nearest 100.
Thank you. So we're starting to see that unwind a little bit. We got about 5 minutes left here in fast markets. Boy, it's been pretty fast today. Good stuff. Watching Rips carve it up. John carving it up. Jack getting in there. Did buy the lows, but didn't kick his feet up. Jack, next time you got to kick your feet up when you buy those lows, man. I think that's the
key trick right there. Feet on the desk.
The key to buying the lows is you kick your feet up and just watch those profits rally.
Just that easy. That's probably one of the worst things as a newer Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, please go ahead. You're up.
I was just going to say, it's one of the worst things as a newer trader is after the fact of a big move like this, you kind of look back and you just, you abuse yourself mentally thinking about, if I would only have done just this, it's just so simple in retrospect, but in hindsight, it's always the easiest. And these types of moves, they invite those fleeting thoughts, of course.
Yeah, I mean, so are the Powerball numbers in retrospect.
Only 5 of them? That's it.
It's just 5 numbers. I could have picked those 5 numbers.
So simple.
I've heard of those numbers before.
I have to cite there was an Onion headline about that. I did not write that one, so credit where credit's due.
Yeah, but overall was a fun morning of trade, and I think there's some credit there. John and I both had the same idea that we're talking about early on before the market even opened. Talking about even though we're not anticipating a day of price action where we have favorable action either long or short, and we're looking for a tight and constrained thick day, leading you to say I don't believe that anything's going to happen. But like John says, ACH, anything can happen, and today is one of those days where takes apart, what you're expecting. And if you're managing your expectations, keeping them low, and you're just paying attention to the price action, there's opportunities abound.
To keep a tight range like that, people on both sides still need to have conviction. And it seems that some people or some institutions had conviction to the downside. And because of CPI tomorrow, there's not a lot of people willing to be like, well, this isn't right. We shouldn't be moving before this. So it makes it easier to cut through. The ultimate irony of it. I was expecting it to stay in range today, like pretty tight, but then once it gets through it, there's no one willing to step in.
Yeah. So looking forward, moving forward for the rest of the day with 3 minutes here on Fast Market. I mean, Jack, you've seen markets forever. We trade sideways. We just kind of drift higher with all the sellers kind of exhausting themselves and kind of getting back into the range that we saw prior to the sell-off, I guess is, kind of my question.
I mean, once it gets to that VWAP, because I'm just looking at the ES right now.
Right.
It's made, one giant move to the downside, then came back a little bit. But just to put this all in perspective, I saw somewhere the other day that the S&P 500 has not had a 2% down day in, let me look back to this, I think in a very long time. So talk amongst yourself for a second here.
Well, John, like we always say, I mean, the market's been eating up shorts for 40 years now, and I think that's kind of to Jack's point there. We haven't seen a down day or 2% down day in however much amount of time because, there's a natural bid to this market, and eventually we will see new highs, but we kind of are stuck in this range for the time being. We got CPI and PPI later.
If anyone in chat can find that for me, when's the last time we had a 2% down day into ES? And so, I mean, the moves that we've had this past week, while have been kind of violent relative to what we've seen, are not so far outside the norm. I mean, things like that happen all the time. So, like everyone else, I am ecstatic for 7:30 Central tomorrow to see what the next month will look like.
Ecstatic,
I'm going to step out on a limb. I'm going to step out on a limb here and say I think they're going higher unless, of course, they go lower.
I love that. Ooh, I love it. Never fails. You're batting 1,000 with that one.
I could be a talking Fed. I could be a talking Fed.
You should. Very good. All right, gentlemen. Well, that was an absolute pleasure. Rips, my man, always good to be back. Good to see you, and great training with you. Jack, thanks for joining. Good training, great levels, catching that short to the downside. Real quick, let's do a preview for the upcoming day here. We got power players coming up next with Zach Anthony. It's a new one, too, the rotation. Please tune in for that. Jack with Anne-Marie here at TopQuiz. Eddie and Mick with the shoulder tap. group coaching, like JD said, with him and Robert. We got Eddie, Robert, Deeyana for market stock with D. Ooh, Johnny in for Power Hour, myself, and Dolby. Let's trade this sucker up. We are going to keep an eye on that short squeeze, or as that delta grows. And if that delta gets large enough and the market doesn't break enough, who knows? We might see a house account trade. We're talking 25 lots, folks, in the ES. So I've been given the all clear to perhaps execute that house account trade. So something we'll tune into for Power Hour if the trade does present itself. But anyways, guys, that was a lot of fun. We got the movement we were looking for. And yeah, we got power players coming up next. I'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back to Power Players. The man in the middle is Zach Anthony. He is a Top Step funded trader with us. Used to be a Forex trader for the longest time. Then he came over to left the dark side, came over to the good side here in futures. Zach Anthony, look at that smile. He knows it's true. Zach Anthony, tell us your story. Tell us your journey. Welcome to Topstep TV and welcome to Power Players. You are now officially a Power Player. Zach Anthony, welcome. Tell us about yourself.
Thank you, guys. First off, I just want to let you guys know I'm a huge fan of Topstep TV. I've actually been watching since, I think, your very first live stream. So I've been watching
all
for
the
a long
Beller
time.
kind of. Put it up. It's awesome.
Man, this is like my CNBC. It really is. It's on in the background, I'd say, like 4 hours a day at least.
Respect.
So,
Love it.
yeah, really, really happy to be here. But, yeah, I'm Zach. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I've been trading about 3 years, a little over 3 years now. Got started with crypto back during the 2021 bull run, like a lot of people. Lost a bunch of money. And then found prop firms, got started with FX. Those were just the first ones that I got introduced to. I wasn't even aware of futures prop firms at all. And, you know, I definitely am loving futures. I'll get into how I switched over to futures in a minute, but I just got to give credit to prop firms in general, even FX, because they taught me how to take trading seriously and actually manage risk and start thinking about win rate, my risk to reward, everything, percentages. Before that, it was just the Wild West for me. It was just like buy, sell on the 1 minute time frame constantly. I had no idea what I was doing.
I do consider this the golden age of prop firms right now because I've been in the space for probably 10, 12 years, and it's never been cheaper to get into an account. The funding has never been easier. I feel like a lot of the prop firms have kind of dialed in a lot of like just the processes of getting funded, taking payouts. I mean, before it used to take 7 to 10 business days just to get a funded account, and now you're, getting into an account that can take a payout in like 1 to 2. So things have really changed, dramatically. And so how did you find Forex prop firms, and why is it that futures prop firms are always discovered last for Forex traders?
Good question.
Are we advertising in the right place, or what's going on?
Man, that is a good question. I think there's just a lot of that like lifestyle marketing that goes hand in hand with the FX retail market. I think people get attracted to the idea of that. They think they're going to get a Lambo. They think they're going to have $100,000 account. I just think they target people from a way that maybe catches their eye more quickly. And then I think the usual transition that happens is for the people that actually really get into trading and stick with it, they eventually find futures prop firms or the futures market in general by just being more involved in trading and kind of realizing like, oh, this market is centralized liquidity pool. There's no crazy manipulation, spread. And I think it's just like a natural transition to people that actually are sticking it out with trading.
Oh, that's very interesting. That is very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I tried posting pictures of my Honda CRV and no one cares. So I don't get
how that works.
Hey, man.
I know.
I love a good Honda.
I mean,
that would work on me.
Hey,
everything
Zach.
you need.
Zach, when we're in the green room here waiting to get on, you said you're looking at taking a short. Tell us about this trade you're looking to go. We do have the NASDAQ creeping up towards the VWAP. George, if you're watching, I'm sure you got a little grin on your face. S&P's, NASDAQ, and Dow still creeping to the upside here towards the VWAP. Zach, you're looking at possibly taking a short. Have you taken any trades today? And if yes, tell us about them. Also, what was this trade that you were kind of stalking here going into this Power Player session?
Yeah, so I should say I trade on the 1 minute time frame. So if I say I want to take a short, that could change in a few minutes depending on what's going on. So I'm kind of less interested right now, but I was originally, it was going to be a quick scalp. I was seeing that. You guys see my screen?
They need to pull it up, but we're almost there.
They'll pull it up. Yep, keep going.
Yeah, oh, there we go. We're good.
Boom, we're on. Look at that production.
Okay.
Good job.
So, I saw that, I trade ICT as well as a mix of my own trading style. I incorporate volume profile into that, but I definitely use some like core concepts of ICT, which is basically just looking for old highs and lows to get manipulated, swept out, look for some form of displacement and that's how I find targets and how I find areas that I want to enter. So, I was a little interested after seeing that we swept this low right here. If I go to the 5-minute as well.
Zach, when you're talking levels, just tell us some prices.
Got you. Yeah, it was around 18,266 area, kind of where we've been consolidating right now.
Yep.
Yeah, the exact price was 18,265, 266.25. It's on the 1-minute time frame, so there was a wick right here. I liked how we kind of had this initial fake out, so we moved down, faked it out, came back up, and I like how we did not close back above this high. And when I said I was interested in the shorts, I saw this first 1-minute candle that showed a little bit of sellers coming back in. So I was getting interested, but I decided not to take it. And it looks like that was good because we're still kind of chopping around. But my target would have been just around here, maybe into this 1-minute fair value gap or this imbalanced price, right around 18,246.50. That would have been the target. So it would have been a quick scalp.
Hey, Dolby. Sorry, Dolby. Real quick, we were talking about risk reward about 5 minutes ago, and we're looking at his bio, and you highlighted something in his bio that you really want to talk. It sticks out like a sore thumb. Dolby, tell me about it.
It really does. We don't see this a ton. We do see it in kind of like, I think, Dakota, and the winning trade percentage is real low. However, you're putting up 7.5 to 1 risk reward here.
What is that, man?
That is massive. How exactly are you pulling that off?
What is that, my man?
Yeah, people always get interested when they see that, and they see that I'm actually making money with it. The way it works is I use very tight stop losses. I use a 50-tick stop loss on all of my NQ trades, and I also trade CL, so that'll be a 15-tick stop loss. On every trade I take, that's my stop loss. And my idea is that I will try to get in at the right price with a good entry. And if it starts going against me, I'd rather cut the trade and then look for another entry later down the line instead of sitting in a trade for maybe an hour with a wider stop loss, just watching it chop around. And, the way I look at it, like you guys see a 17% win rate or whatever, whatever the win rate is. And what I see is that it just took me a couple of attempts before my winner came in, if that makes sense. So like when I'm marking up my trades, to me, it looks like my win rate's actually around 40 to 50% because I'll mark them together. I'll mark all the executions on the idea. So if I'm looking for CL longs at previous day's value area low, somewhere around that price level, and maybe I take 1 or 2 reduced losses, and then I take the third trade and it goes 5R, that was a winning trade for me.
Right.
So it's kind of like how I organize.
Yeah, like cost of doing business. Yeah. Like if you need to scalp a bunch to try to find that perfect kind of fit for your trade, you have no problem doing that, even if it means paying a couple bucks in commissions to get there, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I also go break even pretty quick. So when the trade usually goes about 1R or 1.2R in my favor, I lock the stop at break even. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, and I'll look for another re-entry if the idea is still valid.
Nice. Very nice is right. All right, guys. Well, we did indeed hit VWAP in both Dow, NASDAQ, and S&Ps. We did take a peek to the upside, maybe some stops just above there, but we are trying to close, fill in the gap, so to speak, from this morning sell-off. Zach, have you taken any trades this morning? And tell me about this strategy. So you take 1, 2, 3 cracks at the trade. Maybe that's perhaps why the winning percentage is where it's at. But when you hit it right, you let these winners ride. Like, I assume that's kind of how the math plays out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And I did take a trade today. So I had a pretty good day. I'm currently trading a 150K XFA, and I'm also working on another 150K combine. So first thing in the morning during London session, I was actually up and I caught a nice short on NASDAQ, and it went straight into profit. It was around, let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, you caught that sell-off.
Yeah, I caught the sell-off around 3:30 a.m. New York time, and it was at 18,326. I just saw that we were rejecting back below previous day's value area high. We came up and swept the high right here. I liked the displacement that we made back down, so I gave it a crack. And just targeted 3R. That was on the combine, so that was nice. On the combine, I got about, let's see, I'm about halfway to the target, to the price target. So that's looking good. And then I took one more trade during London session as well. I took a CL short, but the CL short took a few more attempts than I would have liked. I was trying to short around here earlier, a little too early, around 86.78, and I took a few losses. So then when the win came in, it ended up being a pretty small win. I think it was around, I'm up like $300 on the day. So nothing too crazy. I definitely want to find some trades today. Try and make a little more profit.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. You said you were taking some overnight trades. Is that something that's where'd you kind of pick up that skill? Is that a transfer from Forex, in which you're kind of used to maybe holding positions and trading overnight a little bit more? That you're comfortable holding trades overnight? Because this is something Dakota does, and funny enough, he actually has a kind of a similar risk reward that you do, which is, high risk reward but lower winning trades. Also trades the overnight. How did you get into overnight trading?
So it kind of became just like a necessity in a way when I was originally working a job, which I still work. I've reduced my hours quite a bit. I'm working part-time now, but I would wake up at 4 a.m. every day to get to work, and I would look for trades because this is when I was still learning, and I just wanted to trade at all hours of the day. And now I definitely take less overnight trades, but if a setup's there, I'm just naturally up at these hours now, man. I'm just an early riser. So if I'm up, and I see a good setup, I'll take the trade.
Yeah, that's pretty great. I have yet to dip my toe in the overnight water, but we've had some traders pull it off really successfully. I mean, Dakota does his slow markets at 8 p.m. He's put on some really successful gold trades in the overnight, and you put it on, and if you get filled, so you wake up the next day and it ran in your favor, it's a pretty nice present, that morning to be up maybe a couple $100 or a couple of G's and already have your day padded. So, I mean, good for you for being able to take those.
Definitely. Hey, Zach Anthony, I got a question for you. At what point did you become a profitable trader? What was the aha moment? When did the light bulb go off for you to become a profitable trader? Because I don't know anyone that's just jumps into the pool and they just know how to swim right away, right? You gotta take your licks, you gotta get your bumps and bruises in these markets. You gotta learn the hard way, so to speak. At what point did you become the profitable trader that you are today? What changed?
Yeah, definitely, man. It was definitely a struggle, just like everyone. So I've been trading a little over 3 years. I got my first ever payout from a funded account around this time last year, maybe like a year and 2 months ago. And that was with the FX prop firms, which, it wasn't much. It wasn't much money, but I did start getting consistent payouts, $200 here, $300 there. And, I think for a lot of people, if they're really dedicated, that 2-year mark is a pretty nice sweet spot. Most people will start to see some success around that time if they're like just locked in and focused.
Yeah. And we were talking in the green room, and our good friend now, Austin Silver.
Yes.
I mean, my journey took way too long, but I didn't have a mentor. Did you have some mentors help you kind of shorten your learning curve in your journey?
Yeah, absolutely. I work with Austin every day. I'm in his mentorship still, and it's funny because actually shortly after I was in his mentorship last year, and actually shortly after I finished the mentorship, like a month later, is when I got my first payout and started seeing profitability. So yeah, I mean, mentorship is so important if you can afford it. Like with Austin in his Black Shirt Club mentorship, it's not like a Discord with 200 people and you pay $20 a month. I mean, it is focused mentorship. I do weekly calls with him every day. And I actually rejoined because now I'm actually making some money trading, and I see, so much value in still having those weekly calls and being a part of this tight-knit group that I see it as a business expense. Use trading profits to just still have that community because it's key.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, he's been awesome. I think he's actually in chat right now. I'm assuming he is ASFX. It looks like he has some Topstep Letterman jackets coming. Enjoy the jackets, Austin. The merch is very, very nice. I'll put in a little link in there too, because we do have great merch. I actually got some on, I think, right now. It's not too
Austin
shabby.
Silver? What's up, man? Good stuff.
Austin's the man.
Good stuff. All right, real quick update here on the markets. We're trying to kind of chopping around here around VWAP and the S&Ps. I got VWAP and the S&Ps at 52.40. Same here in the NASDAQ. Everything's kind of trading together in tandem, or all three of them. I guess more in a tandem. But so far so good with this. Trading around 18,287 in the NASDAQ, as well as 39,070 in the Dow. So everything's kind of rebounded a bit from that morning sell-off. Kind of came back about 60, 75% of the way back. We're chopping around VWAP. Crude trading sideways. Not sideways. Range bound. Looking at the 5-minute chart in about a 30-cent range here in the last hour or so. So we'll keep you updated on that. Take a quick look at tilt here while we get a chance to reset. YM is peeled back. We did see as high as 80. Hell, we saw as high as 92% long. That has paired back to about 65% long. So nothing really showing in the tilt either. So, all right, Zach, question. What's your take on where the market's at? Market conditions, market state. You've been successful. How do you think the market's been trading? Where do you think the market's going?
Like high time frame?
Yeah, high time frame in general. We did see a bit of a sell-off today. We've got the inflation numbers coming out tomorrow. It was, a couple weeks ago, it was just buy the dip, close your eyes, the market will drift higher. We've kind of seen that not happen as much anymore. What's your thought on how the market's been trading? Are you been super hyper scalper? You've been letting these trades run a little bit? Tell us what your thoughts are on how the market's been.
Yeah, I do feel like we need to come lower after seeing the rejections that we've had on the 4-hour and the daily. And we've built up a lot of liquidity to the downside. As an ICT trader, I'm always looking to trade towards my draw on liquidity. That's how it's not just about the entry for me, right? It's about the direction. And I get my directional bias by looking for the draw on liquidity. I would like to see it go down. There's a daily volume imbalance between, we made it on February 24th on the daily chart. We made a volume imbalance there. That's a draw on liquidity for me. I think we could come down and take the lows made on March 24th. We almost got there, and then we had this move back up. But yeah, I would like to see it go down, but I'm really, I can't ever say confidently because these things are designed to go up. So I'm never surprised when we have a bullish day, and I'm always ready to buy if I'm wrong on the short bias,
Yeah. Speaking of, I saw that you're trading mostly 150K accounts. I know that you said that you kind of scalp a lot to find the right entry. Are there points in times where in your trading session you just keep on scalping and scalping and scalping? You can't just find the footing, and is part of your system knowing when to stop trying to take those trades? Like, how do you operate a personal daily loss limit if you're scratching that much?
Yeah, definitely. That's even to this day, I'm profitable, I'm making money, but that's my biggest issue is over trading and not accepting that my bias may just be wrong. Mm-hmm. So that's one thing I actually love about Topstep is you have the built-in daily loss limit. 3K is still quite a bit to lose if you don't have a buffer on that account, but once you get like maybe 8, 10K in there, a 3K daily loss limit I think is pretty safe to just lock me out on my own. But it's, the biggest thing for me is either switching markets. That's why I like to trade NQ and CL. I don't want to specialize in just one. I'd like to have at least one other option. If the NASDAQ price action just isn't working for me at the moment, I can at least look at something else, see if there's something. But you also just got to know when to stop, man. You got to know when you're just wrong. And it's easier said than done. But the more experience you get and the more times you blow up from not accepting that, I think it just becomes a little easier.
Yeah. Did you start as a one market guy and then throw in, another market?
Well, when I was trading FX, I was trading a few different currency pairs, but I always kind of naturally just gravitated to like one or two. I think it's just better for me. You start to understand the personality of that market and you're not over inundated with too many options. So yeah, it works for me that way, to focus on like one or two markets. There's more than enough opportunities on NASDAQ every day.
Oh yeah.
Hey Zach,
NASDAQ will take all your money.
Yeah, it can. Crude can be stingy as well. But I'd like. Okay, so it sounds like you're kind of attracted to the volatility. If you're a NASDAQ trader and a crude trader, you like the volatility a little bit, Zach, and I get that. Are those the two primary markets you've ever traded? Have you ever traded anything maybe perhaps a bit slower? And if so, I want you to compare and contrast what you like and dislike between the two. Or has it been primarily just NASDAQ and crude?
Yeah, I mean, I've messed around. I mean, I used to trade the ES, or when I was trading with the FX firms, it was CFD,
sure,
SPX, and I traded NASDAQ and SPX quite a lot. But for me, ES is the same way, where I could get stuck in a trade for an hour, and I'm not invalidated. It hasn't hit my stop loss, but it's also just not going to my direction. I just have that natural personality that I just want to know, either stop me out or go to my TP, or at least let me move the stop to break even. Like I can't sit there. I have ADD or something.
I think we all suffer from that a little bit. We are starting to see the NASDAQ creeping up through VWAP here. Dow and S&P still holding just beneath, but we are starting to see it's going to retrace this entire sell-off move from this morning. Dolby, I haven't made any trades while this has been going on. Dolby, have you? If not, what else you got for our man Zach Anthony? Thanks for joining us again, Zach Anthony. You're the man.
Yeah,
absolutely, man. We are at previous day's point of control on the NASDAQ. Just interesting level to be aware of. Previous day's point of control is 18,298.25.
298. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dre, I was trying to work some bids in the YM around 38,880, but I think I was looking for like 875 and lower. We just never got filled. But had we gotten filled, we actually are trading exactly at the middle of that range. So that would have been take profit one had we had gotten filled. It would have been a really, really nice trade. Anthony, I heard that you are into inline skating. Is there a beef between skateboarders and inline skaters, or is everyone friends in that world there?
Back in the day, sorry, I just took a short and got out break even immediately. I don't think it's ready yet. But yeah, man, there used to be a pretty big beef back in the day, but I think people people are over that now. If you're still beefing with someone for different wheels under your feet, you got problems, man. But you should ask Hogue, right? Hogue was a skateboarder, so you should ask him what his opinion is.
That's actually a good point. We should ask him. How did you get into the...
Yeah, go on. Don't want to hear this.
How'd you get into inline skating? Is that just part of like how you decompress and that's get your exercise and all that? Do you do it competitively as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pushing 30 now, so I don't compete as much as I used to, and not doing it too. I'm not trying to kill myself anymore, but yeah, I was pretty deep in it. I still skate once a week at least. I have a huge friend group with that. We film skate videos. That was my life, for years. And honestly, I see a lot of similarities with skating and trading, if I'm being honest, because
was just going to ask.
Yeah, they're both
I want to hear this.
Individual-based activities. It's on you, which is always what I was attracted to. I played sports. I was always athletic, but skating just was more attractive to me because I didn't have to rely on anyone else to do what I needed to do. I could be creative. I could skate how I wanted, when I wanted. And I see trading in the same way. People that trade tend to have that kind of personality type.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess it is a journey of solo to an extent. It's also good to have mentors. Like we all have to have mentors. You can't just do it. You can't just go completely lone wolf in this this industry, so to speak. But I would agree with you that you kind of have to you got to learn on your own. You got to pick yourself back up on your own. We do have mentorships. Like you talk about Austin Silver, and he has been of good use to you. Okay, well, hold on real quick. When I look at these markets, There's Zach. Why'd you take that short? I think that was a good entry from what I'm looking at here on the
NASDAQ.
That's what I was.
Yeah, I was just going to see those.
Yeah.
What price did you get short from? Because I'm looking at the NASDAQ might be rolling over here a little bit. What did you sell and what did you scratch?
I was short around like 18,290, so it went into a little bit of profit. But yeah, I decided to close it out break even. It might be about ready to come down.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
You said in passing that it wasn't ready yet. What does that mean to you? Because I know that you get in and out of trades really quick. So that was pretty fast. You got in, you got out, and you're like, it's not ready. How and why? How and why is that not ready?
You know, man, honestly, I think we were just talking and I didn't want to have to focus on the trade and try to talk with you guys. I probably would have stayed in it, if I'm being honest.
Oh, thanks. Our fault, Obi.
It takes some practice to be on Topstep TV. I mean, whatever.
I'm just goofing here. Hey, what indicators?
I'm new to the live trading, man. I gotta get used to it.
Yeah,
it's a
Zach,
different
what
game.
indicator? Zach, yeah, it is a different game. I want to talk to you. Tell us about the indicators and tell us about how the live trading is a different game from XFAs to combines and stuff like that. But what indicators did you use to get you to the live funded account? And then tell us about what the switch was, either in your mental, either in your trading. But yes, tell us what the indicators you used to get live, and then how things changed for you.
Yeah, man. So I focus mainly on price action, but indicators that I use are the volume profile. Specifically, I like to look at the previous day's value areas. So that's previous day's point of control, value area high, and value area low. Those are very important levels for me just to add context into how the current day is moving. I look to see where price is in relation to those levels. Like, did we open up outside of the value area high and are we holding support at value area high? Then I might want to look for longs. Vice versa, maybe we opened up above the value area, but we actually had a rejection, came back down, and now value area high is acting as resistance. Then I might look for, to take a short for a rotation down to previous day's point of control. Like really classic volume profile stuff, And then on top with that, it's just price action. I use fair value gaps. I use old highs and lows, like previous day's high, previous day's low. I look for those to be swept and for reversals to come there, or I like to trade towards them as my draw on liquidity. Asia session, high and low. So yeah, I mean, these are the two indicators I use. Oh, and then, I do use stochastics. If you see my stochastics down here, and I use those to recognize divergences. So I think they're a lot more accurate than RSI divergence, and it's interesting because nobody else that I know uses them, but I mean, you'll see examples all the time. Like if you see right here, we were coming into this point of interest, and if you see right here, these 1 minute stochastic divergences, as price is moving down, you see the Stokes moving up like this, and that was actually the bottom for the reversal.
Yeah, I think actually David Green, legendary trader who we have on our show, he actually uses the RSIs, but he combines them with moving averages. Something he talks about is kind of like having a toolbox of like setups and indicators. And it seems like you've actually kind of taken a little bits and pieces from like ICT, and then you have a little bit of what Hogue is talking about, which is, profiles and ranges, and you've kind of taken all this stuff and made it fit your personality as a trader. How long did it kind of take you to assemble this system you have here with all these different pieces? Yeah,
no, you're exactly right though. That's why I understand people who have the attraction to the idea of like copying a systematic process that someone else can teach you. Everybody wants that. I personally don't think it's that realistic. If you are a manual trader, like a manual retail trader, you need to have a range of different technicals that you're looking at, but it needs to make sense to you and, like you said, fit your personality.
Agree.
And so that's why like it's funny because ICT traders would scoff at the fact that I use a stochastic to recognize divergences, but it works for me. It works perfectly in conjunction with ICT concepts and then the volume profile as well. It just complements all of these things, and I was able to morph that into something that works for me. And that took 3 years, man. I've been trading like this probably for a year, but it changes. It comes and goes. Maybe I'll put less focus on the volume profile at certain points, but this is my overall range of how I view price action and the way I interpret it.
Wow, nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you've done that. I think some, if you're learning from someone else, just to get sucked into one system and not make any adjustments or tweak it to fit your personality, I think that's a really good move, because like you can't. I mean, it's hard to change your personality. It's probably a lot easier to kind of change the system to fit your personality versus being like, I hate holding on to long trades, but I'm going to force myself to hold on to long trades because that's the system that I read online and that's what I should do. I mean, you really have to find something that kind of fits your personality and like how you want to approach and trade the markets, because it's not the goal to be as, uncomfortable in perpetuity in your trades.
Completely agree.
Yeah. Speaking of crude, I actually I grabbed a CL long here at my 150K trading combine. We haven't touched this account in a while, but we did buy 85.42s, and we are looking for additional add-ins here at 85.38 and 85.35. So let's see if we can get a stop run down below here and push back higher again. Total risk on the trade would be about probably $600 and 150K account. So let's see how it plays out.
I see what you see there, Dolby. Playing the range. No one plays the range. Especially CL. Back to Old Faithful there, Dolby. It's good to see. Haven't gone too far away from the crew. Hey, Zach.
I see it too, Dolby.
There you go. Okay, sorry. So let's talk about this. What are you guys seeing right now? Okay, Dolby took a long. He's working a couple more bids just beneath here, maybe for a stop run. All right, you should tell me what you guys are seeing. Zach, what are you seeing? What are you seeing that Dolby's seeing right now?
Well, one thing about crude for the last couple of weeks, I mean, you cannot go wrong buying at support levels, especially this low in the range. I mean, you see it here. We come back down to support, we bounce. Like, it's just been happening. Other than this drop off for the last 2 weeks, I mean, you can't go wrong buying crude. So just with that alone, I understand just about any long someone wants to take down at support levels. I do think from an ICT perspective, we might want to come down and, oh, you know what? No, we did sweep this last low and we have this fair value gap. We might want to come down a little further and dig into this fair value gap, but
what's that?
I can totally see longs in
20s to what?
About where we're at right now, 32 to 18.
32 to 18. Okay, I'm long 3 at 85.38 now, so I have a stop at 85. Let's say 85. Let's risk 600 on the trade. So my stop is at 85.18. Let's see if buyers decide to step back in here. 150K trading combine account. Let's see if we catch a bid here. So far, not looking too hot, but you never know.
Yeah, she's dropping hard right now.
Yeah, really nice 5-minute consolidation that we didn't take. We are trading the larger range, which I think is a 4-hour or 1-hour range, but yeah, this could be a rough one. It could be a rough one. Might be too early, chat. Might be too early on this one.
All right. Hey, okay, we'll monitor that trade. But yes, I mean, God, when crude goes, it sure goes. It doesn't seem like there's any it doesn't bounce like the equities do. It just kind of goes, and when it does, like I said. Hey, question for you, Zach Anthony. We talked about when you went live funded, right? What changed and what differences did you feel? What do you see any differences in your trading, so to speak? I know you took a payout with us. I see that. Going from an XFA to live funded, what is the difference? What changes with you, either physically, emotionally, spiritually? What changes?
Oh, you know what? I actually have not been brought to live yet. I just got an email last night, actually, that they're considering me for a live account, though. So, yeah, I actually don't have experience with. Yeah.
My bad. I misread that. Yes. Okay, cool. So even when you're taking a payout and when you go from combines to XFAs, did you feel a change in your trading? Did you feel anything, with your decision making, your execution, or is it just you pretty much keep it streamlined then? It's, as far as your journey goes, your trading journey, for those that are watching that want to follow in your footsteps.
Lucky for me, when I finally started trading with Topstep, I had already had some funded accounts in FX, so I was used to the psychological differences that come with trading evaluations to funded accounts. But, I can just speak on my first few funded accounts that I ever got. I mean, I blew almost all of them because it is different. And if you've never traded live before, like in this new world of retail trading, there's a lot of people that have never traded a live account. They went straight from prop firm evaluations to funded accounts. And it's definitely like a trip when you're first doing it and you've been practicing for a year and you've been slowly refining your strategy and things are starting to click. And now these dollars like that you're seeing on your screen, these numbers are real and you can make money. There's definitely a learning curve there. I think it's a rite of passage to blow your first funded account without getting a payout. I think almost everyone does. I don't know someone that hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, that is so true. I mean, the nerves definitely start ramping up, but it's just visualization does help because you can visualize yourself in the account and taking trades, but having the actual experience and getting the reps in a live account takes time. I think it's kind of why it takes so long to maybe pass the first trading combine, but once you pass the first one, then the second, third, and fourth start happening a lot faster. And then when you get into the funded account, it's kind of like you repeat the same thing. Well, it's like, it's my first live account, and then you get back in again. It's like, oh, I know this feeling, so I know what to prepare for. And, visualization only goes so far, but just getting the reps of getting in and out of those accounts can really, really benefit, a trader.
Completely agree. Yeah, reps is the perfect word for it. The more you do it, the more you get accustomed to those feelings and you learn how to deal with them.
And Zach, I think to that point in the chat, we're seeing some people that are, she's speaking facts. I blew my first one. I feel better now. How did you deal with blowing your first account? How do you grapple with that? And how, using that moving forward to, find success trading? Because I think people in the chat can really relate to what you're saying here.
Yeah, man. It was kind of devastating, not going to lie, because when you're first getting into this, you think that like a funded account is going to change your life. And I understand that impulse to feel that way. And I know if you got to the point that you passed an evaluation without just gambling and you worked on it for a couple of weeks, you are dedicated to this and you care. Like that's confirmed if you were able to pass without gambling. So, I understand that feeling that you worked so hard on something and now it's gone, but you just gotta, I was talking about this with Austin actually the other day. Successful traders, at least from my opinion, are all very stubborn people. I think we're people that cannot accept failure. Like you have to accept failure because you're going to fail, but you don't have to quit. I really think that most traders are people that just are not going to accept full failure. And that's how you got to do it. When you blow that funded account, you have to just remember that you're on a journey, you're working at something. It'll be worth it in the end. And you just got to get back on the horse and go again and learn from those mistakes. If you're not journaling, you should be journaling. You should be looking at your data. You should be understanding what happened that day, because most of the time people don't blow accounts from following their trading system to a T and they blow their account. It almost always comes from just, tilt, a blow up day. So you have to try to recognize how those feelings start to come up and how to make sure that you could push that back down and focus, whether that be just getting off the desk, taking a quick break or writing it down, like being conscious with yourself and honest with yourself that what direction you're heading right now and you need to cut it off. It's all these things that come together, but it just takes time.
100%. Yeah. 100%. Well, Zach Anthony, man, this segment goes by real fast. Zach Anthony, real quick, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Would you be comfortable trading Power Hour with Dolby and myself down the road? Would you be cool with that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Hell yes. Well, that was a pleasure, man. The chat really loved you. I know we really loved you here at Top Step. People in the Slack were loving what you had to say. Thanks for joining us, man. You're super interesting. I feel like there's more that we can crack about you. Wait, and you're in Brooklyn too, right?
Yeah, you can't tell.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, dude, I can hear all the horns honking, man. I know that's Brooklyn, man. Right. I miss it. Where are you? You in Williamsburg,
New York,
or where are you?
No, Bushwick, Ridgewood.
That's the new up-and-coming spot there in Brooklyn, for sure. All right, cool, man. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And before we close this out, I want to do an influencer update here at Topstep. At Topstep, you guys saw Rips carving it up this morning. He was up around 13 grand in XFAs. We got Deeyana hasn't really traded that much. We got Isaac hit his daily loss limit today. Wow. And then we got Dakota carving it up today, up over $12,000 today. Also, some of our names that we don't hear so much, Salmon up 11,000. We got Xavier James up over 7,000. We got V Gidi up $6,700. So people are making money today. There's been good market action, and there are profits to be had. Zach Anthony, we will be in touch with you. Let's get you on for Power Hour with Dolby and myself, and let's make some money together. As you see there, that is the graphic about adding risk to your trading plan. That's a great way to put it. From the small balance beam to the high balance beam, things do get progressively more difficult. Zach Anthony, Dolby time. I'll see you later today. But Zach Anthony, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, we got Top Quiz coming up next. We're running a little bit late behind schedule, so let's get back on schedule. Zach Anthony, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, guys. Yeah, talk soon.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. What's for lunch? It's Top Quiz. I'm Jack, joined by Anne-Marie. Thank you so much for joining today, Anne-Marie. You've been on an epic run. Are you feeling another perfecto today?
I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. I'm going to under-promise and over-deliver.
Perfect. Well, I'll take responsibility and say that I wrote the questions for today, so you can direct the complaints to me in the chat. But that's the way it is. Remember, sign up using that link. If you get 3 or 4 right, you enter a raffle for one of 50 free resets. We also give them to the top 5 finishers who have the quick trigger fingers, the Black Swans of the world, the Mikey 00s. There's a few others that I see up there. Solistimo. We're pretty good at this stuff. So answer the questions on your device because we're on a delay here. And we're going to get started in just a few minutes, or a few seconds, really. Not a huge event, but we're just testing out our timers. So there is a 3-year auction in 7 minutes exactly. And I was telling Anne-Marie before, I was at a firm that traded the whole yield curve, but I don't think I ever saw anyone put on a 3-year trade just because, I don't know. 2s and 5s were big. 2s, 5s, 10s, 30s, but the 3 was, can you say redheaded stepchild? I don't know if that's appropriate, but there we are. So, looks like y'all have signed up, so let's get this started. Are you ready, Anne-Marie?
I am.
Okay. Yeah, just one last thing. Just be careful, all of our front-end yield traders at Topstep, of which I presume there are none. But, yeah, we're here. Okay, here we go. This is the correct date. We're off to a good start. And we can take down the link now. We've started. One of the 10 largest pyramids in the world is actually a Bass Pro Shop located in what city? Is this a Bass Pro Shop in Cairo, Egypt, Memphis, Tennessee, Stickney, Illinois, or the legendary Istanbul, right next to the Istanbul Dick's Sporting Goods? Any idea here, Anne-Marie?
That would be Memphis.
Yes, it is indeed Memphis, Tennessee, with the pyramid-shaped pro shop that Hogue and I are going to take a road trip to sometime. You got Jimbo, Dak Nasty, Fund Me Daddy. Okay, that's pretty good. Kit Kat and Choppy. We go on to question 2. Oh, first, here is the photo of the aforementioned Bass Pro Shop.
You got to wonder why. You don't got to wonder, but...
Well, you know why it is. There's a couple towns around there that were named at a big, like, where Egypt antiquity was huge. Because down there you have, Memphis is also a city in Egypt.
That's right. Yes, it
and,
is.
Cairo, they say Cairo, Illinois is down there. So that's what it is. But I think that the pharaohs would be happy and in awe if they saw this. All right, next question is, which of these products is traded on a regulated centralized exchange? Would that be Forex pairs, futures contracts, stolen art, or cocaine?
Oh my gosh, these were awesome today. That would be the futures contracts.
It would be. That was the only stock image I could find for art thief.
Oh my gosh, Willem Dafoe is in a terrible film about an art thief that gets caught. Have you seen it? I saw it on the plane.
No, but it definitely sounds
so
like something
bad.
I want to watch.
Oh my gosh, it was so bad. Oh.
Thank you, Topstep. Futures forever. I don't know about that. Hizzy and J Bizzle 34. All right. Let's go to the next one. If a market maker sells an out-of-the-money call option, they will need to blank more of the underlying asset as its price increases. The price increases, do they need to buy more, sell more, loan more, or none of these.
Okay, so that's okay. I'm going to say that, if it increases, they'll have to buy more, but that's only in order to hedge that position. So
that is correct.
Okay.
Yes, you need to buy more. Yes, to hedge the position. Talking about that a little bit earlier. Lots of people still knew that. Okay. Let's see. Going into the final one, we got Patak Philippe. Back to the Future, Hizzy. Thank you, Topstep. Okay. Someone points out none. The market makers don't day trade. No, but they do sell a ton of options that they need to hedge. All right. Final question. What do the letters in CNBC stand for? They stand for Commerce Night Broadcast, Kramer Needs Bear Stearns Calls, Consumer News and Business Channels, or Cool News by Comcast.
Oh my gosh, the choices today.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess it's the circle because everything else
is the
seems
circle.
bananas.
Consumer News and Business and Other. Yes. Another one right there. Let's see what we got in the final. Anne-Marie's 4 for 4. Again. Thank you, Topstep, in third. Hizzy. And in first place, Futures Forever. All right. Nice names.
I'm such a simpleton to love these dancing names.
Yeah,
I don't know. Love them.
Cool animation. Well, Anne-Marie, you lit it up again. We've got about a minute till the 3-year auction, so mind your orders. We'll be right back after this with the shoulder tap. You won't want to miss it. Then we got group coaching, power hour, and everything else later. So stick around. We'll be back right after this. Farewell.
right, welcome back. It is time for Shoulder Tap.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Time to share some success. And of course, time to avoid failure. Let's bring in our risk manager, Mick, to share who's doing well and who needs a kick in the butt.
Hey, what's
Mick,
up, Eddie?
what's up, Mick? Hey, before we move forward, Mick, risk manager, can you break that down for us? I know we've got a lot of new people. What do you do, and how do you the help that you give to our traders, our funded traders?
Yeah, good question, Eddie. I know you're always good about bringing that up when we're doing these segments together. So, risk team, myself, my other colleagues, Ben, who you've seen, Brett, and our risk analyst, Jacob, we're monitoring the live accounts and we're looking at all the trading activity. And I say live accounts, I mean funded level accounts. So, we are keeping an eye on all the risk exposure for the firm. On both the simulated side of things as well as the live side of things. And it's our job, one of our main accountabilities, I would say, is determining which of these funded traders that's in the XFAs actually gets pulled up to the live account. We want to make sure that we're only bringing up the best of the best from what we see on the trading activity. And then once those traders get called up to live, it's our job to keep them in the live accounts as long as possible through, having conversations with those traders about locking in profits, limiting losses, making suggestions about, position sizing and personal loss limits or loss limit expansion. So there's a lot that goes into that. Personally, I wear a lot of hats here at Topstep and even outside of, funded trader stuff.
Right.
But I think in a nutshell, that's really what it is. And then we're always here, we've got all these technologies that we have, our auto liquidation tools, all that kind of stuff. I mean, we need to make sure that if there's any issues with that, those technologies, that we're there to, manually intervene. So that's a quick, light summary of all the stuff we do. As a matter of fact, right before I hopped on here with Eddie, I was telling Eddie, I was like, I've been pulled in many different directions this morning with things that I had to prioritize other than, putting trading cards together for TopstepTV. So we only have a couple trading cards today. So we might be a little light on traders that we're talking about, but we're going to find some ways to fill the space today. Right. So yeah, risk, we're on the trading operations side of thing for our funded traders.
Right. And if you are funded, there's been times, I know, Mick, probably you too, where you sort of made a decision and said, my boy, that was the wrong decision. And when you do have somebody that can actually say, hey, what are you trying to do? That can definitely help, and it makes you think twice. And I tell you, having you guys able to contact our traders, that's a blessing. You've helped so many traders at least keep the money in their pocket and trade for tomorrow, which is the basis of what we're trying to do here.
Absolutely. Capital preservation is goal number one. And that, we're all here to make money, but capital preservation is goal number one. Hold on a sec, Eddie. I caught a cold yesterday, and if I have to stop and sneeze, I apologize. I've had runny nose, sneezing, coughing, that kind of thing. Good thing we're not in the same room right now. I'm all here to myself in the office today, so I don't think I'll be passing it along to anybody. As far as decisions, like if you're referring to the XFA to live call up process, Eddie, there's people that every time we call someone up to live, we have good reason behind our decisions. And in hindsight, sometimes traders change what they're doing, things change, market states change, things going on in their personal life. We know personal life can affect your trading. Every call up we make, even if it doesn't work out and, we have someone that we call up to live and they fall flat on their face, I wouldn't say we ever have any. Now, I might think that the trading and the outcome is regrettable, but we always have a good reason for doing what we do. So I stand pretty confident and firm and not feeling like we're making mistakes because we're making a decision based off of the information, the recent information that we have in front of us. So if we like what we see, yes. And we look at so much information. When it comes to that XFA to live call up, we're turning over every stone. We're not just looking at that person's 1 XFA or the 3 XFAs that they might have. We're looking at their history, how many accounts that they've had. What did they do in the trading combine? Are they a habitual resetter? We look at everything. So we take the best information that we have to make the best decision that we have. And I'm pretty comfortable with that, even if it doesn't work out. Obviously, we want to see people that perform well in XFAs continue to perform well. It's not always the case. Everybody out there that's listening right now, Eddie, knows how hard it is to trade and how hard it is to maintain consistent profitability over a longer period of time, because we're not trading the same markets every single day. We've got 5 sessions every week that are all unique. And in this, economic environment out there, it's changing every day too. So things are always changing, which is why I firmly believe that the money management is first and foremost. If you can manage your money, you'll be able to be more nimble through different environments as, factors change in the marketplace with these products that we're trading.
Nice.
Good question.
Thanks, Mick.
Yeah.
All right. So who do we have on the chopping block?
We don't have anybody on the chopping block today. I actually have nothing. I have nothing but good things to share. So yesterday, Eddie,
right.
I had 3 shoulder taps for our live traders. Today, I don't have any shoulder taps. I've got nothing but shout outs. And I'm going to start these shout outs with our own internal coach, Coach DBA, Coach Dakota. Dakota had a stellar day. He didn't have a stellar day yesterday. Today, I was thinking of someone else. I was thinking of Pin Sin from yesterday. They made 18,300 yesterday, yeah. And they gave a little bit of it back today, but they're still up over 15,000 after the 2 days. They hit their daily loss limit today. My highlight goes to Coach Dakota, as I was starting to talk about and then got distracted. He's up over $12,000 today, and he's got $102,000 in his live account. So he's breached the 6-figure mark with this trading activity today. And he's probably the hottest trader we've got right now in our program at the funded level. He's been doing really well. I've had a number of conversations with him via messaging or over the phone, and he's got a very good head on his shoulders. We just recently expanded some of his risk parameters. End of last week. He's sitting there with a $9,000 daily loss limit now. And what did we up his position sizing to? I think we wanted to he might be at 45 contracts or 35 contracts right now. I will say, very important to note here, he's not trading as large as he can. And I always think that's a smart, mature stance. Just because I could go trade 1,000 contracts in the market doesn't mean I'm going to put 1,000 contracts on. He's trading well within his boundaries, and he's kicking ass. He's really in tune with the markets right now, especially that NASDAQ that he's trading. I'm really impressed. He's doing extremely well. But he's only one of many funded traders that are doing well today. We've got Solomon, who I did give a shoulder tap to yesterday. He's up over $11,000 today, so really happy about that. I remember was it one of our traders? I've given these shoulder taps before, and I feel like the traders that might hear me giving them a shoulder tap say to themselves, "Oh, I'm going to show Mick." And I think Solomon's showing me today after I gave him a shoulder tap yesterday, making $11,000. So I like that. I love that. That's great.
Yeah, big turnaround.
I want some more of that. So Xavier's up 6,900 in his live account. Venkata up 7,000 in their live account. There's a bunch of other notable days in the 4-figure range, but those are some of the big boys and girls that I wanted to mention doing really, really well today. Now that I'm thinking about Dakota again, I'm tempted to turn over my shoulder and see what he's got going right now, because I know he had a small position. He had a little bit bigger size on earlier this morning that got him up to the $12,000 mark, and now he's just last I saw he had 3 on. So he's trading well within his means. And anyways, those are just some shout outs for today, but let's, I don't want to get caught up on that. Definitely good stuff to talk about, but I want I want to pull up Brian's card. Brian is someone that we called up from XFA to live yesterday. They're in a 50K trading out of New York, and Brian has been averaging $409 per day, and that's over 25 days in the XFA. These are really good metrics here for trading the S&Ps. He's hit 76% winning days, and he's putting up 65% winning trades. His average winning day is right about the same, the average losing day. Eddie, we talk about it all the time. Nobody's got any business risking more on their biggest losing day than they make on their average winning day. So Brian is keeping it right there, and I want to see him continue that in the live account. Brian, if you're watching, I really like that. Keep it up. And then up on a per contract basis, we're talking about 1-to-1 risk reward. Basically, he's taking down $225 per contract while only risking $245. Yeah, the losses are a little bit bigger per contract, but I'll call that 1-to-1 right there. And he's right 65% of the time. So more than half the time, if you're profitable more than half the time at 1-to-1, you're still profitable. And that's where we're getting the $409 per day. I also really like here, biggest winning day, 3,600 plus, and his worst day, it's contained at that 50K daily loss limit of $1,000. Right. So that's really nice there. I always like seeing these traders that can put up big 4-figure winning days or decent 4-figure winning days that are capping themselves at $1,000 loss on the day. I actually think that there's a lot of people out there that could probably be better served in a 50K account as opposed to the 150K account because of that smaller loss limit in there. I do see a number of people that can make a lot of money in the 50K account where we're seeing, best day, $3,600, average winning day, bigger than this $817 average winning day. And that's always a special thing when I see someone who could on average put up, $2,000 on their average winning day, but only risk $1,000. I like that a lot. And then Brian's really selective. If you take a peek at this trade report, they're averaging about 5 trades per day, but there's a lot of days where I shouldn't say a lot. There's some days where they're only taking 1 trade. And I like that too. It's being selective, and they're really good at, they're really good at taking payouts, maybe a little too good, because we want to always, keep an eye on what we're maintaining in our account balance. But those losing days are not getting away from them. So it's less of a concern than the people that are, putting up less than 50% winning days, and they're having those $3,000 daily loss limit losing days. So all in all, this is a pretty good recipe for success. I like the metrics. I like the trading. They are going to be starting their live account with not a huge sum of money, but I'm not too worried about it because, they're pretty risk averse. So I think this is a recipe for success here.
Right. I got to agree with you here. Just looking at the trade report, I see well-managed consistency. I do not see greed at all. And if he follows what he has done here, my money is on that he's going to be successful. As long as he continues and doesn't get wide-eyed and greedy, I think he's going to do very well. And I think it was a great decision on your part to promote him. Good job on both ends.
Good job on the team, because I know that was Ben and Brett yesterday that called him up to live, and I definitely concur with their discretion. Something else I really like that's not mentioned on this card, Eddie, is these hold times. He's trading, there's a number of days where he puts on 1 trade. It's a 2-lot, and, his average hold times for each of these is 47 minutes. 47 minutes on the winners, 45 minutes on the losing trades.
Right.
But, this is allowing him to catch a piece of the trend for the day. And I'm really in firm belief of people that are day trading, you're going to do the chances of you doing much better performance-wise are by catching a piece of the trend for the day, as opposed to those traders who are doing a lot of contracts. They're long, they're short, they're long, they're short. I've said it a lot here, but I'm going to keep saying it because I really want to impress that upon everybody that's watching. If you're struggling and you're one of those scalpers who is in and out, you're holding on short time frames, do think about, maybe limiting your trading and come up with a bias and pick a direction for the day and find good trade entries. If the market's rallying, watch it rally in the morning and find that early pullback and get in and try and catch a piece of the trend or the direction for the day. If you're doing that, you're going to take a lot less heat. I talked yesterday, or I should say we spoke yesterday about a couple traders that had very, very short time spent in these trading sessions. I'd have to flip my card over. I think it was Salmon and Alba, two of the traders I featured yesterday, that there were a couple days where they spent 1 minute trading before hitting their daily loss limit. So, those people might be buying new highs as the market's going up, and then they're having to puke the trade when that market gives you the nice pullback where you should actually be putting the trade on. So always finding good trade location helps the big traders, the small traders, and those that might be entering the trades, entering their positions with small size. It really gives you that much more confidence when you start, adding to that winning position as you're being proven correct in the markets. And then that allows you to hold longer, catch a piece of the trend for the day. And that's where I see the most success from our funded traders here at TopStep.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
What else do we got next?
Let's take a peek at Balkeron.
Ooh, Balkeron.
Balkeron out of Ozone Park, New York. Now, this is one of the most impressive trade reports I've looked at. I'd love for you to look it up, Eddie, if you haven't already clicked on it.
I got it right in front of me.
Balkeron is killing. He's putting up massive winning days. And guess what? He's like trading 2 contracts on average. He's a killer. We called him up from one of his XFAs. He's still in another XFA, so he's going to be going live on this one. But averaging $3,300 over 23 days. Honestly,
crazy.
We kept this trader in an XFA a little bit longer and actually expanded their cap from 50,000 to a higher value because I was just kind of thinking like this is, they're on a hot streak. This is almost too good to be true. Again, proven wrong, and he hit the expanded cap. So he's been putting up $3,300 on average over 23 trading days in this XFA. This is just really, really good stuff. Before I'll let the viewers look at the metrics on the winning trades and the winning days and the average winning days and average losing days. These metrics are really, really staggering, and it's all been solid performance. Like I'm not going to, we see numbers on cards like this, and I say this is a big swinger. It's a big swinger. He's putting up big numbers, but he's not a big swinger. He's not trading the big size, but he's outperforming some of the people that are big swingers on their best days. He's just not having that many poor days either here, being right on 3/4 of his trades and then being right on almost over 3/4 of his days. The thing I want to highlight here most is, there it is, number one on the things I like, the hold times. I just got done talking about Brian and catching a piece of the trend for the day with his 45 minutes spent in the winning trades. Balkeron, on average, is spending 3.5 hours in his winning trades. He's also spending 3.5 hours on the losing trades.
That's a long
Interesting.
time.
It's a long time. He's able to spend a lot of time on those losing trades because he's trading like 2 contracts. Yeah, he's patient. He doesn't have his back against the wall because he's got 15 contracts on. There have been a couple sessions, like look at that session on April 2nd at the beginning of the month. He spent 11 hours and 20 minutes riding out a winning trade.
I see that
in there. Yeah, and that was again, a small position. But this guy, he's trading smaller than he can, something I just said I loved. He's got long hold times, something that I love. And what's this? He had a $14,000 winning day.
April 5th.
Last week, trading 2 lots.
Yeah, there you go.
There's some other big notable days. I mean, you've got to have a lot of large days to generate, an average winning day of $5,300. But like, I just want to go down the list. Like yesterday, made 4,300. Day before that, almost 15,000. 6,300, 3,000, 5,000, 5,000, 7,000, 5,000. Like big days to the point where Usually, yeah, it's so impressive. Usually when I see this, I'm like, all right, when's this going to change? The guy's got the horseshoe, holding the horseshoe, but he just kept going and kept going and kept going. So he's taken a lot in payouts from this account too, to the tune, it looks like roughly like 30 something. He's under 40 grand in payouts, but almost 40,000 in payouts. Guys, that's 40K in 23 trading days. Big numbers here. Yeah. And he's going to be transferring to live with a big account as well. So, I mean, this is really what I like to see. I'm surprised by this activity.
He's trading the S&Ps and the NASDAQ almost about even. He's back and forth. I'm checking that on the trade report here right now. So, I mean, he's making money in both, which is very nice.
Definitely. Hey guys, JD button in. I also want to point out for Balkaran, he was not on our top 10 list today because his funds are being transferred to the live account. I meant to mention that today. Yesterday, Balkaran was number 2 on our top 10 list, and he'll be back on the list as soon as those transfers are completed.
Get him back.
And on payouts, on the dashboard I'm looking at, Mick, I'm showing a total of $78,000 in payouts. Does that mean he's probably taken close to 40 per account? Does that sound about right?
Exactly right, JD.
Crazy.
Exactly right. That's big. Yeah. I said Coach Dakota is number 1 right now. Balkaran's going to be nipping at his heels, I think. So while I don't think that should be motivation for Dalton to be doing anything different, remember, this is an individual sport. We have our competitors out there, but you don't want to be doing anything in your account with your trading based off of what somebody else is doing in their account. It's a zero-sum game where for every dollar that's made, there's a dollar lost in somebody else's account. So, just keep that in mind, Dalton. You're doing well just as it is without hearing about Balkaran. So keep that great work up. And then Balkaran, hopefully he keeps the great work up. I have full confidence that these guys are going to continue forging their way forward. And we're going to start seeing some bigger account balances on these leaderboards, no doubt.
Nice. Hey, Mick, we are running out of time here. Real quick here, Jeff had a question. He says he'd like to hear your thoughts on slowly averaging into the red, and how can it set you up for a great trade profit as long as you scale in slowly to a losing trade. What's your thoughts on that?
So, couple thoughts. It's a great question. I'd have to get a little bit more context into Jeff's strategy, but I will say one thing. Like, let's say, Jeff, if you have the ability to trade up to 10 contracts on a position, usually the only time that it's acceptable or okay to add to a losing trade is if you are one of these traders like Brian and Balkaran that I mentioned, where especially Balkaran, where they have they're trading on a higher time frame. So if I am looking to hold a trade for an entire session, and I think that, basically if you're adding to a losing trade, you've got to have bigger sights set for how far the market can go in your favor. It's all about managing your risk reward on the trade, that individual trade. But I'll use myself as an example. I like trading on a higher time frame. I might hold trades for probably at a minimum 2 weeks if I put something on. If I like buying crude oil Eddie, where's crude oil trading right now?
Crude right now here, we're looking at, down low, 85.27 last.
Okay, so I might be looking at a crude chart, and I'm not saying the current daily chart, but if I'm looking at a crude chart and I like it's trading 87. If I like buying crude oil around the $84 to $83 range, I'm going to call that a zone. And I might, let's say we trade down there. I might start buying a little bit of crude oil around $84. I might buy a little bit at $83.50. I might buy a little at 83. Now, yes, I am adding to a trade that's going against my average price, but because I'm thinking about that trade as I like this zone for a long, because I'm buying 84s to 83s because I think we're going to get to 94, that's okay. So I think you have to be doing that on a higher time frame. You don't want to be trading on a short time frame, Jeff, and just saying, "Oh, it's going against me. I'm going to buy it here to lower my average price in hopes of it trading up." That hope word I used, you don't want to be hoping, but I think it's acceptable if you're doing it across the zone. But as you're buying more as the market's going down, you better have your exit predetermined, and you have to be in a position where you're okay to accept that, like, this market's not falling the way that I want it to. It could get ugly, and be able to just say, you know what, I'm going to take a loss here and not add any more on. But I think that's one thing that really trips up day traders that are on a short time frame, is adding to the losing trades. But again, if you like, the S&Ps between a certain prices and call that your buy zone, then that's your buy zone, and you have reason to believe it's going to carry to a higher level.
Right.
Long-winded
Mick,
answer, Jeff. Thank you for that question. That's a very good one.
Yes. All right, Mick. Well, thank you very much for being with us here. Keep an eye on our traders. And hey, a lot of talk here in the chat. Roast my combine. If you want Mick to take a look at that, I'm going to put add the form here. Fill out that form, and you might be one of the lucky winners to have your combine roasted. But otherwise, Mick, have a great day. Nice seeing you, brother. Until next time, we'll be right back with group coaching.
All right. Thanks.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to the new hour of group coaching. It is just past 12:30 Chicago time. That'll be Central time on your clock. We got the group coaching form pinned in the chat again, so throw those questions in there. JD behind the curtain here, and joined by Coach Robert once again. Robert, what's happening today? How you doing in these markets?
I'm doing good. Actually, yeah, it's during the day it's really tough to do stuff working in production, but I did take some Nikkei trades last night. I had to see what all the fuss was about, so I grabbed a few of them, and I did grab a couple of NQs earlier today when I had a little bit of a break, so not bad.
Oh, how did it go with trading the Nikkei? Were you on slow markets with Dakota, trading it up?
I was not. It was during that time, but I was not on slow markets. I was in there. I was like, I was just going to shut everything down, and I was like, you know what? Let me at least take a look at this and see what everybody's talking about. I jumped in there, took 2 trades, 2 winners. It was like $60-something. So it's all good. I mean, it moves pretty slow at nighttime, and it's definitely not a scalper's paradise like myself. But I can see the attraction to it because if it's not going your way, you can almost tell pretty quickly because it holds those levels pretty good. It takes a lot to move the market, and it doesn't fly all over the place. So I can see the attraction to it. And then when it does go your way, it just seems to go that direction quite a bit. And I have a better understanding at how Dakota does it, or not how he does it, but how he comes up with these big wins, but on like a small winning percentage, right? Because he's self-stated. He'll lose 5, 6, 7 trades right in a row, and then he'll catch one, and it'll be like 7, 8, 9 to 1, and just clear everything out. Little small loss, little small loss, little small loss, goes his way, leaves it for hours. I can totally see how that is feasible on that market. So, hey, first night in time I've ever traded. Getting the hang of it, definitely on higher time frames, and I don't know, maybe we'll play around with that too.
Yeah, awesome. I've honestly never looked at an Nikkei quote. Well, I've looked at a quote. I've never looked at a chart and watched the way it moved, so I really have no base of reference when it comes to that.
Well, I agree with you. And now that it's exactly, and now that it's in Topstep X, I just want to make sure that I'm familiar with everything we're putting in there as we add them, and that just happened to be in the list. I know some of the other ones too, so it's good, man. You should probably take a look at it. Everybody's good, and nice to learn new stuff and try new things.
Absolutely. All right, what do you say we get into it? We got some good questions. Ooh, and we're running short of time already. All right.
Yeah, let's go through. I'd talk quick. Go for it.
Yep. So James asks, is there a tool that mimics the bracket order where you could see the profit target and stop loss before you place a trade? If so, how do you use it? I don't believe that.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's talking about Topstep X. Let's click to the chart real quick. There it is over there. I'm going to, let's take, this is just NQ. It doesn't matter. I just want to go on the top. And let's say I want to put a trade on here at the above the high of day just to demonstrate. So a couple things I can do. I can go up here and I can do a stop market, and then it's enter my stop price, which is right up here. Let's just call it 427. I can type that in there and then add it. Or I can just right click on the chart and do a stop buy like that. So there it is. So to reiterate on the brackets here, even though I have them set up in the background, here's my brackets. I have 400 risk, 400 profit. I do have them automatically. They will not show until an order is actually entered, a position is actually entered. So we know now that I have a 400 target for profit and a 400 stop loss. So when I come up here and I put that buy stop in, let's assume the market comes up to this level. I'm now in a long, then the brackets will show up and you can adjust them on the fly. They're not going to show until you place an order. For example, if I want to place an order right now and take a position right now, let's just go, I don't know, it's a green candle, so let's go short. And I sell one, it's brackets on because I have it set up in the background already. So that is the difference between showing them ahead of time and not. So although they don't show on the chart ahead of time, they show in your brain ahead of time because I know that I have bracket orders on and I know that they are 400 profit and 400 loss in this scenario. So good question. And they'll get, it's in development. Always remember that Topstep X is still in development. It's on pre-release. That's the term, it's pre-release, and we're adding things all the time. So yeah, if you don't have it, if it's not on there yet and it's in the roadmap, subscribe to that. And we're going to get to that here in a minute as well, how to do it. But it's here. Just keep in mind that it's a newer product and it's in development. That's all. Be patient.
Cool. Yep. Just to reiterate, you will not see a visual of your profit target or stop loss until your order is hit in the market, until you have a live order in the market. All right.
Exactly.
Thanks for the answer. Thank you for the question, James. Next, Marlon wants to know, how can I start journaling? This is a great question because we pontificate journaling here. I think David Green issued a challenge to everybody at TopStep yesterday to journal for 2 weeks and see how your trading improves. So my personal advice would be to just start small. You don't want to overload yourself right away because it'll start taking you out of the markets and you're going to throw yourself through a loop and just stop doing it eventually. But just jot down, what market you were trading, what time you got in the trade, were you long or short, did you win or lose? And at the end of the day, do that for every trade. Just take you 2 seconds to put a trade on, And at the end of the day, pen and paper, yeah. Keep pen and paper next to your desk. And then, at the end of the day, just go back and look at each trade individually and say, okay, this is what time I got in this trade. Go back in your chart and look at it. How did the trade do? Did I win? Did I lose? Okay, why did I win? Why did I lose? And then think about it. You don't exactly have to write, a 5-page journal for each trade that you put on. Spend a couple minutes thinking about it. Why did I do this? Was it good or was it bad? And do that for a week, and then start expanding on it. You have access to Hoag's emotional journal. I'm going to pin that in the chat right now. Let me just find it real quick.
And there's a journal inside of your dashboard. You can go to your dashboard and enter journal right in where your trades are.
100% correct. I'm going to put Hoag's emotional journal in the chat right now. Okay, that's in there. I'm going to pin it to the top. Go ahead and download that. Also, there's the trading checklist that we share every single morning on TopstepTV. That's a great way to start journaling. Also, it helps you track what levels you're looking at, previous areas of interest. There's all kinds of stuff to mark down in the journal that you can mark your charts up with. Areas to think about when you're putting a trade on or before you put a trade on. You could also reference our website, Topstep.com. We have loads and loads of information on journaling. I'm going to throw another link in there. I just did a simple search on our website for journal. So I'm going to throw that link in the chat also. There's a couple dozen different resources there to help you start journaling. We have podcasts with Jack and Danny Hodgman telling you what to put in your journal. There's a couple Coaches Playbooks episodes in there. There's other podcasts from guests coming on telling you what they put in their journals. But again, start small. Don't overwhelm yourself, and then kind of ease into it. And you can make it as, I suppose the word would be, eccentric as you want,
Yep.
But yeah, don't overload yourself. Start small and build off that. Anything you want to care to add to that?
No, you pretty much covered everything. It's a great journal, great resources, and use them to your advantage. They're there for you.
Cool. All right, moving on. Vincenz wants to know, when can we get cumulative delta on TSX charts? Again, we mentioned the roadmap just a second ago. I'm not exactly sure where delta is on the roadmap, but I know it's coming.
So I just moved over to the left-hand side where the question mark is. You mouse over, it says support. Support resources are on the left-hand side. In the middle tab up here is roadmap. And it looks like it's still in progress. Must be a little behind. It's April 9th. This was trying to go for April 1st. It was upvoted quite a lot. You can just click on it to upvote it. These are the ones that are finished. These are the ones that are in progress. If you want to scroll down and find one that works well for you, like alerts on the chart, you click on it. And see how that went to 236. I had already upvoted it, so I'll make sure I put my upvote back on again. You can go to your change log and subscribe to the change log, and anytime things are added, just like this, you will get a notification sent to the email that you use when you sign up for this notification. And then, of course, you have feedback. That's a feature request. When you see a lot in the chat saying, hey, can you add this? I always say, well, go to Topstep X in the feature request area and submit it. or you can search for it, see what's already there, and then upvote it. The higher the upvotes, the more traders want it. The higher it is on the list, the higher the priority, the sooner it comes out. Entering in YouTube chat, it's not going to do too much. Put it in here. It goes right to the development team.
Perfect. There you go. It's on your TopstepX dashboard. If you're not on it, you'll get access to it too. All right, moving on. Brian says, Brian's in a bit of a pickle. 3 losing days after a big $16,000 winner. I keep trying to focus on capital preservation, but it reminds me of that old sports saying when players say they're playing not to lose after they get a big lead in the game and then they end up losing anyway. What are your thoughts on that? Taking a big chunk out of the market and then playing slow ball, small ball, trying not to lose, and then just getting chipped away at.
Yeah, that's the mentality thing, right? It's if you see that big 16K day like that, I don't know how often, I don't know anything about the trade report, Brian here, but when you see those big days, it's if you're trying to shoot for something like that, or maybe it just gets into the head like, wow, this, like maybe I do no wrong, maybe you got lucky with something. I don't know. Maybe you're a super good trader and that's common for you. But then you said you had 3 losing days after a big 16K day. Maybe you're trying too hard. I don't know. I just based off of what the readings are. Focusing on capital preservation is good. That's very good. Keep the losses small. If that's in a funded account, take some money out. Pay yourself for your time. Recover all the money that you put into Topstep and into your trading career, and pay yourself back. And now it's if you lose everything, you're still breaking even. It's okay. The 3 losing days thing it kind of gets me a little bit, because if somebody if you've heard me before on here, I'm a really strong fan of not having those trends together. So streaks, I don't have a 3-day losing streak. My losing streaks or winning streaks are always a factor of one day, 1 hour, 1 trade, because it's a different market. You're in a different state of mind. It's the way it's moving. It's a different day. There's different news. So if you can try to focus on one, say, nope, I don't have 3 losing days in a row. Just like, no, okay, I lost today. Regroup. You can do well. You had a 16K day. That's awesome. Keep your loss small and come back to the market. Maybe it's a different market. Try to keep that out of the head and be like, oh, I lost yesterday. I got to win today to make it back. That can really toy with you. And if you have a journal, like we just talked about, you can refer back to that. It is all an emotional journey. You made 16K in a day. That's incredible. That's unbelievable. That means you can do it again. So let those tiny little days there of the losses, just let them go by. Just understand that it's a part of trading. You have to quote that your team's playing not to lose. Yeah, I understand that, but it's a little different approach to it, where if you take, there's 32 teams and 16 games in football, or I don't know what the baseball, it's 160 games or something in baseball, I don't know, but there's a finite amount. They have to fit within a parameter. So it's a little bit different structure than trading. There's no end. So try to take that from your mind and just be like, I had a winning day. I don't want to do this thing I don't want to do a not to lose anything back. It's just try to focus them on 1 day at a time, 1 week at a time, 1 trade at a time. I think that'll really help. Just keep that out of your mind. It's just going to be a huge step forward for you.
Yeah, for sure. Checking in on the chat, Eddie had to throw a jab at the Cubs in there. Eddie says, don't be a Cubs fan. Well, Eddie is a lifelong White Sox fan. I do feel the Sox are in danger of winning less than 30 games this year. It's been a rough start, but I'm not going to disagree with you there. Moving on, though, let's check in on Rolando. Rolando's got a question about TopstepX functionality, bracketing orders. I know we've gone through this a few times, but maybe we can give Rolando a quick update. Is there a way in TopstepX to change the number of limit contracts I place, or any plans to update? I like to trade 2 contracts and sometimes want to take one off and leave it as a runner.
Mm-hmm.
So there's your keypad on the left-hand side. You could either hit that plus or minus button on either side of the keypad to increase or decrease the number of contracts you're trading. You could also type in the number of contracts you're trading. Robert's showing you on the screen right now. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. If I wanted to enter 1 contract, it shows for 1. These are just speed buttons. I can click 3, it just gives me 3, 5 like this. But he wants 2. Rolando, yeah, sounds like a male. Trader wants 2. I can do up, up, up like this with these arrow keys. I can just highlight it. I can type the number 2. There's no 6 either. I can type the number 6 like that. Well, try to get it back now. And how about 6, Bob? There we go. Type the number 6. Or I can use the plus keys down here. There's 3 ways right in this area. It's on 1, click to plus to 2, plus to 3, plus to 4. Now, what we can't do at this time is change the number when we right-click the chart. So let's say I come down here and I want to do a limit order when it comes down to buy. I'm going to right-click. I have a limit buy, and we only have these right now as far as the speed amount goes. Okay, so if that's what we're asking on a limit order, you can't do it through this shortcut menu, but come over here, change this to limit right there, and then let's pick a price. I don't know, 18,200 looks good. 18,200, like that. And now I'm going to change my number of contracts either from here, click it to 2, and I'm buying 2 as a limit buy right there. So there's your answer.
Done and done. All right, this next question we're not going to answer. We're going to save it, but I'm going to read it off to you anyway. It was actually a question for Hogue. Says, good morning, Coach Hogue. Thank you for all the advice. Really appreciate it. My question is about what do you think about discretionary trading? I consider myself a discretionary trader, but I hear bad things about this style. And what do you think about this? So I'm thinking next week we're going to be having a group coaching session with Robert and Coach Hogue, doing sort of a back and forth. And I think this is going to be the best topic of conversation we could possibly do. A discretionary trader versus a systematic trader. Hogue on the discretionary side, Coach Robert on the systematic side. And then we can hear all about what they think of both sides. What do you think about that? Should we save this one for next week?
I think that is absolutely. I think I just highlighted it differently. We got a great plan. I think that's a super one. Yep. Perfect.
Cool. Excellent. All right. Done and done. Moving on. Tim M says, how do I set the tilt to show more than just the big 4? I'm a Dow trader and have to switch back and forth from TopstepTV and my charts. I don't think there's a way to manipulate the tilt interface at the moment. It's likely something that's on our roadmap, but for now, which sees what you got.
Yep, that's it. Add it to the roadmap if you like it. If other traders want it and we get enough of them, keep upvoting it, and it'll just move it higher and higher up in the list. And we're working on projects and looking at it. Wow, this one is really, really important. A lot of traders want it. Let's bang this out of the way. It's for you. So if you just comment in me like, I hate that this doesn't happen. Why can't we do this? Well, throw that in the roadmap, and then you're going to have maybe hundreds of other traders say the exact same thing. There's certain things that I would love to have on here too. Look, I want range charts. I'm going to upvote that every time I can, right? We have indicators that we want to put in here that we can customize. It's there. It's coming here. If we continuously upvote them, they get more priority, move to the front of the line. So we can help each other out that way.
Yep. One more question coming through the chat about functionality on TopstepX. Andrew's curious how to link charts to the dome. We've definitely gone through this before, and I think we might have a YouTube video up for it. But let's just run through one more time for Andrew, how to link his charts to the dome.
It seems to be a common question. Let's do that. I do not have the dome on my screen, so we're going to add it. I can choose any one of these white plus areas here, or black plus on a white button, and it's just going to pull up the components panel. And here's our dome right here. I'm going to click it, drag it, and we can see this little yellow arrows, and I can just position over before I let it go. Let's put the dome right next to the order panel. Okay, there we go. Now, notice the chart is purple. It's showing NQ. The dome is nothing right now. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to pick the same color. Click on purple. Lo and behold, it goes with the purple. My purple over here is NQ because it's on purple. Now, if I happen to change my chart, let's just simply change it to ES. Voila, the chart changes, the dome changes, the order panel changes. You can have multiples. So if I wanted a second chart on here, I can add a second chart. If I want a second dome, I can add a second dome, just like click, dome. I'm going to drag it and put it right next to this one right here. And now I have 2 of them. So I can have this dome either linked to something else or not linked to anything. So if I say, I like to trade ES, get rid of that. But I also, this is the dome I'm trading, but I want to see the prices on, I don't know, let's pick gold for some reason. So you want to see the dome on gold also. You can put it next to it. You can put it down below. I'm just going to click and drag. Okay, there we are. We have a dome right below. It's hard to see that way. So let's put it next to it. Right there. There we are. So when I change the chart, it's going to change the purple link to ES, the purple dome to ES, and it's not going to touch this one. Pretty simple.
There you go. Hope that helped everybody out. All right, we got a question about levels from John H. John wants to know, are overnight highs and lows a good place to place stops, and why? Interesting question. Kind of loaded, but let me ask you a question, John. When you look at a chart, this question is for John, if you can chime in the chat if you're here. When you look at a chart, where do you think everybody else is putting their stops? Where do you think the market's going to gravitate to if you can see where everybody else is putting their stops? If there's an obvious level where all the stops are, what do you think the market's going to do? We don't have to wait for an answer.
No, we'll just wait. We'll just add it on. Yes, I believe they do play a part, and traders are different how they want to approach it. We'll look at the ES. I changed to a 15-minute chart just for a larger view. If I go over here and I mark off the overnight high from last night, there it is. Let me zoom out a little bit. There it is. There's our roughly. I'm just eyeballing this. So there it is. There's our overnight high, and there's our. Actually, it's not. Let me see. 7:30. This is the 8:30 candle. So technically, this is the overnight high, right there. There's our overnight high. So it looks like we broke out of it and rejected. And the overnight low happens to be right there. So we have them marked off: overnight high, overnight low. Now we want to look left a little more. Does this have more confluence with it? Well, this is the previous day's high for the entire day. And here was the day before that. So this is a pretty solid area. So what I would do in this case is, I personally do not trade this way, but traders that do, we look for these overnight highs and we see what else is going to be there. If this is an overnight high and it's been going up for 5 days, we may be on a strong push up. You don't want to fight a directional market, as Hogue always says. So we'd wait to see if this actually breaks, steadies, and just keeps on going with some volume, or the volume profile pushes up, or if we have some news coming out. In this particular case, it hit the overnight high, went up by, let's see, it's roughly 52.72 roughly, and 52.74. So it only went up by 2 points. If you wanted to take that, that's a pretty, what's the term, cheap trade. You're entering, if you have like a $200 loss stop limit that you want to use, stop loss that you want to use, that's pretty good. That's 4 points. So there's your short on the overnight high with a 4-point stop, and then maybe you get that trade going down, or you get stopped out. So yeah, they do make a difference. And another thing, that if there is an overnight high, I forgot what the ratio is, but it's really, really up there. If folks in the chat, you can put it in there, that it's way up in the high, like 80 or 85 or 90%, whatever it is. It's overnight high. The US market tends to like to take those out. Always, of course not, but it's a pretty good probability that that will happen. So consider that, and it obviously did today. It took it out by 2 points before it dropped the other direction. So good question. And traders trade that differently. Some wait for it to break out, retest, and see if it's going to keep going, and some like to play the reversals based on other criteria.
There you have it. And yeah, you said cheap trades. That seems to be the theme of the month. Cheap trades. Dolby's all over them. We hear about it in fast markets. We hear about it in Power Hour. Cheap trades. All we're doing is looking for cheap trades. Checking in on the chat, Junior Estrella says, ask if level 2 data is available in TopstepX. It absolutely is. It's an extra charge, but you can get level 2 data. All right, with that, we are out of time. That went by really fast. All right, stick around, though, because we have Market Stalking with D coming up. You're going to get another hour of Coach Robert. He's going to be joined by Eddie and Deeyana. And then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and Hogue. Throwing some trades around to end the day. All right, that's all we got for you. Stick around for more tradertainment. We'll be back again tomorrow with more group coaching. Have a good one.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Market Stalking. Yes, we're going to have that right now. Right now, and we're going to have Deeyana and Robert with us. Robert and Deeyana, and we're going to have a good time here. And as you can see, they're here with us right now. And hello, Deeyana. How are you today? Happy afternoon. And what is it, about maybe 8 o'clock by you? 10 o'clock?
It's 7. It's 7. Yeah, 7 p.m.
All right. Well, what's 8 plus 10? 7, right? Yes, I was close.
Yeah. That was enough. Yeah, I'm forever battling time zones over here. Yeah, I've had a pretty decent day. I'm still waiting on one of the XFAs to come through. So past one on Monday. I've got another 3 combines that I'm working on. So one of them is up $449. The other one $447. That's on Rhythmic, and then I also have a Topstep X one, and I've traded micro gold since we have micros now in Topstep X. So I'm up 219 there. So up about $1,000
Just
overall.
Micros? It's just on micros?
So yeah, so I'm getting pretty close to targets and stuff. And once that happens, I like to drop down to micros because, at that point, you're kind of risking all of the profits. And I kind of like to slow it down a bit as you're kind of getting to that final target, especially if you're on 50Ks, which is what I'm doing right now. They're pretty quick to pass. So there's no rush or anything. I have been trading gasoline futures. So our Robert, as Hogue likes to call it. I've been trading a bit of gold, a bit of platinum. So, a nice little mix. So we're going to see if we can maybe find another trade into settlement here. So yeah, it's been a pretty decent day. How's your day going, Eddie?
Well, you know what? Earlier I was not going to trade, but I guess you could call it semi-FOMO, but I got to practice what I preach. So first few times I held off. And then I said, you know what? There's some good opportunity here. And I don't know, I've got my charts up here if you want to share them. I do have I put it on practice. I put it on practice account just in case I accidentally bump a key or something and sell 5. But I mean, that's always safe. 150K account. I hit my number, 420, up 420 on 150K, and had a nice 50K run here at 602. So I was done. I wanted to shut them down, but I wanted to make sure that if we do come on here, we want to share these charts, we could see what I was doing. So, but yeah, I'm done for the day. Didn't plan on trading, but the market sort of turned in my favor, and I sort of grabbed that opportunity. How about you, Robert?
Good.
How'd you do today?
I just did Nikkei last night just to take a look at it. It's now in Topstep X, and I know Dakota does really well with it, and I just wanted to check it out. So I threw one of those on, 2 trades actually, and it ended up small, like $68 or something like that, just to give it a shot. I was ready to shut everything down at the end of the day, and it was like 16 hours or something, and I was like, let me take a look at it. I kind of like the way it moves. You definitely have to be patient with it, and I think have to be up a little bit higher time frame. So it wasn't a lot of movement in there, and I can actually, we'll just pull that up right here so we can look at it. I have, let's put this, see if where am I? Okay, we are this is a 3. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. You can see this like little bit of gaps and stuff in here where price just kind of jumps around. So if you go up into higher time frames, they tend to be a little bit cleaner. So the one thing that I noticed about it is when you get into the trades, it's patience, but they tend to hold the levels pretty dang good. So I mentioned this at the beginning of the group coaching that I can see now when Dakota is trading this, from my interpretation of how he's trading it, he's waiting for that move to happen. If it gets in, it kind of goes against him a little bit, he'll just get out. And it gets in, it goes against him a little bit, he'll get out. That's why he has these, I forgot what his winner, it's like 30% win rate or something like that. But then his wins are like 7-1 or something. So he gets in, doesn't go his way, doesn't go his way. And then when it does, it just goes that way for hours. So I can really see how this can be an attractive instrument on the overnight sessions. If you want to put a trade on, put a little bit of stop in, that's keeping your risk managed, and then, go to bed.
I don't think I would sleep though, because I did swing trading for about 5 years in the beginning of my career, And I always had one eye open. So that was one thing that I didn't like about keeping positions on while you sleep.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, all respect to Dakota, but I was always like, you know, just a bit jumpy.
What markets were you trading back then?
I was trading euro dollar. And then I started trading yen pairs, which is why I had them on overnight, because that's when they moved. And it was great because Asia is a very different animal to the markets that we trade during the New York and Chicago regular trading hours. It is slower, but if there's some kind of an event or news, it does just go. But it doesn't. Once it has a direction, it doesn't wag around like, because obviously we trade extremely liquid markets. And all of the markets that I trade are very double-sided. So if you don't pull it off at a certain level intraday, it can actually retrace most of your profits. But I found that with Asian instruments, they kind of catch a momentum and they just keep going. So that's a very good thing. And I remember one of the Asian traders who was based in Singapore. He was always trading the Asia session, and then he was like, you know what, I'm gonna have a look at the New York session. And then, you know, everything started moving, and he's like, wow, you guys are crazy. And I'm like, yeah, you know.
Could be.
So definite difference in behavior. If you're not used to the regular trading hours, it's a little bit of a, you know, a shock. But I think I kind of prefer the double-sided nature of the markets that I trade. So, you know, again, different styles, you know, different folks, different strokes. That'll always be the case in trading.
Different strokes for different folks, and whatever works for you.
Yeah.
You know, we can all be looking at the same chart, 100 of us, and we might have, you know, 100 different ideas, 100 different views. But what works for you, keep with you until it doesn't. And then that's when you know to either fine tune it or update it or look somewhere else. And sometimes it's a little too late. You know, we're very bullheaded. No, it's going to work. And we keep forcing it and forcing it. And it's
yeah,
not
sometimes you just want to put on a trade because it's pissing you off. It's like, I want to short it. It's like, no. Yes, I've definitely had moments like that.
I mean, that's when our emotions hijack. And sometimes, I mean, you don't realize it until it's too late. You know, that red flag's a little bit late on an indication, and you know you're $300 deep in a loss, and you're wondering, you know, why did I do this? But you know, think before you know, is this something I want to do? Is this part of my game plan? You know, is this a level that I was looking at earlier? Have we hit it now? What do I do? You should have that decision made. You know, am I going to buy it? Am I going to sell it here? And not be that deer in headlights. It definitely helps.
Yeah. That's why writing out the plan can help with those kind of impulsive decisions. That's what I advocate to all of the guys who are with me. You know, whenever you have a plan ready, like I actually had someone asking on the stream, because we had a gold neutral day type, so extensions on both sides of the market. Let me drag that up.
See, now that's a great idea, Deeyana, is actually writing it down. You know, I mean, if we're using journals, this would be something that we should follow through. Even a little post-it note to remind you, hey, 84 even, I'm looking to put a sell here. You might not be paying attention, and you know, 84 even comes around, and here we go. I know what I got to do.
Did you say post-it notes? Post-it notes?
There you go. Yeah. That's a big post-it note. Boy, they got it.
More post-it notes?
It's a post-it page.
No, yeah. It's more like a journal. I find these good because I can write my little like execution flows and stuff, like what I'm reminding myself of as I'm looking at an active trade and stuff. So that kind of helps me. I was talking about flow charts earlier on the live stream, and that's kind of how I trained my mind to be. What am I looking for out of a trade? And then if the execution flow fails at any one point of that process, it means I need to cut the trade. So to me, it's been very, very helpful. I'm a very visual person. I think most of us who grapple with the markets do operate on a more visual side. And I have met maybe a couple of people in my life that are like very kind of auditory people, where they have to learn through just listening. But to me, it's like in one ear, out the other. I have to like either write it down or see it to actually really get it into my head.
We get caught up in other things and in market movement and anything that hits the wire. And sometimes our targets are a distance from where the market is at the present time. Yeah. And sometimes we forget. It's like, oh my gosh, I forgot about it. It's like the eco numbers. That's why I've got my my phone here and I put the time on, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, hour, whatever. And it's a good reminder. Yeah, when that number's coming up.
So someone was asking me on the stream as we were like in the middle of the range. So we were talking about what are the levels, right? Like when Michael comes on, John, what are the levels? Well, we do something similar. And I had a level sort of close to the value high on gold at 23.54.7, but I also had a level of average session range low at 23.56.8, 57. And then somebody said, well, we're a little bit away from that because we didn't reach that area yet. And he said, well, what if I could just short from here? Like, are you thinking about a short? And I'm like, well, you know what? We're in the middle of the middle, and it's a neutral day type. When you look at statistics, it can go either way. Like, there's we want to look for those asymmetrical opportunities. There is no asymmetrical opportunity in the middle of a neutral day, range-bound day. It's like, I don't want to be trading that. And yet, so many people get caught up trying to do stupid trades in the middle ahead of their levels. So, if you're having trouble with trading, maybe that's what you're doing. And that's what you need to stop doing, because shorting until your level comes into existence, until it appears on the chart, that's not a high probability trade. That's chasing. And it's an entirely different mindset to, hey, we're here, we have an assumption about the price action, and we're looking for very, very particular price activity to show us that we should be in this trade. So if I was to short, it might have worked, may have not worked. Maybe my stop loss wasn't, large enough or small enough, or like either, whatever combination of how you can effectively explain to yourself, oh yeah, I've talked myself into this trade, so therefore it worked, so it's fine. That's the wrong process. So I'm very big on the process. You don't want to be doing dodgy trades on the way to your levels because you don't know whether the level is going to be there. Are we going to arrive or not? That's an unknown. So to me, that's an epitome of doing a stupid trade in the middle of nowhere. And like I said, it might work, but then how many times is that going to work? Because I know that for me, on a neutral day type, whenever I was doing stupid things like that, it never worked. So over a larger sample size, it's not a strategy that I want to be using. So that was exactly what I said to the trader. I said, well, no, because your reversal area, we've marked it. Why do you want to be, and actually there was a huge whip back up. There was like 80 ticks of a buying wick. My stop loss wouldn't have survived that. So what would have happened? I would have been looking at a losing trade. So it wouldn't have worked. but the average
had good
session range low. Well, whether the intentions are good or not, it wasn't in the plan. So if I was doing something outside of my plan and I had a loss as a result, that's a much bigger fault that goes into my journal than, hey, I had a level and it just didn't work out because the price went further, right? So those are two very different types of losing trades. One is a nonsense, I've just done something on an impulse on the way to my level. And the other one is, okay, well, I lost, but, whatever. However, if you look at what happened here, so I had average session low pegged as my reversal area. And that's exactly what happened. So, that's something that was in the plan, has a high statistical occurrence over many, many sample size of trades. And yet the other one, shorting in the middle of nowhere, that's just FOMO, chasing. We don't want to be doing that. So this is what we talk about when we say be a sniper, not a machine gunner. Yeah? Wait for your levels, be patient, and then everything will be much more obvious. At least it is to me.
Right. Deeyana, earlier this morning, a lot of people had that FOMO going because they heard, Rips making money hand over fist, Hogue making money, traders making money, market moving. And I was, like I mentioned earlier, I was basically in that boat saying, hey, I thought, I'm not going to trade today. But I didn't at first, but once the market started to open up and it sort of told me, say, there's some opportunity here. I'm watching the dome, I'm watching the charts, and it gave me some opportunity. And, that's when I said to myself, okay, you know what? Change your game plan. What do I need to do? What do I want to do? It's not that I just sort of jumped in to do anything I could. I strategically looked and said, okay, this is where I'm going to enter if it hits this. And this is where I'm going to exit if I get here. And then, like my profits are small. I mean, like today, 150, 210, 120. I mean, I'm happy with making small profits like that because my overall target profit goal is, $300, $400, $500 a day. And then I'm happy. And I've learned that the hard way. Tried to string it out there for 1,000, 2,000. And before you know it, you're down 800, down 1,200. And it's going the wrong way. So, that's something that we have to definitely, we learn from. If we keep doing this and doing this and doing this, we're not doing what we're supposed to do. So Michael Lochner says this morning was not FOMO. No? Okay. Well, for some it was, for some it wasn't. There you go. Andre says,
maybe it wasn't for him. But
maybe not. Yeah, maybe he had the game plan ready to go and go from there. But Michael Beggs, is Eddie's 420 on the screen? I think so. Yeah, there it is. Take a look. I don't kid you. 420.84, and that was just a coincidence. So, I'm happy. It's 150K Express account. If I can do that consistently, I'm in no rush. And I'm happy to put on a positive number instead. Baby steps forward instead of big steps back. So there you have it. And I think we got Robert back. Robert, you were hypnotized there for a minute. Is everything okay?
Oh yeah, it was just sent out to the ether there for a moment. I didn't know what froze. The one screen that we have on here froze, but I think everything else was working. So yeah, so we're good there. Hey, let's throw a trade onto the Dow. All right.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
All right, I'm just gonna hit a sell market right now, just to get us into a position, and I'll just leave it on for a moment while I talk through this. So I'm gonna scroll back.
What are you trading, the Dow? Dow?
This is the Dow. Yeah, this is the Dow. So I just threw a market order on. YM is correct. It's on a 3-minute chart we're looking at. And the order entry looks like is at 39065 was the where they actually got filled. The reason I chose that is because let's zoom in close first so we can see what we're looking at. So this is just today. And I'm going to move it over so there's our trades. It just looks like an area right here with some consolidation. It was rejected off of it a couple of times. And I know that I have another area above it that's potential rejection. So I'm moving my stop to it, but I don't want to put it right there because we know sometimes these get wicked out. So I'm just going to move it up out of the way. Doesn't mean that's what I'm going to risk, but that's where it's going to be as a fail safe. And I'm going to take my target, and I'm actually going to move my target a little bit closer because I don't want it to wait to have to break through this area down here that was rejected off of several times. So let's just bring this up inside that a little bit. So I kind of want the traders that are watching this now to forget that it's a profit of 150 with a risk of 400. It's not true and accurate. That's just there for a visual. If it gets down and it's going towards that 150 profit and it's hanging around there, I'll just close the trade and take the money. If it comes up to the level that I have being 39120, and it starts showing that it's pushing that direction, I'm not going to wait until it goes all the way up to stop me out for 400. So these are not, I don't want to get hammering on the chat that it's a inverse ratio, whatever. I'm trying to explain what I'm looking at. So the reason I chose a second level was because I looked way back and there was a drop, and this is the level of 39120, and it's back here on April 8th. And then this level right here of 39068, 070, or roughly in that area. Again, I'm just eyeballing these. Was back here on April 5th. And it was a really strong area. It pushed, rejected. Then once it finally broke that 39070, it continued up there, and it hasn't come back down yet. And when it did, it blew all the way through it. So it's hanging around that area right now. It's a little consolidation area that we're seeing. So what we're doing is just, I guess, entering in this area, hoping, all right, there's our hope, that it's going to drop down some and get rejected off. And if it doesn't and starts pushing up, we're just going to get out of the trade and call it a loss. But I have this up out of the way just in case something happens and we get out of it. So that's what we'll leave on there for a little bit. I'm not going to do any averaging in. I'm not going to move my stop to break even. I'm just going to take some money in profit or take a small loss and move on to the next trade.
Robert, let me ask you, you mentioned, hey, if the money's there, I'm going to take it. What's an indication that you are going to tell yourself, you know what, my exit's a little far away, I'm going to take the money right now?
Good question, Eddie. This down here, most traders are going to put it down to this level because it's going to it reached down here before and it bounced. I don't want to have to wait for it to reach there and break through with conviction. So I wanted to move it a bit inside that level like this, that the level being 39015, okay? So I'm just moving it to that area because what happens if something comes out, news comes out, there's a tweet or something, and this thing just dumps and blows right through it? Hey, that's a quick $185. But if it doesn't and it starts working its way down, and then it starts, let me put a line on my chart, and then it starts hitting this roughly support area, which is 39050, like it is right now. If it hits there and just starts hovering and doesn't have much push to the downside, I'll just take that. It's probably going to be roughly $80 or $90 or so and just call it from there. I'm just not a person that's going to say, this is my target and stop. I want to let it go all the way down there before I get out. Now we're at 100. Right now, 110, 100. I'm just going to exit. That's $100. I'm up 120 in my account. It might go 500 down, and I'll get crap for that too. Be like, you left money on the table. No, I didn't. I just took $100 off. The point of this story is we found a level. We had a plan just like that. See that just dump right there? So now somebody can just say like, oh, hey, it hit your target. Yep. And I closed it out a little bit early. There's going to be another trade. I just wanted to put this on and talk through this trade. This isn't actually like 100% how I trade anyway, but it's a Dow and middle of the day and it's the time chart and all this other stuff. But we were bouncing around the resistance area, that 39070. So I figured, what the heck? Let's put a trade on short because we were getting these rejections. Put a stop to manage our risk, put a target a little further away. And if we see we're losing, get out. If we see we're winning, get that as well. And there we go, $120.
Okay.
Nice
I mean,
Good job.
Like yesterday's top quiz question, $50 is in Cicero is $50.
$50.
So I think that was the question.
Yeah. So if I didn't take that out, I'd be kicking myself, right? Because it went down closer to my target, and I'm like, I'm not taking that money. And all of a sudden, now I'm looking at a negative P&L, and I'd be kicking myself because I'm like, oh, why didn't you take it? So that's just something I'm just trying to share this over here, and hopefully we learn from it.
Well, a lot of us are guilty of the monetary. $50, $50. A lot of us should be thinking about the win column. How many winning trades can I have in a day? And then check your P&L. You might be surprised, when you start seeing the monetary. I think you're smart. With Deeyana, that's why you're the professional.
When it got to me, the whole monetary side was when I was working at a prop firm that was pushing size, and they were like scaling us up really quickly, and I just started losing the plot. I was like, Jesus, that's like, you're looking at your P&L and it's just jumping around like several thousand up and down. And the other day, somebody was in the chat was like, oh, but it's the same thing, looking at your P&L or looking at ticks. What is the difference? It's like, well, let me ask you. when you're trading like 150 lots, whether it's going to be the same for you. It definitely messes with your head. And even on a smaller scale, if you're used to, seeing 200, 300, 500, a grand, and then suddenly you scale up and you're seeing much bigger values, your decision-making process changes drastically. So to combat that, I like to just look at ticks. And for the most part, during the day, I wouldn't even look at how much I'm making. And like you say, Eddie, at the end of the day, you follow your process, you make sure it don't go over a certain, amount of ticks that you want to lose in a day. And then at the end of the day, you just see where you're at. And if you follow the process, you're like, oh, wow, okay, that's nice. So that's the kind of attitude that I want to have towards P&L. Not like, oh, I've just made 400. Oh, let me just make another quick 400. It's like, no, that's the wrong way to do it. How many ticks? How many ticks?
Right.
Yeah. It's the big secret, guys.
I'm guilty. Guilty as charged. And then I want to make that, you know what, Ham, at 420. That's a good number. I'll stay at 420.
Let's do 500.
I don't know, I keep saying 420.
Yeah.
But some of you might say, you know what, let me try 500. And all of a sudden you're down to 2.25.
And it's such an arbitrary number that has nothing to do with the markets. It's like, what are you chasing? It's like, there's no level. Like, what are you chasing? And that's when people go from, they go from like, oh, I've made 970 like on the day. Let me just make it to $1,000. So for the sake of $30, you're risking 970. Like, why does the $30 really mean that much to you? Like, what are you going to buy with it? Like, I'm really interested to know.
Deeyana, I'm in agree with you, and I do that with the trades also. I think Hogue has a rule where it gets close, he's going to take it off also.
I have the same rule.
Right. Well, you did some training with Hogue too, so that's rubs right off there.
Some.
Think of this: if you have a ratio, 1-to-1, 2-to-1, whatever it is. The closer you get to your target, the worse your ratio becomes. Because if let's say you have a $200 target and $200 stop, to make it easy, 200 and 200, and you're at $180. Well, you're going after 20 to risk 180 now, because the closer you get to your target, the worse your R&R becomes. So getting close to those, take your money, take what it is giving you right there, especially if you see some changes or it's getting close to that area. You can certainly say, yeah, this is enough for me right now. It's that last $30 when just Eddie, you said it. Hey, it's $470. Let me try for 500. And next thing you know, you're down 220. It's just not worth it.
We've had people
who
have got so close to so Eddie, you asked me, why micros? Well, because my combines, I've done, quite well. I've traded full contracts, but it's like we're getting like I've got the live account still, but obviously I'm kind of switching platforms and stuff, whatever. So I'm like, let's get some XFAs while I'm waiting for that to happen. So I'm waiting for one, and some of these other combines, they've gone to 52,300. So I'm effectively $700 away from the target. Does it then make sense if I want to trade like 4, 5, 6 trades per day? Does it make sense that I risk 300 per trade? Like, it doesn't, because I'm going to jeopardize the profit that I've already made. So at some point of the challenge, I will always be aware of where I am. So there is a P&L awareness that comes into it. But at this point, it will be negative risk reward. So I don't want to risk all of that to get a small part that, that's going to get me to target. And that's why you drop down to micros. You keep trading, you get to target, and then you can scale up however you want. But obviously be mindful not to go completely crazy. And many people do the exact opposite. They go into a new live account or an XFA. What do? They whack in 5 NQ contracts on a Sunday evening, 1 minute after the market opens. If that, 10 seconds. Like, don't do that.
One of the things too is Chat had given me that idea, suggestion. I think when I passed a 50K combine that I blew prior, but I think it was like $80 or maybe $30 away, $80 or something like that. Trade micros. I'm like, damn, that's a good idea. I wasn't even thinking of that, because the thing is, if you are wrong, which is a possibility, you're not distancing yourself and blowing confidence as much as you would if you were wrong with a micro. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
that's,
exactly.
down $40. All right, I wasn't right there. Let me take another look at this. And I think that's how we should. If you're very close to passing your trading combine, some of us might just say, hey, I'm going to just trade a one lot, which is fine. But when you're trading those micros, if they are available for that product, that's probably a smarter way to inch your way into the XFA. And in case you're wrong, you're not going to distance yourself too far where you get pissed off. And now it's a revenge trade. And now you're looking for a bigger trade. And next thing you know, you're down $300. And, your focus is shot. Your mindset is gone. And now you're pissed off.
I mean, some people don't really stop at 300. They lose 300, then they lose another 300, and they lose another 300, and now it's like a grand down, and then it becomes a battle. We shouldn't ever. We should strive never to get to that point. We should just go, okay, how much? I'm very big on budgeting when it comes to trading, and once you've already made a little bit of cash, that's the time to go, okay. So now I need to preserve this, not just go, yeah, this is my, extra stuff that I can use to increase position. I actually do quite the opposite. So I'm left-handed, and a lot of stuff that I do in life is completely the opposite to what other people do. And I kind of do the same in trading. Rather than scaling up when I'm on the day, I scale down. So it's like I've learned the hard way that scaling up when I'm on a good run, it just doesn't work for me, because I just, as soon as you're wrong, you're going to erase the profit that you've already made, or, make a huge dent in profit. I don't like that. I don't like the way that makes me feel. And while I always say, try to trade as systematically as possible. But at some point, you have to acknowledge your emotions. We're not robots. We have to work with our emotions. You can't just ignore them, because they will be there, right? And I'm not the most emotional person in the world. I'm kind of on the other side where, I'm a little bit cold, and some people will call me a bit distant. But maybe that's why I prefer to not annoy myself, if that makes sense. So if I'm doing something wrong and I'm coming to trade every single day, why are you making yourself feel like crap every single day? It's like, why do we do that to ourselves? It's like, it's not a good thing. So try to minimize that pain as much as possible. And save the profits.
You talk about minimizing pain. I mean, how many times is us as traders had a winning day, a very nice day, where we should have called it. Greed kicked in. We're looking at the monetary numbers. Next thing you know, we're up 1,200, and by the end of the day, we're down 750. And what's going to happen is that's going to carry over after you shut everything down. You're going to be sitting at the dinner table going, man, what did I do? Why did I do that? You're going to be watching TV and not focusing on TV. Why did I do that? You're going to be laying in bed trying to get to sleep saying, why did I do that? I mean, the numbers might be bigger. Maybe we're up 3,000. What did we have yesterday? We did shoulder tap, up 18,000 on the day, ended the day up negative. How do you do that? How do you do that? I mean, I'd still be kicking myself in the butt. That's excessive. What I'm trying to say is,
I call those Muppet moments.
Yes,
What
definitely.
Muppet moments, yeah. So, because when you do something stupid in Muppet, like Jim Henson, Muppets.
Like Muppets.
Yeah, I thought you said Robert moments. I was going to say, wait a second, I don't do that.
Muppet.
He calls it Muppet moments. I make puppets. I make Muppets. I love my Muppets, but I can see exactly what you're talking about. You're not thinking, you're being a puppet.
Yeah. It's literally just doing something really stupid and then just carrying it with you, like this psychological trauma. And one of the reasons why a lot of people cannot make it in this industry is because of that kind of attitude, because they don't want to work on themselves. I'm going to try a little short in gasoline futures. I know that we've gone we've gone through settlement, but there is a fade opportunity here. And now that everything is like slightly less jumpy, I'm going to do a little trade here and see how
what are you
it
trading
goes.
there,
If we
Deeyana?
can just... it's our Robert, like Hogue likes to call it, gasoline
Robert.
futures. So RBK is the symbol.
I tell you, speaking
While
of
you're
It's
throwing
like
it in
crude
there,
oil, just bigger
yeah.
ranges. So yeah,
crude has just been holding bottom here, ever since it
yeah,
hit its low of the day here around the 85 even.
yeah.
Our
Crude
Bob.
oil still 150 ticks on the day. So somebody asked, "Oh, have you moved away from CL?" Well, every time the average session range falls under a certain number, those are unfavorable conditions for what I'm trying to achieve. It means that the follow through is a little bit sketchy. So it was actually 115 at one point. So we have nudged up to 131 ticks of average range, but that still needs to be 180, 200 in order for me to include CL again. So I looked elsewhere, and literally the gasoline futures are like an exaggerated version of crude oil, which is what I want. So yeah, it's been pretty kind to me. Obviously, these combines, it's been gold, gasoline, and platinum trading. So that's what we're doing here.
How much of a
We'll see whether we can get it.
correlation would the RBOB be with crude?
There's a decent amount of correlation, but it's kind of like emphasized. So whenever you have the inventories, it's going to react. Whenever you have anything related to any risk events, conflicts, it's also going to react. So very, very similar. It behaves time-wise, like time of day-wise, it behaves exactly the same as crude oil. So when I started looking at it, it kind of feels like crude oil from like a year ago or even just a few months ago. Very nice extended moves and then very nice fades all the way to good levels. So what I'm doing here, I'm using an initial balance edge to try and get the fade post-settlement. So we'll see whether somebody else with bigger pockets has the right idea.
You know, we do have that number too. I think we got it coming into tomorrow, when we do have EIA is on Thursday, right? Yeah,
No, it's Wednesdays.
Thursday.
But sometimes when there's a holiday, they do it on a Thursday. Yeah.
Right. So we've got, let's see here. Yeah, it's going to give us gasoline inventories at 9:30 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Gasoline production. We've got. So there's a lot of numbers that are going to affect that you could keep an eye on. So
yeah,
I usually just never watch those.
No, I think I traded gasoline futures maybe a couple of times a few years back, and I don't know why. I think I gelled more with crude oil at that point for some reason, and then somebody reminded me. They're like, "Hey, why don't you take a look at gasoline futures?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, hold on," and it just made sense. Yeah, so it was the community doing its thing. And just going, hey, try this. Have you seen this? Have you, and it's still an energy product. It's still the same asset class. Somebody's asking me in the chat why I don't trade more volatile markets like NQ. I've never been an equities trader. Pretty much since the beginning of my prop trading career, I've been on either energies or metals. So those were like my asset classes. With the equities, I have a love-hate relationship because I've watched them be locked into very tight ranges for many years, to the point where ES was moving like 12 to 16 ticks per day for years. So it's like, why would I trade that? Now NQ and ES are, they're moving well, especially post-COVID. But when I started trading, they were just dead in the water, man. It's like looking at it and going, really? Why do people trade this? Like, I don't get it. So now it's perceived as a very volatile product. But at the same time, I don't like NQ from a point of view as a systematic trader. I want to see levels work out for like a reasonably meaningful stop loss size. But NQ, it's so crazy. First of all, you have to look at something else to find correlations because it doesn't respect levels. And it does my head in because it will shoot past a level of interest by like 1,000,000 ticks and then comes back. It's like, well, is that a reversal if the whole reversal was like 250 ticks? I don't think so. So it's just not very conducive to what I'm trying to achieve. It's just like totally crazy. And, at this point, I'm getting a little bit older. My reaction times are probably not what they used to be 10 years ago. And I want something that has a slightly easier pace, but also gives me extended opportunities that go on for longer, because I'm not a scalper. I like my trades to last at least about 30 to 50 minutes. With NQ, you have to be in and out for like a few seconds, couple of minutes, done. I can't trade like that. It makes me jittery. It makes me nervous. Somebody like Rob might, you enjoy that. I don't enjoy it at all. So it'll be hell on earth, me trading NQ. It's not that I haven't traded it. I have, and I do. Occasionally, when the setup is like really good and we're in the last sort of half an hour or 10 minutes, I might do an MOC imbalance trade on NQ. But it just does my head in because it doesn't respect levels. So that's the reason why, I'm an energy trader. I'm, crude oil, metals, gold. I love those markets. They speak to me. I'm exceptionally good at them. So, why would I go to NQ, which is like the bane of my existence?
Well, I tell you,
there's so many markets, right? So many markets, different markets for different traders, different ways. Yeah, that's what I love about it. Love it, trading.
It's a tough market to trade. It's got the volume. It's got the speed. One of the things that really confused me is somebody with a 1 minute chart in the NASDAQ. I'm like, gosh, how do you see that? I mean, it's like sitting in front row of the Indy 500 and trying to pick up numbers and sponsors on the cars as they go by. It's like, oh my God, it's a blur. But I guess, younger traders are a little quicker on the stick. Obviously, Call of Duty, I'm fodder when I play that game because I'm not as quick as I should be. So I usually just follow a tank or something. But anyway,
I took something. One more trade, Eddie, on the market here. I took one more trade on the Dow. And it's right at the same level, that 39027-ish area. It bounced off. I wanted to come into the market. We're seeing it now right at the top of this yellow box that I put on here, and that range is right here. It's from 998 to 15 versus roughly, because there's a low volume area right there. So my assumption, and what do you say, hypothesis, right? Hypo, Deeyana? My hypo was if it breaks below this, area, goes through this fast right here, that I have marked off, 20 to 2 or so. Low volume area, I think. Yeah, low volume node. Yep. I think it's going to go through there quickly. And then I pulled a measured move and I drew this other box down here. And I'm thinking it's somewhere between 38991 to 38975. So this is just an area. It's a zone area that I'm looking to anticipate if we break down, go through that low volume node. Now, I didn't do that a minute ago. I actually went long once it bounced off that key level right before it did not break into that low volume node. So 39015. It started showing signs of pushing up. I went long. It popped up a little bit. I pulled it off. It's $25. So just chipping away at these things, where just getting into them, getting out, I don't know where it's going to go. And I hate trading around the point of control, which is almost where it's at. So what we'll do is we're going to watch this. If it does break below this key level and stay there, and it goes into that low volume node, 39014-ish, like it is now, let's short it. Let's short it right now, and I'm going to put my target just somewhere toward the end of this particular zone, and I'm going to put my stop somewhere a reasonable spot away, and we'll see what happens. If it just bounces right here again and starts to go back up, I'm going to close it out early. I don't need it to go all the way to $130 loss. No way. It's just going to come up a little early. I'm going to get rid of it. And if it drops down and starts to slow, I'm just going to take whatever profits on there. Hopefully it goes through quicker. We make some more. If it doesn't, we just get out of the trade. So that's what we're working on for this hypothesis right now. We'll be quick on the draw, and we'll see what happens.
So that big green candle that you have in your target area, as a supply and demand trader, that's a demand zone. I call those the speed bumps, because they're not coming from the swing extremes. They're sort of in the middle, but they can absolutely give a bounce And whether it holds or not, again, that's an unknown, but it's a very good target.
Thank you. Yeah, if it gets close down there, we'll pull it. And if it starts to reverse up like this, we'll just get out of the trade.
Yeah. Nice one.
Love it. Right. Well, keeping an eye on this here right now. We got a lot of comments here, and I appreciate the participation that we have from our chat. If you like what's going on here, hit that like button, that thumbs up button under the screen. We would appreciate it. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. And we've got something from the risk management team. Dakota is up 14,000 in the live account now. So he is pushing the envelope. And I think if we get some participation here and some more likes for our broadcast here today, let's get that like button up. Maybe we bring Dakota in for Power Hour. So let's see those likes generate and
get clicking, guys. Come on.
We can get Dakota in for Power Hour. That would be good. That'd be Andre Dolby Hogue and Dakota. But yeah, kicking butt. And as Mick said, one of our best traders that we do have here at Topstep. So there you go. But
yep, let's get Dakota in. Come on, guys.
Yeah, you know, I tell you, he's got a following. He's doing something right, and it's consistent. It's not a one-up. It's not
one thing to take away from Dakota's trading is the high risk reward, the power of high risk reward. So he has a low accuracy because he does bail out of trades, and sometimes if he's asleep and the stop loss gets taken out, it's a losing trade. He accepts it. He moves on. But it's the power of having those big runners. That's what makes money. Whoever is focusing on high accuracy is the wrong thing to focus on. Again, my accuracy probably floats. If you take all of the trades that I've done over the years, it's probably around like 42% up to 53%. And sure, I have times when I'm smashing it at like 80% accuracy. But if you take all of the trades, that is what you're working with. So you have to base your risk models and your expectancy on more sample sizes and worst case scenarios, not best case scenarios when you're smashing it, because that's not realistic. It's not realistic. It's just like this is dreamland, and there's a lot of dreaming in this industry.
Yeah, but it's good to dream. The thing is, that's why me and the wife buy lottery tickets. We like to dream, but when you've got a developing opportunity for skill behind that dream, where you can move forward with that dream. Now, obviously, with the lottery, it's like, does the good Lord love me or hate me? Well, I'm not going to answer that, but the odds are against me. But when the odds are in your favor, it's up to you. It's all about you. Make yourself accountable. Commit to yourself. Educate yourself. A lot of people here today, obviously in the community, listening, and a lot of people follow Deeyana. A lot of people follow Dakota. A lot of people. Everybody loves Hogue. So I mean, it's the education the education that's shared. Use it to your best ability. And I've always said, be a sponge. Absorb as much information as you can, as much knowledge, and then filter it out. Filter it. I don't like this right now, but maybe I might use it later down the road. I like this strategy. I like this style. It works for me. But, always keep learning. And that's what it's going to get you. You're going to see success a lot sooner. I'm not going to say easier, but sooner. So keep that on. So, Robert, how's your trade going?
I closed that out. It closed out for a loss. It was getting up too far, and I hate trading around the point of control. And unfortunately, at this segment, we're hanging around the point of control. So I talked right through what I thought it was going to do. It did not break down and continue like I anticipated it. It started going up toward the point of control. I didn't want to let it go and lose 150, 160. So it got around there. I just closed the trade out. And it looks like it's moving to the upside. And I am definitely not going to touch it because it's right at the point of control now. So if it does come down below the area that I looked at before and it shows strength down there at 39014 or 5-ish, I will re-enter that short to see if it goes down that time. My hypothesis, it's going to drop at some point. I just don't know when. I'll keep those losses small like that. And if it does drop, retrace and starts to go again, I'll add into it and then pull them both out right at that zone that I have marked off on my chart, 975 to 995, somewhere in that area when we when it hits the bottom of that candle that Deeyana was talking about, that big green candle into the supply area. So yeah, we'll see. See, I'm glad I get out of it. I would have been stopped out for a heck of a lot more. It just wasn't going where I wanted to when I kind of anticipated it. So just get out. Hey, you're wrong. Move on to the next trade.
Right. You put that on there for tradertainment purposes, and as they say, for duty and humanity. So we appreciate you.
Well, I was hoping to win it, but yeah.
Of course.
Here's a good question. How much is Nikkei per tick? What's the tick value?
I believe it's $25.
Now, is it the Nikkei or the Nikkei?
I don't know.
I'm pulling it right now.
We called it on the floor of the Nikkei.
Nikkei. I don't know. I think it's an accent thing. Nikkei.
Hey, Chicago.
It's $25.
Vitamins, vitamins. Which one is
in
right?
Chicago, we call it the Nikkei. Yo, Nikkei, how you doing? How you doing? Bada bing, bada bang. But yeah, we call it the Nikkei.
Yeah, it's 25, so it's pretty expensive.
Yeah, it's 25. See, I'm going to put a trade on right now. Let's just take. Let's just go long, just so we can see how it's going. I hit a here's a real good example. I hit a market order, and I got filled 3 points away. So it was a slippage of $75. So remember that, folks. But I just want to throw this on just so we can see the price action, the price movement, or lack thereof. It's literally doing everything I don't trade on. It's a higher time frame chart at this time of day, right at the point of control. So let's just throw it on there, and while we wrap up the last few minutes, so we'll just watch it move and see what happens. It's just my combine, so that's test one. This is nothing real about this one.
Yeah, it's your combine. You can cry if you want to. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
As the song goes. But anyway, Deeyana, thank you very much for being with us here today. We've got you on tomorrow for Fast Markets.
Yeah,
looking forward
and I think
to
Thursday
that.
as well for Power Hour.
No way, boy! I tell you,
I think so.
Back by popular demand. Yes, and if you look in our swag store, we do have 8x10 autographs of Deeyana signed. And I'm just kidding. We should though. I know I'd have one right here. You got an 8x10?
Yeah, we should do like meet and greets in Vegas, eh?
We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do some 8x10s. All right. So stick around, boys and girls. We've got, yes, indeed, we've got Power Hour coming up here very soon, and we've got Andre Dolby Hogue, and we're going to see if we can get Dakota in here also. So hit that like button. Deeyana, have a great evening. Robert, thank you very much, partner. Until we meet again, we're going to take a break. Coming up, Power Hour. Don't go away.
Well. We're all back here on Power Hour here on Topstep TV. The man in the middle, John Hoagland, to his, I guess, screen right, Nick Dolby, and myself, Angelo here for Power Hour. Let's get it, boys. Without further ado, John, hit me with the Delta update in the ES and NQ.
S&P is negative 8,700. NASDAQ negative 3,100. Relatively congruent direction here.
Yes, it is. So we'll keep an eye on that to see how that plays out as the Power Hour unfolds. You might have some surprises along the way, so make sure you stay tuned. Dolby time. You've been trading a little bit of crude today, a little bit of NASDAQ, a little bit of Dow, if I remember correctly. What are we looking at for the rest of this power? I guess crude's kind of gone to sleep for the day, for the evening.
Crude's kind of done.
Crude's kind of done. NASDAQ, Dow are probably where we're going to be looking to get some of our profits today. Quick update there. We did see YM as high as 92% long, but the market did not necessarily rally with them. For those that did, hopefully you were able to capture some progress. Dolby, what are we looking at trading this afternoon?
Either NQ or YM, to be honest. I got both of them up right now, and they're not doing a whole lot. They're in kind of this downward wedge formation. I mean, maybe we could try to buy like the bottoms here, which, you could do, but we're kind of also stuck in a range. It's going to be tough, honestly. I think this Power Hour is going to be tough, same as yesterday and Friday. We're all waiting for news on Wednesday and Thursday, and so you get markets like this, and like the risk reward is just not great unless you manage to catch that one move today. Other than that, it's just kind of a chop fest. So it's easy to spin your wheels if you're in a trading combine trying to catch action while all the big money is sitting on the sidelines.
Yes, indeed. Sounds like, give me a quick update. How was Power Hour yesterday? And anything special or pretty sideways?
It was a lot of fun. We had David Green on. It was really educational, but It was a very, very slow session, similar to Friday, which you were not here for. But we did start a discipline challenge, so I did challenge chat to find something that they want to work on. I'm working on exits and sticking to a system, and we're going to run it until May. And it's already stressing me out, but that's part of the challenge. So chat, pick something that you also want to work on, and let's work on stuff together. And if you're having a hard time with something, put it in chat, and maybe we can try to help you out as a group or on TV.
Awesome. I like it. John, got a question from you here in the chat from Meta Meme Sir, according to you, is the day trend going down? I'm watching for the same question from Dolby and myself. I'll let John take this first. Is the day trend going down today? What's the you, John? Okay.
Yes.
Well answered. Yes, it is.
And here's why. We opened. We didn't really trade much above the opening range in either of the S&P or the NASDAQ. And in looking at the direction of the market had a pretty decent move to the downside. Where did it move to? This is, by the way, is the daily chart.
Okay.
Down here was the opening range from Thursday. From Friday. Thursday we had the big down day. Opening range was left at the low on Thursday. Approximately 52.10. Let's just call it 52.10 for shits and giggles, if you'll pardon my French. The market opened and it broke, and it did not really come back much more than halfway back. That's why I've put this fib on here. I don't really use fibs, but just visually, it looked like the market came to halfway back and has been finding resistance at that halfway back level. So I put this on here just to kind of say, yeah, that is halfway back, isn't it? We tested it, could not see the market come back above that half back level. And half back is something that Jim Dalton talks about quite a bit, is looking at the half point of the range. The fact that we've been unable to really maintain any price above that half back level is why I still feel as though this is a downward trending day. In the bigger picture, however, we're range bound. I'm going to take this off of here now.
We are.
Because this is kind of messing up the picture here. Hang on a second. We have
been a range bound.
Oh, looks like NASDAQ is starting to
looking back,
a little bit lower here.
Looking back at the daily chart, here we are. We're range bound. 1, 2, 3 days inside of the range from Thursday, which was the entire weekly range last week. It was the entire weekly range last week. Was it?
Well, between 52 and 53? 5,200, 5,300?
That's wrong. There. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Yes. Okay. So almost the entire weekly range. I had that messed up here this morning. I apologize for that, but weekly kickoff high moved down from 5,300 to 5,320 to 5,300. And, we haven't even tested to weekly kickoff high or low in this market this week. So overall, this is a very range bound market. It's inside last week's range. It's inside the weekly kickoff range. We got 3 days of overlapping ranges. Inside day yesterday, almost inside Friday's range today. It's range bound. As far as the day time frame is concerned, I say this is a down day. This is a downward trending day. But in the bigger picture, it's still range bound. We haven't moved anywhere.
Yeah, it's like Russian dolls nested within ranges, within ranges, within ranges.
Well, we are starting to see some selling. Starting to see some, see the ES and the NASDAQ starting to, I don't know if it's called roll over, but finally see some sellers come in here. Dow's still staying strong, so to speak. We'll see if we can test that 18,200 level again in the NASDAQ that we saw this morning. We got close to the 5,200s, down to 5,208 in the S&Ps. Never saw the full follow through to 5,200, but like John said, we have been in a range, and we are towards the lower end of the range, right, John? Looking back on,
well, I mean, you could look at the daily chart again. I mean, we're still pretty far from the range extremes, and I'm kind of looking at last week's low and weekly kickoff high as those extremes.
Or what's the price to the downside?
Well, the weekly kickoff low is 51.80. And last week's low was 51.91.5, and then weekly kickoff high is 5,300, and we're 52.25 right now. So, I mean, we're kind of close to halfway in there. So, we're in the lower half of the range, but I don't think we're at one of the range extremes just yet. One thing I do want to show you is, that bounce that we took today off the low in the S&Ps.
Yeah, we did.
It really I just extended this low to this low and extended that line. So we got a third point of contact on this line right here.
Look at that. That's ES, John? Yep. Yes. ES says right there on the watermark. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
And if we were to kind of head down there right now, we're looking at 52.12 approximately as where price would meet that trend line.
Okay, so about 12 points off in the S&Ps. 52.12. Keep an eye out for that.
Yep.
Could be a good.
I really want to do something and make this exciting and everything, but where price is right now, it's just not a good trade location. If you ask me, I would look for a pullback. We're starting to put in lower highs and lower lows again. I need to find a pullback, see it put in a lower high, and then get into a short there if I'm going to get short.
Yes.
But yeah, it does feel like any trade I place would be a coin flip. Like you could really make a case for just smashing the sell button right here and trying to anticipate momentum, but at the same time, you could be like, well, I think we're overextended and we might just catch a bid and hop back up into range again. So I agree with you, Ho. Like I'm looking at YM and it's like, why can't we just go and do another stop run of 38,880 in the next 50 minutes? I mean, the market's been pretty violent as far as extending ranges today. So what's another extension into the end of the day? And that's like all I can think of. And so it's like, would I really want to catch a buy here though? If I think I can get a cheaper price down there, it all feels like a coin flip. It's all very, very risky. And like even along here too, it's like, how long could you possibly hold it for and feel comfortable with us making lower highs and lower lows?
And that's the deal. Where is your risk?
Right. Nothing feels like a cheap trade right now is the problem.
And that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, nothing feels like a cheap trade. And just because we have so much uncertainty going into tomorrow and Thursday, it's like
correct. Yeah, so I was just going to remind everyone we do have CPI tomorrow, so we might It is a bit thin. It is a bit choppy, so we might see some repositioning. John, the S&Ps are very thin. We're seeing 20 up, 20 on the bid, 20 on the offer. Here in the S&Ps, I know NASDAQ and Dow are notoriously much thinner than that, but the lack of liquidity in the S&Ps at the moment is kind of putting you on alert that tomorrow there's bigger things to come with, like Dolby was saying, CPI. We have some speakers as well as other things. We'll get to those, that preview later on in the hour. But for the time being, like, there we go, Dolby. Did we overextend ourselves to the downside here in the equities? Did we just see some buyers coming in on the 5 minute? So if you're going to get short and try to anticipate the breakout, like Dolby was saying, you're going to have to dig deep and just really grind your teeth. Definitely going to have to take some heat on some trades. This is for the timing. We still have 45 minutes left in this session. We did have a delta of minus 8,700 coming into the power hour. We'll see if that grows or shrinks as the session goes on. Quick look around here, John. Hey, John, so someone in the chat was saying this, and I kind of disagree with them, respectfully, but someone said that, the way Rips was trading this morning was a bit lucky and able to jump on momentum. I disagreed as well. I thought, the way he was trading, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, and he's not here to defend himself, and I don't want to do that for him as well, but, just speaking as, veteran traders here, he's able to get on the move, and a breaking markets are simply like I said, sometimes you just don't ask questions, you just get on board, and you ask questions later. I think that's kind of what he did, and that comes with experience. So I wouldn't call that necessarily luck. I'd call that experience. He manages risk quite well, John, and I wouldn't call that luck.
There was reason for every trade he took. He told us the reasons for every trade he took. If you're going to get lucky, you just say, well, let's just try this, and you put it out.
Yeah.
But he's giving valid reasons for all the trades he took. Now, Riffs is a really, really good trader. He's got, he uses Bookmap. He uses things that, not everybody uses. So we're not always going to agree with or see what he is seeing. But it doesn't make it luck. There was reason for everything that he was doing. He took a couple of losses today. Some of the trades that we see and the reasons for them don't pan out, but it doesn't make them bad trades.
I agree.
As long as you're trading in your strategy and in your process, then even losing trades are good trades because they were part of your process and part of your reasoning.
Right.
Yep.
So I don't think that there's anything that Rips do that's luck. There's reason for everything that he does.
100%.
Yeah, and I think that's where that's what I've noticed. But all of the really good traders we have on is that they have a system and a plan from beginning to end, and that's where I want to get. Well, I want to get with
Dakota probably coming on here
the Dakotas.
In half an hour.
Yep, the Dakotas, Maxes. The Ripses of the world.
He goes through the reasoning for every trade he takes.
Exactly.
Yes, it should be very interesting when we do get Dakota on here, speak with us. Speaking of Dakota, please join him every Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Central for slow markets and see how the sausage is made, how the magic is made with Dakota. I mean, hell of a trade, been a hot streak. Up to number 2 on the live funded account leaderboard, if you did see from earlier today, on a mission to get back to number 1. Someone did taunt him with the saying that those that can't do, those that can't teach. And that really lit a fire under his rear end. And he's been on a mission ever since. Got all the way up to number 1. Kind of saw it take a couple steps down, but now he's on his mission back to number 1. And with a huge, huge trading session today, he'll be on here to talk about how it went and maybe put on a couple trades here in Power Hour. So please stay tuned for that. Dolby, you called it right there. Was it an overextension to the downside?
You never know.
Both said yes, it was. And it was, if you're range bound, good on you. That was a little difficult trade, either to stay short or enter a long right there. Either way, like you said, Dolby, hands off for the time being. I think you saw thought process was very, very solid there.
I feel like I've watched the screen enough to see both of these scenarios take place where it either just, rips to the downside or it just randomly catches a bid and just pops back up into range again. And it's just like, I don't know, the cells in my body, I feel like I've seen this before. And it's like, I don't know. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Yeah, there's like something in the DNA after enough screen time. It feels weird. It's like, I know this isn't a good setup. Nothing is a cheap trade. Even if you did buy it and you happen to nail it, I mean, is that still a good decision to take it? If it's within your system, yes. But if you're like just trying to force trades, that's like, I don't know.
Yep.
Don't blame anybody for not trading today, for sure.
Yeah, we will be patient. We'll outwait this market. I know that we did. It took about first hour of trading this morning before the market started really rocking and rolling, and you showed perfect patience. I don't think you pulled the trigger until we did start seeing that sell-off. That first 50 minutes of trade, it was hands off until something started happening, and sure enough, it happened. So, I mean, that's the patience we're talking about here, John.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what you have to do. Of course, we want to entertain as much as educate, but we can't just take trades just to take trades.
Nope.
I know. It's like, well, either do you want us to pass trading combines or place trades, because those two things not necessarily are going to be on the same page every time. Because if we're trying to manage risk, not taking a trade is sometimes the best thing to do to get, to put the odds in your favor, because that way you're not losing money. Could I have bought the 30-minute range low here and tried to do
that'd be tough
and build a position, right? Like a multi-lot position around like 38,000, like 985. It's like, maybe. God, would have been tough though. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, you could have. Like, what's the upside though? Like, there's not really a catalyst coming at the back end of the day other than getting back to VWAP maybe, right? It's like you're probably not going to get a massive run up to 39,300. You might, but it's not likely. So you still have to have like a catalyst, for your trade to go even higher. I just don't know what the catalyst is, even if you are long at this point, other than just minor price correction.
Well, I mean, acceptance above VWAP might be something that might incite some buyers to come in.
Yeah.
Especially if they're short in the hole.
Definitely if they're short in the hole. Speaking of short in the hole, John, can we get an update? It's been about 17 minutes since the last update there. There was minus 8,700 ES and minus 3,100 in the NASDAQ here, about 220 Central Time. What are we looking at?
In the Dow, it's negative 2,170. So, there is negative delta in this market. That indicates the possibility of shorter time frame shorts in the market. And if those shorter time frame shorts and they start to get squeezed above VWAP, that might be enough to see a pretty decent upside move. In the S&Ps, we've got negative 6,700. In the NASDAQ, we've got negative 2,700. But that delta to me is generally speaking, congruent with direction. But if it continues to compile here without breaking, then we might see some shorts get squeezed later in the session. S&Ps are at point of control right now. Dow at point of control right now.
Right.
NASDAQ at point of control right now. It's just not a good place to be looking for opportunities here. In my time frame, in my opinion. People look at different things. Rip sees things that I don't see because he's looking at different things and kind of operating in a different time frame, which I'm trying to learn more about the shorter time frame. So I can be a fun, happy, sexy trader here on TopstepTV.
Chat is saying Bostic is speaking right now.
Really?
And I think Andre, you're on mute, but Bostic
apparently is speaking.
I'm on mute. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got Bostic. Eddie, you got this over on the juice over there. You're speaking on Yahoo Finance TV.
Yeah, I'm not getting any comments, but let's see here. Eyes on the prize right now. He's talking about CPI coming in at a consensus. It would be a welcome development. Otherwise, it is live here. It's always possible the Fed's growth forecast could rise from Bostic. So just these two comments right now off of juice.
Cool.
And I'll keep my eyes open.
Nice.
Thank you, Eddie. Bostic does like to speak. I believe we are catching a bit. Maybe we caught a bit based off some of his words. I'm not sure, but we are.
Maybe. That could be a motivation to push the market, but
that certainly could.
Did we even expect that to happen, or he just show up on Yahoo all of a sudden?
Good question. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. He expects a slow pace of disinflation in 2024.
Hit VWAP in S&Ps, just cracked through VWAP in the Dow. NASDAQ a little bit behind. Wouldn't be surprised if it touches it. Gives it a little bit of a kiss on the cheek there. Here we go. Push. And Bostic, thank you very much. You got the markets moving. Here we go.
So I got top of 30-minute range high for YM at 39,114.
Okay.
So I mean that's a relatively new range that I have drawn. I mean, get above that could be interesting, but we haven't been there in a minute, so I can switch to the 30-minute chart, and this is very, very boxy. I mean, look how boxy that is. Little range extension down below. This little guy right there peaked below, so that could have been like your range trade, right? So if you were trading YM, you subscribe to the range trading methodology, you very well could have been like, that's my range high, this is my range low, and I want to buy the extension outside of the range low and see if we bounce and reverse up. That would have been the range play on the 30-minute. But I didn't take it just because I feel like it's kind of a weird time in the markets right now, considering what we got going on for the rest of the week.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I didn't see these comments coming. Certainly wasn't on the financial juice calendar. Maybe we start looking for other sources because, hey, boss, I expect to. Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Eddie's been pumping in those headlines, seeing the same thing here in the chat.
Oh,
yo,
somebody stopped by.
Who's there?
The beer.
Dakota
drinking that red drink.
Dakota drinking blood.
Hawaiian
we're live. We're live 6 minutes early. What the heck?
What the heck? What's up, Dakota, my man? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Dakota, give us an update. What the hell have you been up to? Anything new going on in your trading life over there?
Just another day in the office, to be honest, guys.
Oh, yeah. So humble.
I'm in my pajamas and some like comfortable clothes. Just been relaxing and trading. Help slow markets, and yeah, just another day. Not very busy, not a lot going on. We have a big day tomorrow for the markets with everything that's going on in the markets. But other than that, it sounds like there's a lot of chat going on about my trading and my P&L and all that fun stuff. And I think the best thing I could tell everybody, and you probably know this, Andre and Hogue, is when you scale an account, the dollar amounts will increase both on the positive and the negative, but 100%. The overall trading should stay the same. I don't look at the dollar amounts. I look at, say, for example, the ticks or the points. And even though I copy trade amongst 3 XFAs, my XFAs got transferred to a live. And then you guys heard Mick opened me up to trade my live account just like I'm trading my XFAs. So instead of a $3,000 daily loss limit and 15 contracts, I now have a $9,000 daily loss limit and 30 contracts. And so instead of placing an order for one contract, that one contract is like 3 contracts. It's a unit of measurement, basic math, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing as copy trading amongst 3 XFAs. I'm looking to make so many points per day, place my trades. Instead of having 1 contract every single time, it's now 3. So typically it's between 1 to 3 contracts. Now it's between 3 to 9 contracts is what I'm trading. And then basic math, right? If once I get to the next level, then it's going to be, maybe 9 to 12. I don't know. It's just scaling. Like that's the reality of trying to scale. MP sent me a message. I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying this to the community where we're all open. He asked me a question. It's like, how do I view copy trading? And I said it can be a really good thing for the mental side of trading, because just like I'm copy trading on 3 XFAs, I make $300, but actually in reality I made $900 because it's being copied. Trying to do that on one single account, to me, I'm watching the monitor and say, I'm up or down $900, and it's more of an emotional roller coaster for traders who watch their P&L.
Sure it is. We got a little bit of that squeeze going on here, guys.
Yeah, we do.
Yes,
I have
we do.
YM breaking my 30-minute range high. It's above that, and then even NASDAQ is topping up through the 30-minute range high as well. Yeah, more accounts.
Yeah, Dobie, I missed the buy. I was looking to buy the market, very similar to what you were looking at, right into the 220s. I just did not pull the trigger because I was busy setting up all my stuff for joining you guys.
What was your catalyst for 220s? What were you thinking?
I mean, very similar to what you guys are looking at over here on the 5-minute chart. You guys can see my chart now. We had a pivot here this morning. As soon as we got down into that, I was thinking, this could be a very great opportunity to find a cheap trade. Over here on the 100 tick chart, we've seen a lot, kind of like a double bottom right here, where we started to show where some buyers are starting to pick in. And my entry would have been right about the break of this pivot over here on the 100 tick chart. And so I probably would have been in around 224, 225.
Nice.
But I missed it. Very basic technical analysis where we have a break of the last pivot high. I could probably zoom that in a little bit for everybody so they could see it. Very basic price action. That would have been my trigger, but I was a little distracted.
Yeah, it's well as we continue to rally here in the equities, we did get a headline about 3 minutes ago from Bostic saying, "I can't eliminate the possibility that rate cuts move even further out." And the market rallies. Okay. So that's the headlines. I wouldn't have expected that reaction. Maybe the market's not paying attention at all. Maybe it is, in fact, a short squeeze. John, how much has Delta shrunk with this rally in the equities? Unmute.
Oh, my gosh.
You're muted.
Yeah,
it's really pumping.
Holy cow. Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah. We've lost about 2/3 of what the delta was, Andre. It's negative 1,600 now in the S&P. It's negative 1,500. This is a short squeeze right here.
Yep. We're seeing it in real time right now. Yep, shorts are puking. They got caught short in the hole, as John said, and the market will stop breaking. And when the buyers came in, everyone was looking for an exit, and there is none. And now you're just seeing the shorts just puking. It's called a puke. They're puking over themselves. We are rallying here, guys.
Yeah, we are.
Taking a look at Till. We got 77% long in the Dow, 66% long ES, and 74% long in NASDAQ. So the rally is on. The shorts are looking for somewhere to go, and we are not done. Here we go.
Wow.
We could go up just as fast as we go down.
Right?
That's true. Yeah, really nice 30-minute range break, but it could always hop back in again. Yeah, very, very tricky. Very, very tricky to trade. It's just the market is not nearly as fun when big money is on the side. Not nearly as fun.
It's definitely harder.
I would say so.
And Dobie, how do we know that big money's on the sideline? What makes you say that?
Because there's so much news coming out on Wednesday and Thursday that they just don't like. Why deploy capital ahead of uncertainty? Mm-hmm. So they're just going to chill. And then, market makers are just going to run around price, probably get all the weak shorts or weak longs out, which is fine because if you're ready for it, if you're ready for the range trade, then you can anticipate it. But it's tricky. These times are always really hard. I feel like a lot of traders and trading combines will lose accounts on days like these, just getting chopped up and be like, because these ranges don't make a ton of sense. The market will do nothing and then a headline comes out and then it rallies. It's a lot of chop. So that's why you see a lot of people, I would say veteran traders can elect to sit out these days. It's also why journaling is important. Do you do good on days before big news events?
All right, Coach Dakota, the rally is still on in the NASDAQ, S&Ps, and Dow. What are you looking to do? Anything? You did say you are looking to... Nothing. Okay, no FOMO, no nothing.
I'm going to watch this. You guys could see my charts. I have an hourly chart up, and I was telling everybody yesterday, like, if this is not a definition of bar coding, I don't know what is. And here we are. The bars are just a little bit bigger than yesterday's. It's range bound, and Dobie is an amazing range bound trader. That would have been a great trade to buy down there in the 220s. Yeah. Just buy the bottom and sell the top until we break out. Everyone, like you said, people are just going to wait till tomorrow. Why put yourself into a position, especially those bigger traders, bigger institutions, until we get a lot more clear direction and after some of the craziness that's going to be coming tomorrow.
Yeah, just the trade felt like a coin flip because it just as easily could have gone down to a lower level. Like it's so hard to time these things, and like it just so happened that Bostic, stepped in and said a thing. You know what I mean? Like
things, right?
We don't have that every time we buy the bottom of a range. That all of a sudden, a Fed speaker is going to come in and like bail out our position because
it is nice though when that happens.
Yeah, I mean it's great, but that.
If it's in your direction, right?
Of course.
Yes.
Exactly.
Of course.
Like on line 1.
Then you can say you planned it that way.
Yeah. I mean, he could have even used a different word that maybe an algorithm misinterpreted and sent the market lower, even though maybe he actually meant the other thing. It's like you have no idea what's going to happen. Like it's out of your control.
Ooh.
Hey, Dakota. Cigar, I hope I pronounced that right. Says, Dakota, can you please explain how you choose your pivot points for possible entry? Please explain, please explain, please explain. Please ask Dakota. So Dakota, how do you choose your pivot points?
I would say come join my slow markets. I talk about it almost every single night, how I trade. It's as simple as it gets. It really is. It's just very basic technical analysis that you can find anywhere online. There's no key, there's no secret. You can see here on the 5-minute chart. Look, there's 2 pivot points. Look, here's another pivot point. It's as simple as it gets, right?
Yeah.
It's not rocket science. This is some of the first stuff that you learn after you learn how to read a candlestick chart. Very basic support and resistance, technical analysis. Here at TopstepTV, what I've seen you guys are starting to do, which is amazing from JD, technical analysis, right? Chart patterns and starting to show this kind of stuff because we have traders here that's been trading for years and years. And then we have traders who are learning to trade for the very first time. And this touches base on both. And I would say even if someone's been trading for 20 years or if you've been trading for 20 days, this stuff is still valuable, whether it's a refresher or you're learning this for the first time, because to me, it still plays a big role in my trading.
I am.
Awesome.
You guys could hear me, but you just can't see me. Is that what's going on?
Oh, where'd you go? I could hear you the entire time. Did you turn your camera off?
Yeah, we heard you, but you just...
Yeah. I think my camera just ran out of juice. I need to plug it in.
Oh,
you have a battery-powered camera?
I could be God's voice.
That's fine. Just for your charts.
Delta, negative 800 in the S&Ps now.
Wow, we went to neutral. Okay,
Jordan.
Yeah, that was a squeeze, all right, Johnny.
Like to get a little better trade location and maybe looking for an opportunity to short this thing. I might be crazy. I've been crazy before.
I do have on the 4-hour chart on the YM, I'd see a lot of wicks and a fairly consistent series of higher lows, and we are kind of coming up to that level in general. So that's why I'm kind of thinking shorts with you, is because sellers over the long course of the, I don't know, since the 5th have kind of been beaten down price along that trend. So maybe it sticks, maybe it doesn't. I don't really have a setup yet though, because we're in the middle of a lot of ranges, like 15 minutes broken out, 30 minutes broken out, 1 hour is broken out, 4 hours is in the middle of its range, dead in the middle. And we're kind of in the middle of the daily and kind of have a 5-minute, maybe consolidating a little bit here on the 1 minute. So maybe we could take a short. Maybe.
Still seeing I'm still seeing more liquidity above the market than below the S&P in the S&Ps. Andre, right before we popped, we were doing something or looking at something, and I was just going to say, there's a lot of liquidity above the S&Ps here, and we just ran through a whole bunch of it, but they're still showing, more liquidity above the market than below the market. It kind of looks like a little bit. I mean, there's 200 on the offer at 25.55. I'm sorry, 52.55. There's that dyslexia. We're seeing offers at round numbers. 55, 57. There's 158. 60. There's 144. it's still not a lot of liquidity. It's really kind of a thin market today. 5270, there's 200 on the offer. Just nothing like that on the downside. There's a lot more liquidity above than there is below. Now, what Rips was talking about is, are those sellers going to be replenishing? Is this going to put in a high? Or are we going to go rip through that liquidity? We've already, we're starting to stack in more negative delta here, Andre. Negative 1,500 in the S&Ps now, negative 2,400 in the Dow, and negative 1,500 in the NASDAQ. So we're definitely seeing some top pickers in the afternoon here.
I would say so. They're just coming in trying to call the tops is right. We got about 17 minutes left in Power Hour. Dakota, welcome back. We can see you again. I believe, Dakota, that's you. Your camera is working. All right, Dakota, we were talking about slow markets. Tune in for pivot points for slow markets. What is your take on what is happening right now? You are the star trader of the day, star trader of the week on Topstep.
I mean, nothing really happening,
what are we looking
to be
at?
honest. In my opinion, nothing's happening. Nothing's happened all week. We're right where we started the day at market open after the close, which is, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Yep.
We're right there. We're right where we opened up Sunday. We have not changed. And that's what it looks like we're being, which is just a magnet between 18,300 and 350. They're just range bound trading. I'm not looking for anything. If maybe, this is just a maybe, if we do sell back off down to 300, I might take a very short scalp to the long side. And that is just assuming, resistance could become support. So maybe something like this. And that's a maybe. I'm still not 100% confident in it. And I might just scale down to a smaller position size and just take a short scalp. We have, 20 minutes left for the end of the day? And it's on to next.
Yeah, I mean, Lions already pulled back a lot.
It's already had a good day.
Yeah.
You don't want to wreck that.
No, and that's the thing, too, is, go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, let's say quick influencer update here. Speaking of influencers, you're looking at the number one man right here joining us, second from the bottom there, Mr. Dakota, up $14,000 today trading.
I just did get in long then on my live, as I said that.
15,000.
Oh, okay.
So at 18,310 and a quarter. So yeah, I'm up about 14,000 in my live, and then I'm up about 3,500 in my XFAs. I passed some combines, and I'm trading some XFAs again. So here it is. Nice. We'll see if this is long. This is just going to be a really quick scalp in and out. Maybe we could get back and take back over these 20s. I have my finger on the trigger.
So Dakota did take a long. This is the XFA you just executed in?
This is my live that I just executed in.
Shit. Let's go.
Yeah, but you're
one contract. This is something that's very, very small for the way that I am trading this account. Typically, a normal entry would be 3 contracts. So this is 1/3 of my position size for a normal entry. And I might add another one if we show some more support around this zone, and then look for a breakup. If not, I just close out, take a really small loss in comparison. But a lot of chop, and I expect to see a lot more chop in the next 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And this is the time where, is it really worth risking, your trading combine? You have 20 minutes left, and if you can just hold out for 20 minutes more without placing a trade, you can get yourself to tomorrow with, maybe a normal balance and trade, a day with a lot more opportunities than, say, today, in which you're probably just forcing trades to get action in this chop. It is choppy.
What do you say, Dobie? There's always someone somewhere who wish they did not trade today.
That's exactly right.
That's
exactly right. Don't feel bad you're down $5 or broke even or up 64 like myself. There's always someone out there who wishes they were in your shoes and only lost $5 or $100 today.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I did Thursday, that's for sure. Thursday when the market just tanked, I gave back my profit, and I just, you know what? I wish I would have just not traded or used the Topstep X, or use the feature where I just lock myself out and be done.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We're starting to get some buyers back into this zone around 300.
Yeah, and I had a day yesterday that was really frustrating, in which, in hindsight, I've traded really well, but the P&L didn't show it. And so all I could think of is like, oh, I had a losing day yesterday. But then I actually had to journal these thoughts down, and I was like, dude, you did not trade bad yesterday. You got, stopped out to the tick on a 3-lot, and then you had another great short that got stopped out by like 4 or 5 ticks. And then you had some crude oil trades that felt good, but you didn't take profits. And it's like all the trades were good. They just all accumulated into a bit of unluckiness. And it's hard for me, being as emotional as I am, to not be like, oh, that was bad trading. And it's like, no, it was not bad trading. Like, you did fine. It's like everything you did was fine. It was just unlucky. It happens.
Yeah. Luck. Yeah. Weren't you guys talking about luck a moment ago?
Kind of.
Yeah. Better you are, luckier you get.
Like that. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of traders here. The traders who did this for a long time. There's no such thing as, and I might be a little bit counter to what you said, Dobie. Unlucky, good luck, or lucky or unlucky. And what's that saying where they say, right? Luck is at the crossroads between preparation and readiness, or something like that.
Hard work.
I watch Rips all the time. The reason why I want him on my team is because I know what he does. He's a momentum trader, and when the market's moving, you don't hop in front of the train. If anything, you try and get on it and catch some of that move. So the harder I work, the luckier I get. That's a funny thing how that works.
Nailed it, Rips. All right, guys. So real quick, we got about 15 minutes left here in the session. Let's get these top quiz results out there, because we should see some fireworks here in the last 15 minutes. JD, if you got them, let's put them up. Let's go through the names. Hopefully, they're all pretty kosher. What do we got there, JD?
We never know.
You never know with these.
Speaking of luck, though, here we go. The first name that caught my eye was Coach J. Could that be our Coach J?
Coach J. I hope so. Yeah,
Andre's back.
Andre's back.
I think there's one in there for you too, Dakota. I like big asks.
For me,
I
get a free account. Is that what you said?
Big asks, yeah. I like big asks.
Your line, right?
I like that.
Yeah, that was your.
Yes, he does.
My line is slapping the ask.
Slapping the ask. Yes.
I'm about ready to do that too. If we get another bounce up here in the Nasdaq.
Yes.
Slopping the boss.
All right, good stuff. There you go. There's your quiz results. Check your emails tomorrow. So we'll get those out to you.
Coming down in 3 seconds.
Thank you.
Very nice.
And it's gone.
15 minutes left to the close. Do we get an MOC?
Watching for it.
Do we get the imbalance?
Yep. Eddie's all over it, Dakota. I'm glad you asked. Eddie's all over the MOCs. Started coming a little bit later on the day.
Nathan got one. Nice.
Yes. Good job, Nathan Yoder.
Nice.
Don't trust it. Don't trust these markets at all, dude.
No.
At all.
Right.
Sub-Zero. Dakota, do you mind if you can share your $14,000 trade and the scaling process you did? Like I said, join my slow markets. I talk about a lot there, and I answer a lot of questions there. And it wasn't just one trade. It's multiple trades. I'm a trader.
Right.
My bigger trade for the day, I traded Nikkei. I had a Nikkei position overnight. It worked out really well. And, I woke up with $8,000 in my account. And I've been trading the NASDAQ, gold, and a few other markets today.
Nice, dude. Carving it up, man. Some of our live traders here carving it up today in the mornings, afternoons. Join Dakota, slow markets, 8 p.m. Central here on TopstepTV. I like how you tease that, Dakota. You're getting good at this, man. I'm not going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you during my segment, damn it. So tune in then.
There you go.
Yeah.
See how the magic was made. I like that. But in the meantime, are you long right now, Dakota? Are you flat, or what do you got?
I'm long one, contract in my live account at 310.25 here on the NASDAQ. Seeing if we could find some support around the low 300s and push up above into the 320s between now and close.
Man,
I don't know if that was
good for you for trying.
Well,
Nazi could catch a bid at 18,300. I mean, it is consolidating. Resistance is kind of becoming support. Makes sense.
Just like you said,
makes sense to me.
Very, very simple, very basic on the 5-minute chart. This was resistance here around 11 a.m. Central Standard, 11:30 Central, and we broke above that. We came back down. This is a pullback, and we're kind of going. We're bullish. The market's turning bullish. And for whatever reason, whether it's somebody talking, whether it's who knows, we just know that the market's going up. And that's all that should matter for us as a day trader, is the price action, not what's behind it. At least not at the moment, right? Because we'll have plenty of time to digest. There's people spending millions and millions in algorithms and AI and technology. There's no way we're going to be able to know the news and place a trade in preparation for it.
Right.
Yeah, so something very simple, very basic. We'll see if we can find some buyers where we had some support. If not,
doesn't this market know that you're long?
What's that?
Doesn't this market know that you're long? It should be going higher.
It should be, yeah.
I know. What the heck?
How rude.
Yeah, Robert, I spend a lot of time in my slow markets class answering questions, explaining everything. It's the same stuff over and over and over again. Because that's the reality of trading. It could be very boring and very repetitive if you're consistent, right? And I've been watching a lot of Tiger Woods highlights and some old rounds that he's been playing, and it's the same thing. He told a story where he would go golfing in the dark, and you could tell where the golf ball went based off of where it impacted the club, and then he'll go walk over to the right in the middle of the night. And I think that's the same here with trading, right? It doesn't matter your P&L. If you follow your trading strategy, over the long run about what your statistics will be, regardless of what the news is going on or what's going on behind the scene. We're watching this price action, and sometimes it can be frustrating watching the tick for tick and watching your P&L.
Oh, 100%. That's why I love it. You sleep most of the time when you're trading.
I don't have to worry about the markets when you're sleeping.
No.
Yeah. Do you ever dream of your positions, like your P&L, overnight, in your head?
No. I used to. I stopped anymore.
Thank you. Right.
Here it is.
MOC in balance. We've got 233 million to the buy side. 233 million to the buy side.
Okay. Thanks,
that
Eddie.
Would be considered small.
Yeah.
Small yeah. I think the numbers that we want is somewhere between 2 to 3 billion, I think, is what David Green and Peter Tuchman are looking for as far as big market moving MOCs. So that's a baby one. It's a baby MOC.
Well, Dakota, you got a nice little upside channel going there on that 100-tick chart.
Yeah, this is just a flat. Nothing's really happening. Power hour has been a little bit boring as of lately.
Yeah, it's been a rough one. Last 2 sessions, including this one, have been on the slower side for sure. But it's good to know. I mean, I hope it's at least educational to the people who are watching, just how, news events like Wednesday and Thursday can really impact the market's end of day as, people are sitting on the sidelines. There's not a lot to move the market. I mean, it might be slow for us to trade, but I think there's still a lot to learn as far as market state goes, as you can watch us try to, apply logic to markets that don't have a lot of reason to do anything. And there's just really not a lot of reason to do anything.
No.
Just not wrong. Other than this one little spike at 2:00. I mean, this is not a lot of opportunity. It's really just one move.
Yeah, a lot of chop going into the close. I mean, not a lot of people, like you said, who wants to buy or who wants to build a position or move money before the big news event. I mean, if people are hedging, sure, that could be part of it. Looks like we might get a nice break to the upside here. Starting to get some buyers to step in the last 8 minutes.
We got negative delta. We got 200 million to the buy side. Both not very significant, but something to keep an eye on, as Dakota noted. We might catch a bid here in the last 8 minutes. Less than 8 minutes left in the trading session. Keep in mind, we got lots of data coming out in the later half of this week. So, like you guys said, we saw a big move in this morning. We saw a big move in the afternoon. Everything else in between was a bunch of chop. So if you're able to profit on that, good on you. You're very proud of yourself. If you're able to stay patient, make money in the morning, and make money and catch opportunity in the afternoon, also great. If you happen to overtrade,
all right, I'm just closing this for scratch. Minus like $50 or something.
All right,
it's just not worth it. It's just not.
Yeah, we still might catch that bid and break into the 20s, but I'm tired of watching it, to be honest.
Over it. Bigger fish to fry with coming down the pipeline.
Yep.
I mean, I honestly believe that days like today, I mean, the market is really just trying to make people as miserable as possible, whether you're long or short. And I feel like the market did a pretty good job of that today. I think a lot of people were probably unhappy. I mean, unless you caught, those exact moves that we just mentioned. I think the market makers did a really good job, probably getting a lot of people stopped out in and out of their trades, making people unhappy. It's what they do. And they did a good job. I think we can all kind of feel it. They did a great job today. Good job, Goldman interns. You kind of
There's probably a huge group of people who are just happy today's over and excited to just be done. Go enjoy time with your family and get some good rest, because tomorrow is going to be a big day for the markets.
And don't forget, pray for peace.
Yes.
We got 10-year bulls. And we got 10-year. And a lot of meat and bones is meat and potatoes week, as Michael likes to call it. I know Eddie will go over the schedule for the upcoming days, but just take a quick peek. We got some good stuff coming out. So less than 60 seconds till the final liquidity injection. 255 Central. Buckle up if you've got a position on. Buckle up.
Nothing important as far
it
as
looks like we're making that run for the 20s.
There it is.
Yeah, little pop.
Yep. That was it. That's what I was looking for, but
That's just, Dakota, when you take a trade like this and you know that it's like suboptimal, it's just like a little layer of like guilt knowing that this trade is just from the start is kind of mediocre.
None of my trades are mediocre, Dobie.
Nice.
No, but
that's right. You are the Michael Jordan of trading, Dakota.
That's by far the best answer.
This was one of them, to be honest, Dobie. This was one of them. I got in the trade. It was taking a little bit longer, and I'm like, you know what? It's not worth trying to think about and over and analyze and just sit here and watch it. Just closed, and that's what I was. Even though it just rallied, I'm like, dang it, I could have had $300-400. But it could have also did the exact opposite, right? Where it sold off. And like, dang it. If you have any doubt, any emotional thought about a trade, 9 times out of 10, just close it. Maybe even 10 times out of 10. Just close it. Wait. You could always go for tomorrow or the next trade, even if it does work out.
Yep. That was a great answer, Dakota. Great answer. Chat enjoyed that one.
Yes, they did. Mediocre trades, Dolby. Yes.
I don't take mediocre trades. God damn it. Put that one in the glossary too.
Yeah. So
that's a great one.
S&P trade 52.53. Oh, recent highs of 55. Hold on 1 second. 57's recent highs. I haven't seen anything higher than that since the morning. See if we can push through there. NASDAQ trying to push through a little bit as well. Nothing showing on the tilt per se. Delta, I'm sure, is they getting squeezed a little bit here, John.
Yeah, that was a good one, Dakota.
Nah, there's nothing.
I wonder what Peter Tuchman did. Did he buy that? Did he buy it?
I don't know. Maybe he probably did.
Tuchman for sure.
Yeah. when in doubt, whip it out. That's
hello.
When in doubt, close your
Delta's
trade.
positive
That's-
1300. Andre,
1300. Got it. Yeah, I got it.
Nothing
Positive
here.
1300.
Nothing here now.
Nothing. That's okay. Big days ahead. And nice trading day, fellas. Dolby, John, Dakota, the man. Be sure to tune in for slow markets. Again, I won't stop repeating it. People got mad, Dakota, that you won't answer the question. That you only answer it in your own segment. So I like.
What question? There's a lot. There's
The
a
question.
lot of
I know.
There's a lot of them.
If you have if I don't answer your question, just come into my slow markets. Even there, I don't answer all my questions, and that's why I have this class Monday through Thursday, right? Because I cannot answer every single question. If that was the case, I'd just be sitting there answering questions the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a trader first. My slow markets class, I talk through the trades. I'm looking at the markets for the first time, and I'm looking for trades. I'm not here to just sit there and only answer questions. But I am planning to help as many traders as possible. If it's a good question, then sure, I'll answer it.
That was a good answer.
Good answer.
Dakota's on fire today.
He is, man. What happens, man?
I'm not in a mood. I'm
woke
in my
him up,
pajamas,
man.
just relaxing.
We woke him up. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. But the people want to know, man. You put up a monster day like that, and you're one of our top traders. The people want to know. So you're gracious that you did join us. Now we got some liquidity coming here in the S&Ps. We got the last less than 2 minutes here in the trade. We started to see a 400 lot come in on the bid. S&Ps that was filled. A lot of liquidity coming.
How
in
was that? That was a
another
beautiful
500.
trade, right, Dobie?
Yep,
that was a great trade. You don't take mediocre trades. Yep.
That was a
great,
very
dude.
basic one. You've seen it too on the 5-minute chart. Resistance became support. That's as simple as it gets. It really the hard part is executing it.
Yeah, right. I didn't take the trade, and then you got impatient with it and didn't want to deal with it, and then off it goes. But it's the price you pay.
Exactly.
All right, less than 60 seconds here, fellas.
We
are pushing to the upside here. Here come the buyers. Pre-CPI buyers noted.
Andre, 6,700 positive delta now.
Damn, that jumped that quick. Gosh. That jumped quick.
Yeah.
That was 60 points from that trade. That would have been.
Here we go.
We just ate up all the negative delta in the NASDAQ.
Flipped it.
Positive in the Dow now. I'm sorry, it's still negative in the Dow, 2,400. There's more to this.
Yeah, there is. So keep that in mind for tomorrow's number.
Oh,
thank you.
There we go.
Good job, guys.
Yes. Awesome.
Good job.
Colby, thanks for joining
boys
us.
And girls. Well, Dakota, thanks for joining us here today.
Yeah, man.
Last minute. Happy to be here. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
I'd like to also thank those that stuck around here for Power Hour. Thank you, Dolby Time. Thanks, Hogue. And, of course, thank you, Andre. And, tomorrow there's going to be some meat on the bone, boys and girls. Early. We got an early call here. 7:30, you're going to be seeing a CPI for month over month. It's going to be 7:30 Central Time. Also, we will be having our FOMC member Bowman speaking at 7:45. Kicking it back down. Crude oil inventories at 9:30. We've got the, if you're trading the gasoline, also gasoline production at that time. And scrolling down here, we do have a Fed Goolsbee speaking. 10-year note auction, and it's indicating it is an important number. We'll be watching that at 12 o'clock noon. Fed budget balance at 1 o'clock. FOMC meeting minutes, as Rips mentioned, also at 1 o'clock. As far as our menu for tomorrow, All-Star Cast here. Join us 8 o'clock Central Time. Hogue and myself will be firing up the machine. And for Fast Markets, we got Andre, Dolby, Hogue, Robert, and Deeyana. We'll also be having power players with Dolby, Robert, Peter Tuckman, and Nathan. I think Nathan L. I'm saying that wrong, but I'm sorry. I butchered that. Jack and Bonnie for Top Quiz. Mick Hogue for Shoulder Tap. And we got Dolby and David Green for group coaching. Coming around the afternoon, Andre Hogue and KV. Patience with KV. And that Power Hour, Andre, Dolby, and Jack. Don't forget today, right after this, at the buzzer with Coach Paul and Coach Jay. We've also got a class at 6 p.m. in our Discord channel for Coach Ray, volume profile, supply and demand class. We've got bar and charts with Coach Vince at 7, and of course those slow markets with Dakota. So we appreciate you being with us here, and we love you. We love you. Love having you here with us, and we hope that you love being here the same. Hopefully you did learn something today, and you are moving forward in your trading. So get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.